Powerful charges of energy rattled in the empty gorge, and an intimidating voice commanded to kill any enemy that got in the way. The knocked-out bound young man wondered how things had gotten to this point, and where he was even. The orc proudly said that for thousands of years the lands of the beastmen had been isolated from the outside world. But for the first time in history, man went against them. The terrified boy remembered that, until recently, he had been in a cave, and the monster kept shouting about divine punishment. The desperate hero, sweating profusely, wondered if he was really going to die in this strange world. Just 5 hours ago, Uncle Nakazato had asked Tsuyoshi to finish his dinner sooner, approaching the trailer he was in. The man asked the youngster not to go anywhere alone, because there were 2 other teams besides them, and if he relaxed, he wouldn't even get a piece of metal. The noodle-eating kid asked why on earth so many people were descending into an ordinary mid-ranked cave. The uncle replied that this is the time they live in, and there are many like them now, so they are not the only heroes. A nearby fighter said that the warriors were coming and asked to prepare, after which the protagonist began to finish his noodles in a hurry. One of the alarmed men said that the closer he got to this cave, the more uncomfortable he became. He was scared to imagine what the high-ranking caves looked like if the average one was so intimidating. The team member ahead of him said at one point that there were several minions of darkness here. Suddenly, a human leg was stuck out of the portal, wearing a golden armor. The hero in armor said that they could easily get the reward, and his charming companion confirmed it with a smile. One of the men dreamed of being a hero, but his companion reminded him that he was cleaning caves because he had failed the awakening test. The knucklehead thanked the gorgeous madam for her work and asked if they could come in, and she emotionlessly gave them permission. The silent Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro also looked at all of this with a bit of bewilderment, maintaining his rationality. After the heroes defeat the minions of darkness in the caves, unrelated cleansers known as scavengers come to collect the leftovers. They lived in different worlds, and the young man failed the awakening test because of his weakness, though he too wanted to become a brave fighter. The clearing commander said they were running out of time, so in 4 hours they were going to assemble at the starting point. Suddenly, one of the scavengers exclaimed loudly, as if seeing something interesting right under his feet. It was Tsuyoshi, who cried out that it was a piece of shield, which he immediately reached for it represented quite a lot of value. The joyful uncle of the youngsters, Nakazato, immediately said that it was a good sign and added that it was the parents from heaven who helped them. The kid said he'd take a deeper look, and the older man asked him to remember that they were going to be here in 3.5 hours. The daredevil remembered that usually something worthwhile lay at depth and began to dig further with interest, hoping to find something. Nearly 4 hours flew by like a minute, and the tense hero still hadn't found anything, and realized it wouldn't be good to leave with just one piece of shield. The uncle shouted for him to pass, and the young man said he was almost done and would come to them soon. The kid realized it wouldn't cover Karina's birthday party at the hospital either, so he had to find something. At one point, he noticed a well near him, and in his mind, he immediately said he smelled treasure. The perplexed youngster also wondered where in the cave the well came from, and realized that there might be something valuable in there, for it was dried up. Looking into the well in Tsuyoshi's mind, Tsukishiro said he would cover all of Karina's hospital bills if he found a surviving object. The most precious item was a gold ring that shone brightly on a huge bony hand. The hero immediately jumped down and took the charm ring for himself, but it was all suspiciously simple. Overjoyed, the youngster shouted that such equipment helped improve status and sold at a high price, so he had found a true treasure. With trepidation, the kid decided to put on the ring and later asked Mr. Nakazato to find out his level. Putting the precious object on his finger, he froze in place with surprise, because immediately there was a strange reaction. Experiencing an unpleasant pain in his eyes from the bright rays, the lad shrank back and wondered what the ring was. A strange voice suddenly said that the infinity ring recognized the young man as its owner, and from now on he would be able to remove it, which made it even more frightening. The alarmed protagonist noticed strange energy beams spreading across his arm. Something like a black hole began to increase in size, gradually swallowing up the confused boy. The terrified young man called out to his companions for help, but soon disappeared completely without leaving a trace. Still, one of the team members heard Tsuyoshi shout, who hadn't arrived yet, even though he had seen him recently. An associate suggested that the youngster had gone to check out another place, and another man said that Tsukishiro must be a hero, for he was trying very hard. In the meantime, The panic-stricken little boy flew to unknown worlds, screaming loudly with fear because he did not understand anything at all. After coming to his senses, the boy found himself captured by the beastmen as one of the criminals awaiting their divine punishment at the altar. Apparently, divine retribution meant a crushing lightning strike to the altar. The mysterious king sitting on the throne, who was very bored, ordered the punishment ceremony to begin. The big orc announced loudly that one of their brothers who had sold secret information about their territory to elves and humans would be sentenced today. The traitor began to be led out by two ambassadors, and he listened to the shouts of his former comrades in arms pouring mud on him. Judas was thrown to the ground, and the thugs were left to wait for the king's command to enforce the divine punishment. Afterward, one of the big men shoved the traitor in the back with his foot, and the orc on the podium exclaimed that the violators would face retribution today. It was said that the hammer of the divine king, surrounded by lightning strikes, would erase all the sins of the scoundrels. The orc also cried out that no one had ever escaped the altar yet, and the bound traitor meanwhile realized that this was the sunset of his life. The divine punishment caught up with the Judas, who at the same moment cried out from the incredible pain burning through him. The brave General Ryota continued to shout punishment for the traitors, which even the lizard hiding in the rocks heard. The general then said that next to be punished would be the first man in history to invade their land, thus declaring war on them. That very intruder was Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who tearfully cried out that he was here by chance and his sister was waiting for him. The big ogre clutched him tightly in his hand and asked him to shut his mouth, which panicked the protagonist even more. Flooding with tears in his thoughts, the young man told himself that he could not die, but there was nothing he could do at that moment. He clearly knew he was supposed to be a hero and remembered that Karina needed him, but he had no idea how things had turned out this way. The enraged public longed for the wretched youngster to be punished for being able to defeat the great beastman. After that, the so-called sinner was thrown to the ground, and the beastman continued to demand that he be punished. The protagonist once again reiterated that he couldn't die in such a place, then suddenly bounced to the side. Miraculously, he managed to survive, for it was at the moment of rebounding that an incredibly powerful lightning strike was struck, leaving him dumbfounded. This stunned a whole crowd of orcs who didn't expect such a thing, and among them also stood a surprised cute girl. The charming maiden couldn't believe that a simple-looking boy managed to dodge such a strong blow. The bewildered speaker could not believe that the kid had escaped the lightning bolt of divine punishment, which was considered unforgivable. In turn, the king sitting on the throne remained calm and silently observed the events taking place. An enraged Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro shouted at the top of his voice that he refused to die here and called the orc a freak. But unexpectedly, a lightning bolt of divine punishment still struck his back, causing him to experience incredible pain. Rhoda chuckled and said that lightning strikes more than once, then announced that it was the turn of the next sinner. A whole crowd of beastmen clamored for divine punishment on the red-haired maiden, who was immediately led down the aisle. Brave, in turn, didn't want to die here, so he activated the divine infinity ring selection system. Soon the activation and identification of the system was complete, and work began on the ideal physical form. Something strange was noticed by the vigilant and silent king, who kept his mind cold and serious. Then the others also noticed that Tsuyoshi was still alive, despite the very strong lightning strike. What he saw confused General Ryota with protruding fangs, who couldn't believe the kid could survive something like that. Meanwhile, the creation of the perfect physical form was 15% complete, but progress was already noticeable. The anxious beastman couldn't understand what was going on, and the red-haired captive was very surprised. The creation of the form reached 40%, after which the scanning and application of the divine eye skill began. Something was calling to the protagonist at that moment, who became emotionless and just started walking forward. Everyone around him froze in place and watched his actions in silence, not even knowing how to fight him. Suddenly, a sword with a golden hilt flew at the protagonist, but he didn't even pay attention to it. Here, the skill of divine consciousness and absolute cloning was applied, and the creation of the perfect form was almost complete. The orcs, frozen in place, stared at what was happening in bewilderment, realizing that the kid wasn't so simple. The silent Tsukishiro continued to advance, and the creation of perfect physical form reached 80%. The stunned speaker called it unbelievable, for other than the divine king himself, no one had ever come so close to the hammer. The gray-haired man with a light in his eyes wondered if the kid was trying to lift the king's hammer. The fearless protagonist continued to do his thing, wondering why he was called. The creation of the form reached its completion, and immediately the special status of the Chosen One was applied. Powerful charges of lightning suddenly began to fly in different directions, throwing everyone around them into panic. Endowed with immense strength, the daredevil raised his hand up and shouted loudly, and anger and hatred could be seen in his eyes. The stunned beastmen watched with sweat on their faces, not even thinking of interfering. In turn, the hero realized that the divine hammer was calling to him, and reached for it with his hand without any hesitation. The young man spread his palm to grip the hilt of the precious weapon as tightly as possible. With an incredibly abrupt movement, he gripped the hilt tightly in his hand, deciding to use the power of the hammer. Immediately, the fighter swung his mighty weapon, showing the seriousness of his intentions to the knocked-out beastmen. The system notified that the hero had gained level 3, but the current hammer power was at 0, and no special effects came with it. The red-haired beauty couldn't believe that a mere human was able to lift the divine hammer without any doubts. The stunned orc realized that they could not allow the youngster to touch their sacred object, though it was an incredible sight. He remembered that anyone who lifted the hammer would become the head of the beastmen, and thought it was all some kind of mistake. A pensive Tsuyoshi noticed that he felt much stronger and decided to familiarize himself with the digital scoreboard that appeared. After reading a bit of information, the slightly surprised young man wondered if he had reached the 3rd level as quickly. Suddenly, a huge black creature loomed over the guy, but he didn't even notice it at first. The hero himself continued to read the information on the digital scoreboard, assuming he had encountered a divine selection system. At the same minute, a powerful blow was struck on the ground, which triggered the destruction of the soil around it. It was the work of a harsh orc who told the boy not to touch the divine hammer with his filthy hands. The shocked beastmen had faith in General Rudd, who would definitely not allow the humans to behave as they pleased. The leader confessed that he didn't know how the kid managed to escape divine punishment and even lifted the divine hammer. Remaining extremely stern, he said that Tsukishiro must return the hammer immediately and accept his punishment. The fellow received a notification of activating the divine eye skill, which could reveal detailed information about any item. The very mention of a passive skill was a gimmick for the boy, because he had never encountered such a thing before. Right in front of the youngster stood a general who was an 84th level beastman, great swordsman. The protagonist saw everything in the enemy and wondered if this was the features of the system. The large opponent reached for his sword and asked how the lowly human dared to oppose him. Suddenly, the tip of the sword was in front of the disconsolate kid's face, and the general said he would let him die without agony. The anxious youngster cried out that there was some misunderstanding, while realizing that he couldn't defeat a warrior of this level. With wide, bulging eyes, the boy looked at the giant, who was not about to show mercy. An angry Ryota told him to shut up and swung around, and the sweat-bleeding kid begged to be heard. The red-haired lady realized that the orc would destroy the man to pieces with a single swing of his sword. After all, he was one of the 5 great generals of the Beast King. The impact was so powerful that it triggered a huge explosive mushroom in a strong wave. The opponent used a quick strike against Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who tried his best to hold the onslaught. The stones were flying in different directions, but the young man was lucky and none of them hit him in the face. He managed to block General Ryota's attack, but the hammer was incredibly heavy and his arms stopped obeying him. The bewildered giant couldn't believe that the pathetic little man had managed to block his hammer-wielding attack. Remaining stern, he exclaimed that the kid got lucky with the gun, but next time there would be no such thing. Tsuyoshi himself, coming from then, once more said that he was not from this world and asked to hear his words. The ruthless orc wasn't going to listen to him and rushed back into the attack, swinging his arm at him as he ran. This time it ended in success, and the excited kid ended up in the clutches of General Ryota. He decided to launch his opponent into the sky and finish him off with an earthquake, which even sounded very frightening. Immediately, the absolute cloning skill was activated, selecting the opponent's skill and copying it, allowing you to feel their heart. The cloning skill was also new to the protagonist, who still didn't understand anything at all. The general in turn tossed it up, and the fighter still held the hammer in his hands, thinking of next steps. Flying head down, the young man gritted his teeth tightly, trying to put a logical chain together in his head. The kid came to the conclusion that he should touch the chest of his opponent, who was completely bewildered. At the same moment, the youngster jabbed 2 fingers into Ryota's chest before he could realize anything. Suddenly, the general became lovey-dovey and started blowing air kisses, dropping the little man out of his arms. A dazed Tsuyoshi began to freefall downward very quickly, waving his arms to slow himself down in any way. There were many skills around him, but you could only choose one, which was very difficult to do. In turn, the alarmed orc grabbed his sword for defense and with trepidation in his voice asked what the kid was doing. The terrified beastman tried to attack the enemy, but failed miserably at the very beginning. The brave man used a heaven shaker skill that he deemed suitable for the divine hammer. After that, he immediately rushed to attack, once again repeating that he couldn't die here, and the warrior prepared to repel the onslaught. A bewildered Ryuda called what was happening unbelievable and asked how the kid managed to use his skill. No answer to his question was ever given to the general. For a moment later, a tremendous blow was struck. Dumbfounded by what they saw, the crowd of beastmen, along with the red-haired captive, froze in place with their mouths open. Finding himself in a large amount of dust, the leader began coughing loudly but still remained on his feet. Coughing, he began to gradually regain consciousness, showing full combat readiness with all his appearance. Looking sternly into his opponent's eyes, the general said he was not at all hurt and even somewhat pleased. Tsuyoshi was notified that being at level 3 without a profession or weapon, he was unable to damage the enemy, so he must improve his skills. The situation embarrassed the young fighter, who was forced on the spot, not knowing what to do next. In turn, his opponent did not slumber and gripped the wooden hilt of his sword tighter to end it all once and for all. Being enraged, he rushed to attack, as he could not allow the pathetic boy to attack him. Suddenly, an embittered beastmaster flew out of the throne and commanded an end to all this chaos. What was striking to the crowd of orcs was that the king himself went on the attack, and the red-haired beauty was even more alarmed by it. Once again, there was a massive explosion, which again raised huge columns of dust and smoke. Trying to resist the blast wave, the protagonist gritted his teeth tightly, still standing on his feet. Gradually, the smoke began to clear, and behind him was the Beastmaster, who was kneeling with his head bowed. The exhausted king kneeled without making any sound, which looked very frightening to those around him. The shocked beastmen clutched their heads as they couldn't believe that their main leader had been defeated. Rising to his feet, the king looked at Tsuyoshi, saying that the divine hammer had chosen him. Grabbing the kid's shoulders, the joyful man said that the gods had sent them a sign, which sounded rather strange. He then smiled and said that over the years, the young fighter was the first to be chosen by the hammer. Turning to the rest of the beastmen, the king exclaimed that no one could lift the enormous weapon except this man. The bewildered crowd looked at him in bewilderment, not even knowing how to react to such statements. The leader said that if this kid is really a future ruler, they should let him grow up. The puzzled beastmen looked at each other, not understanding how this could be, because this boy didn't even look like them. Standing behind, General Ryota turned to the Beast King, saying that Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro was a human. The gray-haired man immediately turned his attention to him and calmly asked him what he meant by that. He asked if the prophecy said that the leader should be a beastman and added that they could not ignore the hope of the people. The subordinate agreed with him, saying that the prophecy really didn't say anything about it, but there was one but. The head didn't waste time on idle chatter and asked the protagonist what his name was. Tsuyoshi introduced himself, whereupon the king said that if he was willing to take on this burden, they agreed, but he was too weak right now. The man said the kid should get stronger in a year and come back here, and then they would see if he was worthy of being their leader. Also, the king threatened that if the kid didn't come back here in a year, to use the mark to find him to kill him. He said that his men would be satisfied with that outcome and asked the boy's response, who was a little confused. But after looking at the crowd of beastmen, the protagonist still confidently exclaimed that he agreed to the proposal. The blue-eyed beauty with a quivering cry asked the young fighter to become stronger and find freedom. Daredevil remembered that this girl was to be punished after him and decided to use the Divine Eye skill. The skill prevented her status and name from being revealed, and the maiden herself added that it was better to be alive and asked the young man not to miss the opportunity given by the gods. What was striking to Tsuyoshi was the girl's 72nd level, and he was curious as to why she was going to be punished. Still, the guy just smiled, after which he decided to say goodbye to everyone and set out to become stronger. Raising his hand, the hero waved to the beauty and thanked her for her wonderful advice, being in complete agreement with her. The young man realized that this was indeed an opportunity, so he decided that he had to survive to get back to his world. He then told the Beastmaster that he accepted his offer, but with one condition, which sounded interesting. Smiling, the gray-haired beastman leader inquired about the other condition. Pointing a finger at the red-haired stranger, the young man said he could use her so she would go with him. Not expecting such a turn of events, the girl couldn't believe that the guy had chosen her as a comrade. Smirking in thought, the brown-eyed daredevil said that he and the beauty were now even. As time passed, late at night, the young fighter reflected on the voice he had heard a few moments earlier. Looking at the infinity ring he found on his hand, in his thoughts, the guy said it all started because of him. He couldn't take it off, but thanks to this ring, he gained strange powers and wondered how he could return to his world. Suddenly, a woman's voice told the master that the preparations were over, and Tsuyoshi didn't realize who had been called that word. It was an adorable blue-eyed beast girl who said she had decided to serve her savior. In Tsuyoshi's mind, Tsukishiro said that hearing the cute little earwig call him master was incredibly satisfying. Blushing a little, the youngster said that she had helped him too, and from then on, offered to support each other. The blushing charmer said her savior didn't realize how much it meant to her, and added that he'd given her a second chance. Gently taking her vis-a-vis hand, the damsel calmly said that no one had ever thanked her or protected her before him. Looking into the eyes of the main character, the cutie asked to be allowed to call him master, which sounded very unexpected. Blushing even more, the sincere beauty said that he had become her miracle, and she wanted to devote her whole life to him. Feeling uncomfortable, the young fighter said that if the cutie so desired, he could call him master. Afterward, the charming lady said they should pass since it was quite late in the day. She also asked her savior to watch her step, and he silently began to follow her, thinking about what was happening. The care and demeanor of the lovely maiden caused a pleasant feeling for Tsuyoshi, who hadn't expected this outcome of events. The other world was very surprising to the young man, who was delighted at the mere nobility of his new companion. Then he remembered that Karina was waiting for him and noticed the notification that the infinite passage was unavailable for 24 hours. The boy wondered if he would be able to go back if he fell into the infinite passage again, if he had found himself in this world thanks to it. Looking at the glowing ring, the young man said that the infinite passage had opened and lit up with the hope that he could return his world. The moving process began with Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro rejoicing, confident that he was finally going home. The strange sounds behind him were noticed by a beautiful woman who asked the master if he was all right. During the teleportation, the tense fighter said he knew it would be a far from pleasant experience. After a few seconds, the brave realized he was in the protective gear he had been wearing before moving to the other world. Flustered, he immediately began to examine himself and wondered if he was back in his world. The guy immediately noticed the infinity ring that was still worn on his index finger. He then immediately opened the digital scoreboard and was pleased to see that the abilities he had gained in the other world had been preserved. The level was still level 3, yet it was unclear to the hero why the divine hammer was still with him. Tsuyoshi assumed that the level was synchronized, and he was able to bring the hammer to this world because it was in the divine consciousness inventory. His musings were suddenly interrupted by his older brother, who asked the kid to get out before the cave closed. A dumbfounded Tsukishiro asked what his comrades were doing here and why they had been waiting for him for hours. He knew immediately that something was wrong here, since he had spent at least 5 hours in another world. One of the companions said that the young man had been sitting here all this time and asked him to come out because if the cave closed, he would be trapped. The companion threw the rope to the young man, who grasped it firmly and began to climb gradually upward. Now the logical chain in the kid's head came together, and he came to the conclusion that time had stopped. To the young man, it was like a manga plot. For while he was in the other world, time did not pass at all. Brave also wondered if time in the other world had also stopped while he was here. Remembering the bony hand sticking out of the ground in the well, he wondered who the infinity ring belonged to. Climbing out of the well, the kid started muttering something, and the comrade asked what was meant. Smiling, suddenly Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro asked if it was correct that the awakening test would be held tomorrow. Often the protagonist remembered that horrible day when blood ran down his face, washed away by the cold rain. In that ominous moment, he carried his wounded little sister in his arms, in mental and physical pain, but he was in no hurry to give up. There was devastation all around, and 2 men hiding behind a ruined building trying to hide from danger. The huge monster, meanwhile, was tearing everything in its path, experiencing pleasure with every rumble. At one point, the younger sister told her brother that she couldn't feel her legs, and he kept walking forward to carry her to safety. Exuding a lot of sweat, the exhausted girl asked if her dad and mom were okay, but got no response. The monster continued to wreak havoc and destruction, and the protagonist still silently walked forward. rapidly losing hope. The young man was in hellish agony but realized that he had to get his sister out of the danger zone at any cost. In his eyes, you could see all the horror he had experienced, and the only thoughts in his head were of his beloved parents. Tears began to flow involuntarily from his eyes as he realized that his parents were gone, even though he couldn't believe it. His parents were victims of a ruthless monster that came to wreak havoc and death. The very green boy refused to believe what was happening, because now he was left alone with his little sister. A dumbfounded Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro cried and decided to rush to his parents, but there was no way to do that. A man suddenly stood in his way, who realized that you can't let a young man do that. Grabbing the hysterical youngster by the shoulders, he said that you can't stop or you might just die. The informed man shouted and asked the boy not to go after his parents, or else he and Karina would be killed by the darkness. He asked the protagonist to calm down, saying that he will not be able to defeat the darkness, but pouring tears, the guy thought only about mom and dad. The tense associate said they should get Karina to the hospital as soon as possible, as she couldn't feel her legs. At the hospital, the nurse asked Tsuyoshi if he was going to take the wake-up test despite having just gotten home from work today. The nurse swept the maiden up in her usual caring manner and told her she should get more rest too. The shy sibling asked how Sis was feeling and if her feet still hurt. The toddler replied that she was used to the pain, and the nurse said that the nerve pain was a regular occurrence, so she needed to take medication. The youngster decided to use his divine eye to learn more about his sister's condition. The system wrote that 80% of the nerve endings in his legs had died under the rubble of the collapsed building, and there was no possibility of recovery. It was frustrating for the guy that the chance of recovery was very slim, and he realized that the girl was having a very hard time. Karina had to live a normal life, spending every day with a smile on her face. After all, she was his only family. The hero didn't want to see his sister suffer anymore, and promised himself to be sure to put her back on her feet, even if the chances were close to zero. Looking out the window in his mind, he was saying that there had to be some way to get her back on her feet, and he wasn't going to give up in this endeavor. Brave realized that if he became a hero, he could get more information and perhaps find a solution. That's why the main character was going to be the bluest hero and was completely confident in himself. Soon he was on his way to the office where the fighters were taking the awakening test and learning the results. A staff member at the center congratulated the man who said hero and asked him to take the emblem that was created based on the test results. The mother was very happy for her boy and offered to throw a big party in honor of it, and the kid was pleased with himself. The scientist then began talking to Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who was retaking the test, having previously failed the first one. The man asked him when ready to go inside and put his hand on the measuring device, while questioning whether the kid's results had changed. A very serious-looking fighter in camouflage pants walked into the room, saying they'd figure it out soon. The scientist has observed that if the test was failed once, the result will be the same, because the device measures the experience with high accuracy. He also added that he had already seen a lot of stubborn people like the main character, but the young man didn't care at all. Daredevil remembered that the last one had been assigned level 3 with a combat power of 3 points, and he saw a gauge ahead. Now he also had level 3, so he was bound to become a hero, but how high his combat power was, only the measurement would show. The young fighter realized that this was something to be taken seriously, then offered his hand to the meter. In the same instant, a perfect physical form was activated, which helped him in many ways. The hero's measurements went very fast, and soon the device showed the 3rd level on the digital scoreboard. A tense employee of the center turned his attention to the earthquake, which could not leave him indifferent. The absolutely calm and poised Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro continued to keep his hand on the machine. As a result, a power of 5,400 points was displayed, and now the 30-year-old strength record of a level 3 hero had been broken. The youngster ranked first in terms of combat power among level 3 heroes, which was staggering to himself. Smiling in thought, the brown-eyed man admitted that he felt a surge of strength, but he hadn't expected to be that much stronger. Being overjoyed, the strong man jumped up, realizing that everything was going according to plan, and he was definitely going to be the strongest. At one point, he was curious about the strength of the king's divine hammer that he had recently wielded. From the inventory, the hero took out a hammer, but received a notification that due to a number of reasons, the weapon's potential could not be fully unleashed. The kid realized that he would only be able to use it for a second and decided to see how much his combat power had increased. The fighter then placed his hand on the gauge again, holding the handle of the hammer with his other hand. His eyes turned red in an instant because the power of the king's divine hammer was activated. All of the fighter's energy evaporated in an instant, and his body was under incredible strain. Being very serious, he asked to measure the force faster, but words couldn't help the matter. Clenching his teeth tightly with anger, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro told him to tell him how much his combat power had increased. People on the streets began to panic because they felt a powerful earthquake, but did not understand what provoked it. The meter notified that the power reset had begun, so it was impossible to measure the power. An excited scientist burst into the room, shrieking that the power had gone out due to the overload and ordering everyone to evacuate. In front of him, the man saw a wrinkled and exhausted protagonist, and being dumbfounded, asked who he was. Walking down the corridor, the young man admitted that he hadn't expected all his strength to run out in just a second, and decided not to use the hammer until he was stronger. There was no reason to be discouraged, because now the strong man was officially a hero, and around his neck hung an emblem confirming it. After a while on the training ground, the fighters were introduced to Gaia, who was the hero in charge of their training. The strict man immediately warned that the training would be difficult, so they should give their best. All the fighters present said in one voice that they understood everything, and yet everyone wanted to start practicing as soon as possible. Tsuyoshi considered it weak that the trainer only had 1,200 points at level 9 and wondered what his combat power would be at that level. Angry Gaia said in his mind that instead of training these brats, he would rather explore rank D dungeons. The trainer said that tomorrow they would go to the dungeon, and while going through it, they would realize which jobs suited them best. The anxious fighters asked if they shouldn't practice, because they should learn their profession before going down into the dungeon. The stern mentor replied that they didn't have time for that, since becoming heroes meant they had to build up their skills in real combat. He added that he warned that the training would be tough, and if they were not ready, they could leave now. The shrewd Tsuyoshi realized that Gaia was taking his anger out on them, but after all, heroes are human too. The shy boy remembered that there was a charming girl waiting for him in the other world, and as soon as the passage opened, he would bullet to her. In the evening, the youngster was in his apartment, where he was trying to remove the ring, in the background listening to the news about yesterday's earthquake. The brave man decided it was time to go to another world where he would become stronger, choose a profession, and collect the right equipment. Soon an endless passageway opened up, and the guy had the opportunity to find himself in another world again. Breathing in a very different air in his head, the newly minted hero said he was in this place again. He sat on the ground for a while, noticing that the view around him remained the same, and even his clothes hadn't changed. The realization came to Tsuyoshi that upon returning to this world, time and equipment remained the same. At one moment, an incredibly attractive female companion approached the master, whose beauty even made him feel embarrassed. Blood flowed from the traveler's nose again, but he paid no attention to it and, clenching his fist, asked my lady to lead him. The delighted beauty said she was happy to see the master so enthusiastic because it raises her battle too. Then the damsel said that nearby are goblins of the 3rd level, which are quite cunning and cheeky, so the hero must be extremely careful. A pensive Tsuyoshi said in thought that if the opponents were so vicious, it wasn't him who needed to be careful at all. The confident fighter was eagerly waiting for the divine selection system to show its effects and was ready to go to the goblins. After a while, sitting in the bushes, the partner asked the young man to behave carefully so as not to wake the sentries. The youngster said that the lady would be able to easily defeat the goblins because she had 72nd level and a huge amount of combat power. The slightly alarmed girl immediately asked the young man how he knew her level. Dodger replied that he was her master for a reason and asked for a demonstration of how high-level heroes fight. The helper said that if she helped, the guy wouldn't earn experience points, but she didn't refuse since he was very insistent. Charming said she didn't know how useful it would be, but asked to watch her actions carefully. The blue-eyed girl then grabbed her blade and rushed into the attack, clearly observing her targets and calculating her movements. Immediately, a blow was struck with coolness, which took the lives of the sentries who had no time to do anything. Seeing the instant strike technique, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro began to clap his hands, saying that the movements were very cool for a warrior of this level. The beautiful maiden noted the fact that the master was very kind, and her pretty blue eyes sparkled with warmth. The lady added that she always puts her best foot forward, and the admiring fighter asked if she could teach him the technique she used. But in response, he heard that instant strike was a skill for high-level warriors, so he couldn't learn it, and besides, he hadn't chosen a profession. The confident youngster declared that he too would become a warrior, realizing that he could easily copy her skills without worrying about his own profession. Tsukishiro then chose the profession of a warrior, and his weapon of choice was still the divine hammer. The determined blue-eyed girl promised to try to be helpful, for she was the reason the profession had been chosen. She also made a promise to help him level up, but first she offered to pick up the equipment and gently took the guy's hands. The main character liked the other world more and more, and it was brightened up mostly by a charming companion. At one point, the young men turned their attention sideways, at which point it became clear that an invasion had begun. A few meters away from them stood two aggressive goblins, eager to fight the intruders. Being extremely serious, the brave man assessed the situation and said that he would have to deal with the opponents alone. He asked his companion for a silver dagger, saying he wanted to try something, and she froze in place with trepidation. The excited beauty immediately told the master that it was a bit irrational to attract the enemy in this way. The determined Tsuyoshi didn't listen to her as he remembered that he hadn't fully tested the power of the Sky Shaker yet, so he decided to make the goblins his test subjects. Taking a deep exhale, the fearless fighter looked sternly at his opponents, preparing to rip too. After that, he made a leap and swung at the goblins, who were confused and froze in place from surprise. The impact triggered a massive explosion, leaving the long-eared creatures unlucky enough to survive. The surprised companion realized that even a team of 6 heroes could hardly defeat goblins of the same level so quickly. The confident daredevil was beginning to like the divine selection system, and he clearly realized that he would reach the 4th level in just a night. The assistant apologized to the master for the inconvenience and offered him the use of some weapons. The bossy guy asked not to worry, saying the baton wasn't bad either, and the damsel reminded them that they had to get their hands on some basic gear. The youngster came down to earth and realized that without proper equipment, he would be too susceptible to attacks, so armor should have been found. He had also managed to find out something about the divine consciousness inventory, which was an important factor. Unlike normal inventory, divine consciousness items could be used in both worlds. Right now, Tsuyoshi only had 2 slots, one of which was occupied by the divine hammer, even though he couldn't use it yet. The young man realized that the inventory would improve with skill and level, but he didn't know how to increase the slots because he couldn't throw away the hammer. He then shifted his gaze to the maiden, who anxiously asked if she had something on her face, but he just liked her figure. The shy master replied that it was fine and excused himself by saying that he just decided to make sure she was following him. At one point, the wary warrior asked the young man to turn around, then grabbed her sword. As it turned out, at that moment, they were attacked by hungry level 4 goblins whose vile tongues dangled as they ran. The nice lady said that the further they go, the stronger the monsters get, and the brave man asked if the experience points would increase. The first to fight was the fearless Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who asked his girlfriend to stay out of the way because otherwise he wouldn't get the experience. One of the nasty goblins called the kid a fool who didn't even realize what he'd signed up for. Without wasting time on idle chatter, the daredevil swung the wooden club with all his might. As a result, several of the long-eared creatures were defeated before the kid could even do anything. One of the goblins fell to the ground with a clatter, and the brave man did not take his cold-blooded gaze off him while he did so. A wooden baton was stuck into the back of the vile monster, whose conceit exceeded a high level. The protagonist gained a pretty decent amount of experience points for the short fight. After correcting his wrist, he said that the higher the level of the opponent, the more experience points could be earned, but the weapon was too fragile. The assistant continued to admire the master who wielded the baton as if his level was a bit higher and defeated 3 enemies at once. The deeper the fighters went, the higher the levels and number of goblins. But Tsuyoshi's strength made their numbers irrelevant. The enthusiastic beauty continued to cheer on her comrade, who was putting on a great performance. Daredevil didn't expect the bonus points in this world to be so low, making the strength grow much faster. When he worked as a scavenger, the heroes complained about the kobold experience, and furthermore, the Alliance demanded that a team be assembled to descend into the dungeon. He recalled talk of the guild taking everything for themselves, and his comrades had thoughts of joining it. In the new world, the hero will be able to earn experience, which is given for killing local monsters, and the level increased much faster. The confident fighter realized that at this rate he would have to fight the boss. Not far away was indeed a mysterious creature with red eyes hiding in the shadows. Peeking out from behind a rock, a tense Tsukishiro wondered if it was really the goblin boss. A huge entity with something like wooden roots in the form of hair was actively showing its aggression. The worried blue-eyed girl said that, unfortunately, the boss in question was possessed by darkness, which sounded alarming. A surprised Tsuyoshi immediately wondered if this place had the same darkness that existed in his world as well. He noticed that the dark goblin looked just like the one that had killed his father and mother, and the lady had said that because of the darkness, the boss's power was increasing exponentially. The tense girl added that darkness not only has power, but its very existence is shrouded in mystery, so she decided to deal with the boss. But the determined hero firmly stated that he would deal with the goblin with his own hands either now or in the future. The youngster made a promise to himself that with his own hands he would kill all those who had killed his parents, after which he threw himself into the fight with a baton. The fierce daredevil harbored an incredible hatred for the darkness that had ruined his young sister Karina's life. His eyes showed only anger and a desire to avenge his family, and his assistant didn't even bother to interrupt him. Immediately, the protagonist was dealt an incredibly concussive blow to the back of the goblin, who was dumbfounded by what had happened. But immediately the young man was thrown aside, though he did a good amount of damage for a first strike. Afterward, while still conscious, he ducked face first into the stone floor, and his vestment tore during the fight. The event-weary fighter was in a lot of pain, and it was much harder to get up now. The vile creature took its chance and stuck out its drooling tongue to finally finish off its opponent. The dark goblin had no intention of stopping, and his long, stinking organ was rapidly heading toward the young man lying on the ground. At the last moment, a helper who was loyal to her master came to the rescue and swung his sword at the monster. Rising to his feet, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro told himself firmly that he would not allow the creature that had taken his parents' lives to kill him as well. His gaze became filled with rage again in a moment, and his absolute physical form was activated. The veiny fist was tremendously clenched, an act of intense preparation for the final chord. The muscular brave then attempted to right his wrist, which had suffered a bit of damage during the bout. The system asked the protagonist to be careful as the force centered with his right arm, which was incredibly tense. With anger in his heart and eyes, the daredevil rushed into the attack with his bare fist, on which veins protruded from the strain. The fearless warrior shouted that if he did not possess a weapon at the moment, his body would become one. His back and the rest of his muscles had increased in size several times over, and he was eager to avenge his parents as soon as possible. The goblin boss tried to kick in every way possible, but the incredibly powerful punch was already out of reach. Without any hesitation, Tsukishiro struck the monster with his right fist, a health bar that immediately dropped to 0. The surprised blue-eyed girl covered her face against the wind, confident that the master could handle all adversity. The warrior himself watched the violent explosion that he himself had triggered by massacring the goblin. The remains of the huge creature were lying on the ground, but it was no longer showing any signs of life. A warrior whose level had risen to level 4 was emanating a huge amount of sweat and declared that he would exterminate all darkness. The worried assistant turned her attention to the wounded arm of a comrade for whom she was very worried. The system notified the hero that his arm was severely wounded and there was a threat of necrosis, whereupon he realized that he had used too much power. Also, it was implied that since he concentrated the power in his right hand, it wouldn't be able to withstand the energy load. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro fainted and began to fall, which caused the pink-haired charmer to worry. The girl immediately put his head in her lap and reached into the first aid kit to administer first aid. An hour later, you could watch the cute sight of 2 bats playing nicely with each other. The surprised daredevil rose abruptly and said that he felt much better, which made the beauty feel warmer at heart. The youngster noticed that recovery was slower but more efficient in this world, and suggested that the history of this world's pharmacology was very ancient. He then got to his feet and said he felt much better, and the aide was very happy that the medication had helped him. After that, the charming madam said that in that case, it was time for them to head off to collect their reward. The dodger began to dance forward, admitting that he had completely forgotten about it, and the body of a huge goblin was left behind them. The fighter was soon notified that instead of a partial reward, he would receive a full reward because he broke the record by defeating the cave boss. Suddenly, his delightful partner saw a treasure chest of darkness ahead that was hard to find even at auctions. A delighted Tsuyoshi immediately approached the precious chest and made sure that in this beautiful world, his labors had paid off. Without thinking long, the guy opened the chest, from which he got a dark goblin kit that his assistant said would come in handy. After that, the young man closed the chest and thought about something, as if a logical chain had formed in his head. He only had one space left in his inventory, and the system asked if he wanted to place the chest in a free slot. The determined guy immediately chose the positive option because he wanted to see if the set would take up one slot when placed in his inventory. The Dark Goblin kit had been successfully added, and now the young man could use it at any time, which pleased him. The pink-haired beauty noticed the master's strange smile and wondered what had happened. Tsukishiro replied that he was just admiring the award and asked if she could sew, and the lady replied that she had been sewing clothes for herself since she was a child. Afterward, the young people sat down on the green grass, and under the moonlight, the charming girl began to sew the necessary clothes. After a short period of time, the blue-eyed girl finished sewing the tank top for the master, who said it looked great. He immediately put on a new robe that looked good on him, and the assistant said she was glad to serve him. The fighter racked his brain and said that they should stop here for the night to rest, while realizing that he could already return to his world. In the morning, the daredevil returned home and plopped into his favorite soft bed, where he deserved a bit of a beating. The young men struggled to find a place to sleep, and Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro had to wait until his companion fell asleep to return. This time the kid got a lot of useful stuff, which was already a small reason to be proud. That being said, he realized that he could not stop time in this world and decided that he needed to get some sleep and would head to the cave the next day. The next day, the system asked the protagonist if he wanted to wear the Dark Goblin set from his inventory. Without thinking long, the daredevil chose a positive answer, expecting a change, which immediately occurred. The set's special skills included roaring tentacles, which when activated, cause enemies to let out a loud scream while frozen in place. Fully clad in the outfit, the brave man called the fact that such skills existed unbelievable. As he adjusted the rest of the wristbands, he realized it would be quite fun, but he also couldn't show off the costume to the other heroes. Unfortunately, the heroes were killing each other to steal equipment, so putting themselves at risk was a fool's errand. Also, the shrewd fighter realized that they would definitely suspect something if they saw a newcomer wearing such a costume. Suddenly, the system alerted that the gear could be disguised as normal clothing and asked if the youngster wanted to do so. The kid immediately agreed, as she thought it was a great offer, and it didn't take long to get a reaction. Then a happy Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro remembered that there were a few minutes left before the meeting and decided to have a little snack. Suddenly, his cell phone, which had been bought a little earlier, rang loudly in his pocket. The hero was dumbfounded when he heard the words of a frightened nurse that the hospital was broken into by people to whom they owed Karina and stole her. The worried young man didn't understand what was wrong. After all, he was the one who had taken out a loan to pay for his sister's hospital bills and had paid everything on time. He asked the nurse not to let the creeps touch the maiden, but she only asked him to come soon, whereupon the guy crushed the phone in his hand. His eyes and heart filled with anger with each passing second more and more, because no one had the right to touch Karina. The hidden outfit was on Tsukishiro, who briefly went to the hospital to deal with everything. Meanwhile, the terrified girl was bullied by the bandits, whom she begged not to hurt her. One of the scoundrels said her brother had pawned money to them and hadn't given the deadline, so they would take her away. They only agreed to lend the kid money because the boss liked the girl, who would have value on the black market. A crying Karina cried out that there was no way her brother would have signed such a contract and accused them of fraud. The bandits said they weren't interested in her brother's measly payments and asked when he was going to pay back the principal. The creep then grabbed the girl's face, telling her that if she agreed nicely, they would spare her. But there was the other side of the coin, where a not-so-good outcome awaited her in case of rejection, thus pleasing the creditors. Strange footsteps could be heard outside the door to the ward at one point, but no one paid attention. The door to the room was suddenly shattered to shreds by Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who had come to straighten out his sister's abusers. Fueled by a desire for revenge, the brave man said the scoundrels can prepare for a not-so-good outcome for themselves. He was holding a crumpled door in his hands, while still being equipped in the Dark Goblin kit with the Roaring Tentacles skill. Sitting in the chair, Karina was very excited, but the appearance of her favorite brother calmed her down a bit. The chief creditor smilingly turned his attention to the debtor, who had appeared and whom they hadn't seen in a long time. The scoundrel asked why the kid was angry and why he even wanted such a pathetic sister who couldn't even walk. Suddenly, the chatterer missed a punch to the jaw, causing him to lose a tooth and his glasses, which shattered in two. The creditor had pissed off the cold-blooded hero so badly that he flew after the lost tooth. By his actions, the young man increased the physical strength of his legs. Thanks to everything, the speed of movement increased. Derzila, meanwhile, fell to the ground with a clatter, pulling the items on the table with him. A bald henchman immediately interceded for his boss, who, despite his size, jumped at the young man. The browbeaten type took a sharp swing at Tsukishiro, viciously calling him ugly, but didn't scare his opponent at all with it. The warrior's eyes showed only rage and a desire for revenge for the sister they had dared to bully. Suddenly, the bald-headed man's arm was intercepted, and he howled in pain, but he couldn't pull it back. Daredevil abruptly twisted the arm of his assailant, who immediately fell to his knees, suffering agonizingly more. The angry ringleader of the creditors started slinging mud at his opponent, saying he had never been defeated before. After that, he immediately pulled out a combat pistol and asked if the boy really wanted to defeat the Blue Snake Gang. The irascible underdog immediately opened fire with his pistol, while his bodyguard tried to calm him down. The already frightened Karina was very worried about her brother Tomorrow, who was in the very epicenter of danger. The steel bullet swiftly flew towards Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who was standing still and didn't even raise an eyebrow. Suddenly, the daredevil intercepted a bullet that only slightly burned the inside of his palm. What she saw amazed the blue-eyed little sister, who had not expected to see such abilities from her sibling. Dumbfounded were the bandits who witnessed the kid catch a bullet with his bare hands. It was all about the fact that the physical strength of the daredevil's hands had been increased, and now they were not susceptible to normal weapons. The fighter himself reminded him that he was a hero, and the trio of terrified bandits embraced each other, looking at him shudderingly. A concerned nurse, meanwhile, ran with police, saying unidentified men broke into the room and began threatening the patient and her brother. Suddenly, they see the creditor politely asking Tsuyoshi to repay the debt, threatening that otherwise their boss will not stay away. The beaten bandit then smilingly apologized for the disturbance, and the three of them began to remove themselves from the room. The polite trio told the nurse they were leaving, and the woman looked at them with some bewilderment. The ringleader decided that they needed to report to the boss that the debtor had become a hero, because he was a 10-level warrior, so they would easily destroy the kid. Surviving the horror, Karina made sure the creditors were gone, and her older brother apologized for rarely checking in on her. The guy said he'd been dealing with debt all this time, but now he was a hero and had nothing to worry about, which dumbfounded his sister. The surprised girl asked if this was true, and the young man replied that he would be officially recognized when he went down into the cave today. He also realized that he would have to sell all the hero equipment because he had borrowed $60,000 from the Blue Snake Gang for his sister's treatment. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro was sure that today the hard times would end because he would officially become a hero. After a while, all the potential heroes whose trainer was a level 9 warrior, Gaia, gathered in the clearing. The mentor said that first they would have to turn over to him all the hero gear they would find in the cave. Brave knew that the Heroes Alliance would simply turn a blind eye to such things, but realized that there was nothing of value in the low-level cave anyway. Then the confident coach said that he was going to go with them, so they should just follow directions and everything would be fine. The calculating man also added that as a thank you for his labor, they should pay him 20,000 yen each. Having told all the information, he asked if the people understood him, and everyone present realized that they had nowhere to go. Unhappy with this kind of looting, Tsuyoshi asked why they should pay him if he was going to get all the equipment from the cave as it was. The bespectacled man behind advised silence, saying that Gaia was from the Crazy Wolves Guild, and the hero realized that the insolent man had his back, which is why he was so confident. Still, the young man wasn't going to pay such a man, and the gray-haired man said it was his rules. The insolent man said the kid could take the test alone if he didn't have money, and he didn't care about his provocations. The others were puzzled by what they heard, and even the strongest heroes would not go into the cave alone, and also thought the young man a fool for arguing. Suddenly, the daredevil declared that he would be tested alone, which amazed his companions standing next to him. He began kneading his hands, and the anxious event monitor asked to be allowed to do the inspection. The concerned man said that no one had ever taken the test alone before, and the novice cave was incredibly dangerous. But the guy replied that he had already made up his mind. Someone wished good luck to the brave man who had already entered the portal with 1 foot, and the shivering checker thought he was crazy. Soon, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro's application to take the test alone was confirmed, and he found himself alone in a strange forest. The interested kid had previously only seen the caves after the hero's sweep, but now he recognized what they looked like. Suddenly, he heard a strange approaching sound behind his back, and an unknown creature was rushing towards him. Behind him was a dark goblin who was slyly sneaking up from his back and managed to swing his club sharply. The fierce level 4 warrior instantly turned around, saying that surprise attacks didn't work on him. With a sharp blow to the arm, the ruthless fighter knocked the baton out of his opponent's hands, putting him in an awkward position. A strong blow was struck to the chest of the enemy, after which the long-eared man was unable to resist. The ruthless Tsuyoshi recognized that the goblin was quite strong, but compared to his power, he was insignificant. The young man knew that the experience gained from victory in this world was different from that in the other world, and it was no wonder it took so long for heroes to level up. Then, remaining fearless, he asked the goblins not to hide and attack, and immediately a whole pack of long-eared men rushed at him. Daredevil immediately used the Dark Goblin's kit and donned the equipment, eager to start fighting. Immediately, the roaring tentacles he was waving around while in a rage were activated. The monsters couldn't resist the long, slippery paws, but there was no turning back, and something had to be done. The hero himself asked them to attack and continued to scatter the goblins into the bushes, not even thinking of mercy. The tense researcher soon said it had been almost an hour, and if the guy lasted that long, everything was going well. He said that newspapers would soon be writing about this intrepid newcomer, for no one in his right mind had ever taken the test alone. Suddenly, the results of the single test were updated, and it was said that Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro passed it. Coming out of the portal, the exhausted hero first asked the man where he could take a shower. Gaia soon emerged from the portal, telling the others that if it wasn't for him, they would have all been left to rot there before they could do anything. One of the fighters recalled that he himself had asked them to stay out of the way and hadn't even given any instructions, and a comrade asked him to be glad he'd passed the test at all. Mentor reminded him that at this level they should pay him 40,000 in the first place, but he lowered the price so he wouldn't have to listen to their whining. Afterwards, he radioed that he was busy and asked to get to the point. But there was something I didn't expect to hear at all. The gray-haired man's face changed when he learned that the kid he thought was nothing had passed the test all by himself. Just then, he visited the main character who was washing his face and asked how he did it if he was only at level 4. A tense Gaia asked if the kid had used high-level equipment, since none of the newcomers had taken the test on their own. The guy fixed his wet hair, saying that maybe it was because otherwise he would have had to give up 20,000. These words pissed off the mentor, who grabbed him by his jersey and introduced himself as a member of the Crazy Wolves Guild, asking him to answer the question. The unperturbed Tsuyoshi pointed out that their guild wasn't that strong, as the man was only level 9 and had a combat power of 1,200 points. With his remarks, he made the master even angrier, who gathered energy in his fist about to charge the chatterer in the teeth. Suddenly, his hand was stopped by the young man, who still remained fearless. The stern fighter asked if the man really wanted to beat him to death with his pathetic level 9 fists. The astonished Gaia couldn't believe that such speed and power could be possessed by a level 4 boy. After that, the youngster abruptly let go of the long-haired mentor's hand, who couldn't even find the words to express everything to him. Behind his back, the wily trainer held a sharp sword because he knew things could go wrong. A worried Tsukishiro asked the man to calm down, as he had not at all expected the situation to take such a turn. The ruthless coach swung a dagger at him and asked him to answer the question of what the kid was hiding. Immediately, there was a blow to the youngster's arm, who had the protective effects of being recruited into a goblin working, and the sheer physicality helped. The bewildered Gaia was confused even more when he saw his cold weapon break against the daredevil's arm. He then immediately asked if the boy was hiding some equipment and assumed it was high-level armor. A tense Tsuyoshi realized that he had accidentally revealed the ability, even though he knew he shouldn't reveal his secret to people from this world. The fearfully laughing coach asked what he was hiding and assumed it was probably something good found in the cave. The sweating kid decided to use his acting skills and started saying he was very scared. He continued sobbing, saying that without that dagger, there was definitely no way he would have survived without it, and Gaia looked at him bewildered. Suddenly, the test monitor came into the clearing and apologized for their wait. The polite man held out a certificate to Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who was now officially recognized as a hero. The boy considered the inspector his savior because he was sure that the gray-haired man would not make a scene in front of the staff. The calculating mentor looked slyly after the departing youngster, realizing that this was a pretty big fish. The young man himself continued to walk forward in silence, thinking of his own, but at one moment he stopped. The system made his combat power much higher than a normal level 4 hero, but fighting high-level enemies was still difficult. After a while, Tsuyoshi lay in bed, thinking about the beast girl from the other world and the fact that he had caught Guy's attention, so it was worth being careful. It was late night outside, which was the perfect chance for the bandits to make their way down the dark hallway. The two unknown men stopped near the door they wanted and then began to break in. The Crazy Wolves Guild member asked his comrade to immobilize the enemy with magic when he broke the door. It was the wily Gaia who divulged that they would soon get the treasure that the secretive kid was hiding. His companion asked him to be quieter, for there was a risk that the young man would hear them and take action. The cunningly smiling mage said that first he had to break the chain with magical power, which he did. Then there was the use of flame, which was the first tool for breaking in front doors. Suddenly, the door was kicked open by a stern Tsuyoshi, who was eager to deal with the creeps who had come to his house. Looking angrily at one of the rascals, the brave man called him a swift brat and threatened to destroy him. He used a special skill, Heaven Shaker, and struck an incredibly powerful blow at the opponent. The tense youngster noticed that the difference in levels with the 10th level mage Gaia had brought was too high. Combat power is one metric for evaluating a hero's ability, but opponents can make up for its low score with their level. The protagonist thought it was like a low-level warrior fighting a weak high-level boss. The nervous fighter wondered if he should rush into battle, relying only on his skills and equipment, and he was well aware that if he failed, he was finished. The exasperated mage said he had strengthened the defenses of his cloak and threatened to beat the kid and take it all for himself. Immediately, fire was used, which the bald man directed at his opponent, not even thinking of mercy. Tsuyoshi tensed up because he was hot, since the suit was immune to magic, and he made sure to fight the goblin much easier. The maximally stressed fighter decided to rush out because he realized he would lose otherwise, and the mage and Gaia didn't expect that at all. Without hindsight, the protagonist spectacularly jumped out the window because the situation left him no other choice. He was aware that he would be able to land softly with the Dark Goblin's defense and decided to focus on improving his legs. Right in flight, the young man increased the physical strength of his legs, but the system asked him to remember that the rest of his body was now unprotected. Suddenly, a sturdy fighter appeared a few meters away from him with a decidedly unfriendly attitude. A 12th level Crazy Wolves Guild member attacked the brave, who immediately realized he was ambushed. The merciless fighter asked with a smile if it was true that the kid hadn't expected to see him, then swung two hands at him. With an incredibly powerful blow, the daredevil was thrown downward and fell to the pavement with a clatter, resulting in an explosion. During the fall, he increased his full body strength, but was hit by a knee because he had taken it out before, and with a goblin kit, he was able to reduce the damage. Guild members immediately ran up to the kid rising from his knees, one of whom asked if he was still alive. The mage immediately asked the kid what skill he was using when he attacked him, and how a beginner could do such a thing. The enraged level 4 warrior clenched his teeth tightly, saying in his mind that he was ready to kill them all. He immediately used the Dark Goblin kit equipment, as well as the special skill of roaring tentacles to start the performance. A multitude of long tentacles began to fly out in different directions, embarrassing the enemies but not panicking them. The warlock immediately used a restriction that forcibly slowed the low-level target for a second and a half. The situation greatly stressed Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who immediately felt that his opponent had stopped him. The enemies laughed, saying that even with such a skill at this level, the youngster had weaknesses, then rushed to attack him. Suddenly, the brave received a notification that the ring's recovery time was up, and the infinite passage was open, and considered it a salvation. Immediately, there was a powerful explosion, scattering the opponents in different directions. Because the young man was opened an endless passage, he shouted one last time that he would come back strong and defeat them, then realized in a cold sweat that he had managed to escape after all. The guy decided he needed to learn new skills, then turned to the adorable assistant sleeping next to him. From seeing the beauty of the lovely girl, blood instantly rushed from his nose, which he was unable to stop. The incredibly attractive beast girl was sleeping sweetly on the ground, occasionally turning on her other side. The beauty always smelled of the scent of cherry blossoms, which the appreciative Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro liked very much. Still, there was no time to enjoy it because we had to deal with Guy's bastard. The hero reminded himself that he had to deal with the problems in his world, and the first order of business was to come up with a plan to raise his levels and skills. In the morning, his delightful assistant woke up and said, stretching, that she had slept well for the first time in a long time. A smiling Tsuyoshi lied that he'd had a good night's sleep too, though he couldn't sleep, and asked the blue-eyed girl if she could make him another costume. Pretty Lady said that in order to learn new skills, you need to get a skill scroll. And to do that, you need to enroll in a martial arts academy. After a while, the young men reached the Beastman tribe where the very academy was, and ahead of them, they were already waiting. Zveraludin said that in order to enter, one must first reach level 6 and then pass the test, and added that right now Tsuyoshi couldn't join yet. Clad in a new t-shirt with an embroidered heart, the kid was discouraged because he didn't expect to hear a rejection. The guilt-ridden assistant apologized, making the excuse that she had been training in caves for a long time and didn't know such rules. The youngster said we needed to level up anyway, and the girl said he could do it in the cave. The evil goblin said that the beastman would not recognize this pathetic little thing and the mongrel it carries around. Belle thought it was her fault, for the master had been so kind to her that she had forgotten her place and thought she would give him more trouble by her presence. The saddened lady did not want to disturb the young man, so she made the decision to explain everything to him and say goodbye. The muscular fighter didn't approve of the ranting of the long-eared beast, who didn't even realize who he was messing with. Being embittered, he clenched his fist tightly and turned around, heading towards the scoundrel, which startled the companion. Daredevil immediately grabbed the bearded goblin by the collar, asking if I should rip out his tongue for the nonsense he was talking. The stern Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro told the underdog to apologize to his charming girlfriend right away. The beastman said that this girl is a half-beast that will allow them, and she doesn't even have a name. Now the protagonist has realized that his assistant is really a half-beast, and she has nothing at all. The orc asked the kid not to get cocky just because he was recognized by the king, and threatened to destroy him if he behaved disrespectfully. Eeyore then said that he would apologize to the girl if the guy passed the exam, but was sure that a mere human was incapable of doing so. The fearless warrior only stared silently into the eyes of the nervous beastman, still holding him by the collar. The cute blue-eyed girl was very worried about the master and said he shouldn't go for it because of her. At one point, the young man did let go of the perplexed man and began to gradually withdraw his hand to his body. Looking very seriously into the orc's eyes, the brave man said that this charming girl's name was Sakura and told him to memorize her name. His confidence drew admiration from the pretty maiden, who had not expected the master to give her such a beautiful name. Lastly, the confident fighter said that if he passed the test, the bearded man would apologize to the lady. Tsukishiro then put his arm around Sakura and told her they had to go, and she looked at him admiringly, remaining silent. On the way, the daredevil learned of the fox, who was a beast man, and confidently declared that he was ready to deal with him. Glowing with mental warmth, the beautiful girl asked the master why he had named her Sakura. Scratching the back of her head, the slightly uncomfortable protagonist asked if she didn't like the name. The concerned charmer immediately shrieked that she really liked the name, and it was about something else entirely. Bowing her head down, the shy cutie said she was just wondering how a guy chose a name like that. Shy Tsuyoshi said she always smelled like cherry blossoms, so he thought it was just right for her. Suddenly, the girl swooped down and hugged him tightly around the neck, which in a moment even startled the young man. She thanked her master profusely for the beautiful name she liked so much, and now proudly called herself Sakura. The awkward guy said it was nothing, and the cute girl continued to hug him with a smile. The daredevil then suggested that Sakura get into action, and they went to the cave so he could pump up his level. When asked if the maiden's dagger was suitable for the hero, he replied that it was a much stronger weapon than the goblin's club, though not of the same quality. Swinging the silver dagger, the nimble fellow said that compared to the hammer, any weapon seemed light. Ahead of the young men, hungry and bloodthirsty monsters whose eyes were red were already waiting for them. They were foxes, beastmen that you had to be wary of, were not smart and fast enough looking. Brave asked Sakura not to interfere because he wanted to gain experience, and she admired him calling her by her name. After that, without any hesitation, the cold-blooded fighter rushed into the attack, eager to try out his new dagger. The cute girl warned that this kind of beastman was cunning, so the master should not make any sudden moves. Swinging his silver blade, the warrior made sure that the foxes were indeed fast, but that didn't stop him. The bloodthirsty monsters continued to attack the kid in every possible way, but he gave them a decent fight back and did not stop even for a moment. In an instant, many small shards flew at the fighter, but he put his hand up in time, using his physical concentration, and reflected them. Now the brutes were not so confident in their abilities and froze in place at the reception they saw. The cold-blooded Tsukishiro said that with that level of combat power, they wouldn't even be able to touch him. The defense of a master whose low-level enemies were no match for him seemed incredible to Sakura. After all, he was the hero who raised the hammer. The protagonist kept moving from side to side, saying that against such enemies, speed was more important than strength, and he understood it perfectly. After finishing the fight, Tsuyoshi said that in this world, leveling up was fast, so there was no need to fight for resources to gain experience. The fighter also took into account that his enemies had maximum combat power, but they were only at level 12, and it was impossible to win with such a difference. The young man was obviously losing to them in level, so it will be very difficult to win in such a situation. The shrewd young man concluded that he should reduce the level difference with 4 skills. He told Sakura that they needed to upgrade him to level 6 one time, and firmly stated that he would bring that arrogant brute to his knees. After that, the young men continued forward and soon came upon a level 7 hungry dark fox. On the huge creature's back hung an equally huge steel sword that drew attention to itself. Tsukishiro was curious if he could get his hands on an opponent's sword that would be a perfect match for him. Getting excited about the idea, the youngster said the length and strength suited him perfectly, and the charmer asked if he wanted to take the weapon for himself. The master replied that he was just wondering if the sword could fall to him, and the lady said that most items could be obtained. She added that the rarity of the drop depends on the quality of the items, and it is better to fight until the desired items are obtained. The existence of a fallout probability made the system more understandable to Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. On the fox's back hung a black sword of cold light, which only had a 6% chance of falling out. The guy realized that getting the sword was going to be very difficult, which was a little frustrating because it would be perfect for him. Suddenly, the system alerted that the exchange system had been activated and he could now exchange items by fulfilling certain conditions. The young man realized that he still had much to learn, but right now, only the scroll was available for him to exchange. The scroll increased the chance of all items falling out by 30% within a minute, and it could already be exchanged. The astute Tsukishiro came to the conclusion that the number of enemies defeated counts in both worlds. Just then, the young warrior realized that if he exchanged 3 pieces at once, the probability of falling out would increase to 96%. His heart was filled with joy, for he was now certain that in such a case the sword would fall to him instantly. At the same minute, the 3 scrolls were exchanged and the conditions were met, and now the youngster had no items to exchange. The confident fighter told Sakura that he would become even stronger and it was time to go for the sword. And the admiring madam was crazy about his courage. Clutching the silver blade in his hands, the warrior asked his companion to focus and asked what to do next. The red eyes of the hungry fox reflected in the silhouette of the daredevil who had dashed headlong into the attack. The bloodthirsty creature immediately opened its mouth wide, snarling loudly at the enemy who thought he was no one. Immediately, the large creature swung a black sword of cold light, but the agile man managed to bounce aside and survive as always. At the same time, the brown-eyed man felt the fact that the weapon had a cold effect, which was quite unpleasant. Sakura said that the fox weapon has an effect that slows movement and reduces stamina. At the same time, she added that the monster is afraid of fire, and if you add fire oil on the weapon, it will become more effective. The hero took her advice using a mixture of tar and combustible ash, which gave the weapon fiery properties and ignited. After gathering his thoughts, the daredevil threw himself into the fight again, but with greater efficiency, which frightened the enemy. At the same minute, a powerful blow was struck, which incredibly angered the dark fox, who still remained unharmed. Believing in her master, Sakura said that the fox's weak spots were the armpits and neck, and advised her to aim there. The young man was attentive to her words and thought everything through, then rushed to attack the monster again. This time, the accurate strike came to the left armpit of the big monster, which failed to reflect it. The tormented fox cried out loudly, and his health bar decreased slightly, but he was still on his feet. The system has been notified that while attacking an enemy's weaknesses, their status changes to coward, allowing them to deal double damage. The now interested Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro realized what this effect meant and continued onward. Looking at the dark forest frozen in place, he firmly cried out that he would take this advantage. The cute assistant said that it was even easier to defeat the enemy in this state, and advised the master to dodge in different directions to strike. Making an incredible effort, the fighter said he understood everything and thanked her for her valuable advice. He began to dash from side to side, striking at the monster, which was completely confused. At one point, the daredevil caught himself thinking that he would have died without Sakura's advice, so he owed a lot to her. After a few minutes, the exhausted dark fox was panting heavily, barely able to stand on his feet and unable to resist anything anymore. The ruthless Tsuyoshi prepared to deliver the final blow, aiming for the creature's neck on the advice of his assistant. 60% of the physical strength was concentrated in the hands, providing 200% of the recoil. Upon striking, the hero was notified that he had hit a weak spot and dealt triple damage, leaving the enemy severely depleted. An enthusiastic Sakura was proud of the master who, despite being low level, made this battle exciting. After that, the agile warrior with a silver dagger in his hands made another jump and said that it would soon be over. In flight, he used the Sky Shaker technique and struck at the monster's head, which was taken by surprise. The cute assistant began to jump for joy, saying that the warrior had shown himself to be very honorable during the battle. In his thoughts, Tsukishiro said that he liked the fight for its effectiveness and fast flow. The fighter almost forgot to use the scroll before dropping it, but he corrected that mistake, and the probability of dropping items increased to almost 100. Still, the lad managed to do so and watched intently, wanting the precious sword. In the end, the first weapon fell to him from the first weapon, and 3,000 experience points were gained. Even with absolute physical strength, Tsuyoshi remained susceptible to attacks, and he had also never seen such a strong weapon. Daredevil realized that he would defeat the Crazy Wolf trio with his sword and decided that he needed to reach the 6th level by dawn. Afterward, he asked Sakura where else he could level up because he wanted to do it as soon as possible. Belle replied that you could use a scroll of nullification that shortened the revival time of monsters in caves and dungeons. She said she had a few, but suggested taking a break first, adding that she had healing potions. Soon the partners made their way outside where a scroll was used, thanks to which the cave immediately zeroed in. Throwing the black sword of cold light on his back, the battle-hungry warrior said that he couldn't wait any longer. Also, Sakura said that some weapons have special effects to increase strength. Meanwhile, the hero was fighting a dark fox. He remembered the king's hammer in his inventory, but right now he could only use it at full strength for 1 second. But if he increased the time, he would become invincible. The second boss fight started already not so confident from the opponent's side, because the fox was even trembling a bit. Daredevil asked the monster what was wrong with him and added that he had already defeated his kin and reached level 5. After that, a series of zeroing scroll applications began, which allowed you to collect an unlimited amount of experience. After another use of the scroll, the saddened dark fox gave up the sword himself, which looked very unusual. A sweating Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro said he was almost done, then rushed forward to make one last dash. With a sharp swing of his black sword, he took the lives of several more monsters, thus finally raising his level. Standing on the mountain of bodies, the fighter said that he had regenerated his stamina several times overnight and had probably already collected a full set of fox beastmen. With a stern glare, he added that he could now take revenge on the offending martial arts academy members. The two beastmen, sitting around the fire, were discussing the fact that the protagonist wouldn't be able to join the academy even if he reached level 6. Suddenly alarmed, the bearded goblin turned his attention to a male voice that addressed them. It was the confident Tsukishiro who called it a challenge that he had already reached the 6th level. With his appearance, he dumbfounded the beastman, who couldn't believe that the guy had increased his level in just a day. The warrior in armor asked to wake up the examiner, saying they weren't going to wait until tomorrow, and told him to prepare the changes for Sakura. After only a few minutes, a large beastman came in and asked what was wrong, and advised him not to waste his time. Daredevil said he met the conditions and wanted to get new skills from the vault, which he had every right to do. The orc said that the lad wanted a lot, for even level 6 was no guarantee of passing the test, and the excited companion whispered something in his ear. The big guy was dumbfounded to learn that the kid had leveled up from level 4 to level 6 in just a day. Tsuyoshi once again said that if he passed the exam, the bearded man would apologize to Sakura, and he asked how the kid got so much confidence. The elder beastman said that passing the test by an ordinary human sounds like a joke to their people. The head of the academy, on the other hand, said that since the youngster had reached the 6th level, they couldn't deny him. It was also said that by passing the tests, the young warrior would be entitled to use the skill vault of their academy. According to him, the test was quite simple because all you had to do was crack a stone slab with a single blow. Not taking such a challenge seriously, the brown-eyed fighter asked if that was all that was required of him. The bearded orc realized that the head had decided to test the man with a magic stone that even a 10th level warrior would have trouble cracking. The leader said that it was easy for a beastman to do this, since you had to crack the stone with one blow, and decided to demonstrate it. He was sure the kid wouldn't even make a scratch. And though it was different with a regular stone, there was no other choice for such an annoying person. The first thing the big guy did was to gather his strength in a fist, because even he, being at the 20th level, should give his best. Afterward, a rather heavy blow was struck, resulting in a small crack in the stone slab. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the head smiled and said that they would now see if Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro could handle it. The serious fighter didn't throw words around and decided to give it a try, and Sakura, who believed in him, wished him luck. Due to his physical form, the hero could slightly surpass the power expected at his level, and decided to increase the strength of his punch and fist. The transformation took only a few seconds, and soon enough, incredible power was gathered in the warrior's hand. The absolute physical power had been activated, and now 50% of it was concentrated in his right hand. The Academy had reiterated that it was very easy for beastmen, but it was completely different for weaklings. The focused Tsukishiro paid no attention to the empty words and prepared to demonstrate his strength. The leader was sure that the juvenile weakling wouldn't even leave a scratch on the slab, but he suddenly fell silent. The brave was struck incredibly hard on the measuring stone, which shattered into pieces. The beastmen, who were speechless from shock, looked at this with their mouths open and couldn't believe their eyes. They had to close their eyes to protect themselves from flying shrapnel that wasn't even supposed to be there. Scratching the back of his head, a pensive Tsuyoshi admitted that he had overdone it, but he thought it would be much harder. A delighted Sakura said that the master would now be able to enter the skill vault, which was her wish. The bewildered orc asked the head if he'd seen it, and both of them couldn't believe the kid had cracked the magical stone with a single blow. The protagonist looked at the leader and asked if it was true that he had passed the Academy's testing after all. Sweating with nerves, the ogre said he didn't look when the guy did, and claimed the test was a failure. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the young man, who maintained his restraint, inquired as to the ordeal that now awaited him. The exasperated Ambo said in raised tones that they were now moving on to the iron bar test. In this test, the contestant must bend an extremely dense iron bar, and the head knew that even a warrior would need to use explosive force. Using absolute physical strength, Tsukishiro effortlessly bent the bar, thus shocking the big guy. The orc went on to say that if the kid could last at least 10 seconds against their strongest warrior, then he would pass the test. He was sure the kid would definitely lose now, but their strongest fighter was thrown over his hip in the first second. With a stern look at the head of the academy, the daredevil said that he had already passed 3 tests and proposed to end it there. The bewildered leader recognized this, and the bearded orc didn't understand what kind of powerful man this was. After that, the eager young man let Sakura down behind him, telling the bearded man to apologize to her for his words. Although it was embarrassing for Eeyore to do so, but he still said that a beastman warrior would always keep his word. Kneeling down, the Ambo apologized to the lovely girl and admitted that he regretted what he had said in her direction. Feeling uncomfortable, the damsel said she didn't think this kind of relationship was abnormal and asked him not to worry. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, on the other hand, said that the beastman owed her an apology and asked her to just accept the apology. After calming down, the charmer didn't bother to cross the master and agreed to do it with a smile on her face. Proudly squaring her shoulders, the blue-eyed girl said confidently, accepting the bearded ogre's apology. Soon they traveled to the skill vault, before entering which the head said that only 1 skill scroll could be taken at a time. The light-hearted youngster thought it was foolishness, while the serious leader clearly said that their academy had strict rules. The head added that the kid had 3 minutes to find the skill scroll, and if he didn't make it in time, he would be forcibly expelled. The rules weren't quite clear to the green fighter, and the big guy said that the martial arts academy was the face of this land. He added that to protect the vault, the strongest mages had placed barriers and seals on the place. A thoughtful Tsuyoshi admitted that it was more difficult than he thought, and Sakura said she'd heard similar conditions were set in all honor academies. After that, the head said that the little guy could go if he understood everything, and told him not to even think about stealing the skill, because the barrier would immediately kick him out. He reminded him again that the kid only had 3 minutes, so he needed to pick a skill quickly and get away. The kid's eyes went in different directions, and after taking off his equipment, he started climbing around the different compartments looking for skills. The companion said it was her first time entering the scroll vault, and she had the impression as if the seal was fairly easy to break. Tsukishiro wanted to use absolute copying, but finding a worthwhile skill was difficult, and besides, he wasn't sure if his companion would understand him. To use the copy skill, you had to touch your hand to your opponent's heart and then select one of their skills. The serious young man decided to begin the process because he wanted to choose a skill to massacre the trio from the Crazy Wolf Guild. Holding the skill with both hands while being as focused as possible, he finally used the skill. Soon the information of the shield strike skill opened up, which dealt a strong blow to the target, causing dizziness and was suitable for warriors. That being said, such a skill wasn't even in Tsuyoshi's possession, and Sakura said she didn't need the skill and asked to be allowed to show her something. It was an assault step skill for shooters, moving the wielder 5 paces a chosen location to dodge enemy attacks. The girl also showed a battle cry technique for the warriors that helped make a roaring sound to inspire the allies, but the hero didn't care about that. The nervous youngster began to dig in faster because there were only 2 minutes left, and the assistant asked what about the counterattack skill. The counterattack reflected status effects over a period of time, so the warrior found it useful. After looking through the rest of the scrolls she had found, a thoughtful Sakura said that none of them were suitable for a master. With only a minute to go, the nervous hero still hadn't chosen anything, and remembered that you could only watch a skill by breaking the seal. At one point, he asked the lady if she had any energy potions left, and asked her to hide behind something solid. The excited damsel followed the request of the master, in whom she was 100% sure. Daredevil used a powerful charge that could help him unlock skills and view them. Standing outside, the head of the academy suddenly paid attention to the strange things happening before his eyes. Energy waves began to surge directly from the vault and did not die down for several minutes. The shrewd fighter decided to destroy all the seals at once, which was the only way out of his situation. Even the charming assistant was dumbfounded by the power of the master, who never ceased to amaze her with his actions. Due to the lack of experience, the power of the divine hammer could not be activated, and there was only a second to use it, which was enough for the warrior. He was making incredible efforts to achieve his goal, which was visible even from outside the academy's vault. The dumbfounded head couldn't believe that it was actually the strength of the person who had stepped inside. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro's eyes were terrifyingly red at that moment, and he himself was holding the hilt of the divine hammer tightly. A slightly alarmed Sakura said in thought that there was no way she would have believed it without seeing the incredible phenomenon with her own eyes. The power of the hammer was successfully activated, and the brave man immediately shrieked that he would break all the seals at once and hit the floor with all his might. At the top of the vault tower was a blinding blue light that made the academy leader have to cover his face with his hands. A few minutes later, the hero fell to his knees, exhausted after a lot of effort. Energy waves were spread everywhere in the vault, which became his main weapon in this case. On the wooden shelves were blank skill scrolls which could now be easily viewed. None of the scrolls now bore seals, signaling the success of the warrior's actions. The assistant who came out from behind cover was very surprised to see that all the seals had instantly broken. The power of the divine hammer was deactivated, and the youngster with only 50 seconds left realized that he had done it. Tsukishiro finally saw the information about the scrolls, which was precious to him in this situation. Surprised and slightly worried silently, Sakura watched the master, who was exhausted by everything that had happened. The girl realized that his brain wouldn't be able to handle that much information at once and asked him to stop, but it was too late. The tense fighter's head was boiling, but he tolerated it, eager to get the skill that suited him best. There were 40 seconds left, but everything offered was not enough because the young man needed the strongest skill. In an instant, his attention was drawn to a glittering scroll of lightning, which seemed tempting. The kid realized that this could be a precious opportunity that couldn't be missed. There was only half a minute left, which made Sakura nervous, who yelled to the master that they didn't have much time. The maximally tense fighter suddenly ordered his assistant to fetch him a third scroll from the top shelf. The nimble maiden immediately rushed to carry out the order while her supervisor took in the flow of information. When there were only 20 seconds left, the girl successfully reached the top shelf and pulled out the scroll she needed. She was somewhat alarmed that the scroll was split, and she considered it such and such a mistake. As a rule, such scrolls had incomplete power, and to get this skill, one would need to collect the remaining fragments. The anxious assistant asked if the young man was sure of his actions, because it was a damaged object. She also said it was time to get out of here, as there were only 10 seconds left, but the daredevil wasn't alarmed by that. Scylla concentrated half his strength in his legs, then took the beauty in his arms and said he would get out on his own. Still standing outside, the guild leader said there were 5 seconds left and concluded that the guy couldn't find the scroll. A copious amount of sweat ran down his face as he began to give the countdown. Suddenly, the sealed vault door began to gradually collapse, but the ambo kept counting down. Another second later, there was a massive explosion that triggered a strong wave, but the leader managed to stay on his feet. From behind the thick smoke came the brave Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who was carrying his faithful and devoted Sakura in his arms. He then lowered the girl, who gently held his hand, showing care and respect. Noticing the split scroll in the boy's hand, the head of the academy was very surprised. It was a thunder chain, a powerful magic skill that caused a strong electrical discharge that dealt damage. He said the skill can be divided into 6 pieces, 3 of which are nearby, but it is unrealistic to collect the rest without hints. It was also said that beastmen who had tried to master this skill in the past had died from being struck by lightning and their bodies exploded. A perplexed Tsukishiro wondered if they were picking up the remaining pieces for such an ending and realized that no one had mastered the skill yet. The bearded head of the academy said that there was still one person who had gotten this skill. 1,000 years ago, it was done by a divine king who also managed to lift the sacred hammer, leaving behind only this skill. Insolently picking his nose, the youngster asked what the king had done for such garbage, and the angry old man asked with a shout if he was mocking him. The old man added that although this skill was left behind by the king, no one had mastered it in 1,000 years, so it would become useless. Joyfully lifting the scroll up, the young man proudly exclaimed that it was perfect for him and told Sakura that it was time for them to go. The head mumbled that this was only the beginning, and whether he could find the remaining fragments and master the skill would depend on Tsuyoshi. He then turned to the pretty girl, whom he called a half-beast who had previously been sentenced to punishment. The charming lady turned to the old man, who was clearly unfriendly toward her based on his remarks. The stern leader asked how she could do this to her people, and was she really going to sacrifice this kid? This caused some anger in the beauty, who only defiantly replied to the grumpy old man, something none of his business. With that, the lady followed her companion, and the mutterer murmured softly that they would see how far she would go. The pretty maiden gently took the hand of the master, who was very kind to her and treated her with understanding. After a while, the hero tells Sakura that her healing potions are very effective, but they also taste terrible. Forcefully consuming the healing potions, he wondered what kind of nasty stuff she was making them out of. Turning to the silent companion, the young man asked if something was wrong, for she was acting rather strangely. Charming only smiled at the master, saying she was just a little tired, and the young man remained silent in response. The brown-eyed boy felt that the best moment might not come and decided to ask about something important. He remembered that Sakura was to be punished as well and wondered if it was because of her past that tensed the girl up. Also, the main character remembered very well that she was supposed to be next after him, but she was lucky. The vivacious madam suggested that we not talk about bad things and asked the master if he had studied the remaining scrolls. The confident warrior said that the Beastman Elder thought it was impossible, but he was fully prepared. Thunder Chain required a strong body, and it more than suited him. But now the young man couldn't wait to find the remaining fragment to test the skill. The cute blue-eyed girl said that was great and offered to go ahead and look for it. Stretching herself, she said that it was a beautiful day, suitable for a master-level upgrade. The fighter agreed with her, but had to do something first and use the infinity ring to open the passage. The passageway was activated and the young man smirked, promising himself that he would deal with that trio once he had mastered the skill. Shining his wiry arms, the brave man firmly reiterated his earlier promise to deal with the scoundrels. After only a few minutes, a passageway appeared in the normal world, signaling the return of Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. The warrior who had gained strength and experience was ready to take revenge on the scoundrels who had dared to attack him stealthily. After analyzing the details, the kid made the decision that he had to knock Guy down before he could attack. The warrior needed a weapon to activate the skill, and fortunately, he possessed a divine consciousness inventory. The marvelous invention was immediately activated, and the young man picked up the item he needed. Focused Tsukishiro armed himself with a black sword of cold light and began to count on a new skill. The angry bald mage didn't understand where the kid got the sword from, and the tongue-tied Gaius said he would take the valuable sword for himself. The third scoundrel of the gang said that we should first deal with the enemy and then divide the spoils. With a sharp swing of his powerful weapon, the imperturbable warrior said that the underdogs themselves had started this ridiculous war. The trio immediately rushed at him to attack without taking him seriously, while the guy took advantage of the skill. The surprised bald mage noticed the kid's powerful aura and wondered if he was really a warrior. The unyielding Tsuyoshi continued to swing his sword, directing the energy charge towards the attackers. His actions were completely incomprehensible to his enemies, who were now no longer so confident in their powers. Gaia's bewildered scum froze in place, looking at the very light charge of energy threatening their lives. A thunder chain was activated by the fearless fighter, which caused a strong lightning bolt from the sky that had the ability to ricochet. The entire trio was paralyzed and embittered at the brat, who suddenly before them could wield such magic. The ruthless strongman lowered his mighty sword as he had a chance to take a little break. The angry mage couldn't believe the kid had changed so much and made the decision that they needed to back off. One of the fighters asked the winner to sit them out, saying with a tremor in his voice that they were surrendering, but it wasn't that simple. That same hour, the cold-blooded Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro swung his hand and slapped him across his frightened face, making him scream in pain. Remaining as serious as possible, he asked not to be laughed at for thinking they would be just so forgiving. The paralyzed Gaius, who had come to a rage, reminded them that they were members of the Crazy Wolves Guild, and it was not a good idea to mess with them. The brave didn't care for his in vain threats and told his opponent to die in silence, then swung his sword. Only the bald-headed warlock was left alive, to whom it was clear that the young warrior realized he would be killed later if he let them get away. The restorative fighter turned his attention to him, intimidatingly saying that he would be next. The desperate mage asked with a shout, did his opponent really think he would let him just kill himself like that? Immediately, an explosive fruit flew towards the hero, which stuck to the target and exploded with tremendous power despite its small size. The young man was not confused and immediately set up his sturdy sword, to which the fruit still stuck, which was a bad sign. The tense sorcerer clenched his fist tightly, nervously shouting that an explosion was about to go off and the bastard would finally die here. A moment later, there was indeed an explosion, surviving the aftermath of which was impossible for a mere human. Gloating, the bald man said that he had bought the fruits for a fabulous amount of money, and even a level 12 hero would take a huge amount of damage from them. He also shouted that Tsukishiro was too inexperienced, but it was still too early to rejoice and relax. A human silhouette became visible from behind the dissipating smoke, and a loud choking cough could be heard. The nervous mage with veins protruding on his bald head couldn't believe that his opponent had managed to survive. The protagonist used a dark goblin suit and absolute physical strength, saying that he would have died immediately if he wasn't in better shape. His body was completely covered in protective gear, and his gaze was intimidating in its cold-bloodedness and malice. At the same hour, a sharp and high leap to the side was made, which frightened the shat upon the shivering sorcerer even more. Ignited by the idea of revenge on the scoundrels, the warrior saw the goal in front of him, and there were no obstacles in front of him. A moment later, a rumble could be heard, which was triggered by his not-so-soft landing. Remaining stern, the stately fighter asked if the brats thought he would let them go so easily. Relaxing his hand, Tsuyoshi said that they were members of the Crazy Wolves Guild, and the reason they fought was because of his low level. Looking at the motionless bodies of his opponents, the protagonist said that in this world, the weak are eaten alive. In the ruins, he suddenly saw a tantalizing brown pouch that was small in size. The lad immediately walked over to it and took it in his hands to examine it closely for its value. Inside lay a ring of dimensions that assigned storage space to the user, and the size itself depended on the level. The youngster was overjoyed with the measurement ring he had found, needing to infuse his mana into it to use it. He knew that it was impossible for a simple hero to find such a ring because it was almost impossible to get it, and the price was too high. After a couple seconds, the brave was very surprised, as the ring had only now activated, and noticed that it was the one that was brand new. Chuckling insidiously, the young warrior turned to the bodies of the trio and thanked them for such a marvelous item. Hero security soon arrived on the scene, but luckily Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro had already escaped. The calculating fighter was able to cover his tracks and take everything of value, so he was confident that they would not be able to prove his involvement. Guy's phone was pretty good, and the youngster had tied his information code to it, so it belonged to him now. Suddenly, there was a loud phone call, which startled the guy somewhat, causing the device to nearly fall to the pavement. Answering the call, the young man was particularly attentive, and as it turned out, it was a teacher calling him. Tsukishiro asked Lily's class teacher if something had happened, and only now realized that he should have notified her that he was leaving. The woman understood that the student had stopped attending school to earn money for his sister's treatment, but would not want him to drop out. The mysterious young man thanked the teacher, but said the problem was more than just money. The protagonist said he hated school with all his heart, remembering the bullying, and was sure Lily knew about it all. Concerned Madam understood everything perfectly well, but hoped that the boy could find a way out without dropping out of school. She promised to do something about the tuition and asked him to come to class tomorrow, because you can't work as a garbage man forever. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro was well aware that only teacher Lily had always worried about him, but she didn't know yet that he had become a hero. Barely holding back tears, my lady promised to be a support for Tsuyoshi and asked him not to drop out for the sake of herself and Karina. The boy thought he wouldn't go back to school again because he had no pleasant memories with it. But thanks to the teacher's words, he realized something. Now the brave man was a hero, not a weakling who was bullied by everyone, so the bullies will pay for what they did. Somewhere in the city office sat a stately man who said 3 fighters had been killed by an unknown warrior. Placing his ring-adorned hand on the table, he added that this stranger had additionally stolen his measurement ring. The possessor of 4 gold teeth said that this degenerate doesn't know that this ring has magic on it for tracking. This magic helped track the approximate location of the ring, and only a high-level mage is able to spot it. Looking at the tracking device, the man said in a gruff voice softly that he knew where the target was now. It was the head of the Crazy Wolves Guild, who angrily and firmly said that the enemy would pay for stealing from them. Firmly slapping his desk, he ordered his subordinates to bring him the thief, and the crowd of agents clearly understood the assignment. The next morning, Tsuyoshi was at school with Karina, where the girl said she could now walk, albeit slowly. What made the young man smile was that upon hearing about his school fees, his sister had persuaded him to take her along so as not to be a burden. Getting to school in a wheelchair was much more difficult, but her brother bought crutches in advance. But even with them, the girl could hardly walk. The sister cried, saying that her brother was spending too much on her, but she did not know that the money he had stolen from the trio of scoundrels had been spent. The young warrior realized that the measurement ring could not be sold, for it was very valuable to him as a hero. Seeing Karina's happy face, the guy realized that everything was not in vain, and with every smile she smiled, he became more and more convinced of it. He asked his little sister to walk slower and not to be late after school, promising to help her downstairs. A student in the hallway asked who the girl on crutches was, and her friend replied that it was Karina, who had lost the ability to walk due to the attack of darkness. Smiling evilly, the brunette called her a poor girl, and her classmates said that this girl was on the news and even the teachers know all about it. The mean lady said that such beggars are destined to die in slums, and the news channels only wasted their time on her. The red-headed friend asked Mina if she was going to bully Karina again, and added that the school authorities might find out about it. The wily girl reminded her that the last time she had persecuted her, no one had dared to open their mouths, and that would always be the case. She then said she had an appointment with a guy and started walking forward, with her companion following her. Meanwhile, the vice principal scolded Tsuyoshi, saying he should take his studies more seriously, but teacher Lily said she had already had a talk with him. The uncomfortable student scratched the back of his head and thanked the vice principal and teacher. The young man apologized for the inconvenience and began to leave with the teacher, who broached the subject of scheduling. In fact, the head teacher didn't care about this brat, and he was only thinking that he was perfect for the role of Lily's lover, which was interesting to him. The woman told Tsukishiro that she had deposited the money for his sister's tuition, and he apologized for bothering her and promised to pay it all back. The nice lady offered to discuss it later and said he'd better study for his exams, since he was entering his 3rd year. She also remarked that the young man looks much more awake and expressed her joy for him. The protagonist said he had been working hard lately and promised to meet the teacher's expectations. He wished he hadn't admitted to being a hero, but he had to be careful, as the guild problem was still unsolved. The class teacher asked the student to go to art class, and in the meantime, a strange butterfly was hiding in the corner of the ceiling. A bluish butterfly flew after the young man, who didn't even realize it was a tracking device. A few seconds later, the student entered the room he wanted, where the rest of the students were sitting. The local bully Raleigh, who sat defiantly with his legs tucked behind his desk, said he thought Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro had been expelled, but he still came back. Another bully suggested to a fellow student that he sugared the absentee in the restroom after school, thinking it was a great idea. Tossing the crumpled paper in his hands, the kid said that his wallet had dropped noticeably during the time the Turpie had been away. Afterward, a defiant Raleigh threw the paper at the young man, saying he was the reason he couldn't get off at karaoke. The brave man was writing down the outline in his notebook without touching anyone, but the hooligans were not going to give him any peace. The crumpled paper immediately flew at his back, but this time it was no longer a weakling sitting in the room. At the last moment, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro caught the flying object without even turning around, which looked astonishing. The incident somewhat alarmed and surprised the bullies, who did not expect this from someone they had previously bullied. For the first few seconds, the daredevil sat still looking forward, but at one point he decided to turn around. With a stern look at Raleigh's creep, he said in a calm tone that they would talk in the restroom after class. The bully pounded his fist on the table, saying that the kid had gotten cocky because they hadn't seen each other in a while and wanted to teach him a lesson. After the call, they went to the restroom, where they left a man at the entrance preventing outsiders from entering. The patched-up brute said he'd heard he dropped out of school, Tsuyoshi was a garbage man, and the guy didn't say anything back. Then the scoundrel said it was time to pay the bill, and his comrade with the protruding bangs told the kid to chase the money to them. The unperturbed protagonist calmly asked what would happen if they got rejected this time. The whole trio was discouraged to hear a statement from a kid who could only tolerate humiliation before. Blushing with anger, Raleigh threatened to beat him up, and his cronies waited for the signal to start beating up the target. With a sharp movement, both bullies swung at their opponent, who suddenly intercepted their hands, remaining cool-headed. Now Tsukishiro was convinced that he had become much stronger, and he was no longer afraid of the pathetic scum threatening him. He had lacked the courage to defend himself before, but now he was different, and the situation had fundamentally changed. Daredevil used divine eyes to familiarize himself with the stats of opponents who weren't even a threat. Suddenly, the lad pounced on the villains first, grabbing them by their clothes and pulling them towards him to strike. After that leg kick, he managed to push both of them aside without even giving them a chance to realize anything. Frozen in place, Raleigh watched the beating of his comrades in silence, not even knowing how to react to something like this. Both boys fell at his feet, and the bewildered bully himself had no idea what was even going on. He delved into memories where the weakling Tsukishiro was constantly beaten and mocked. It was incomprehensible to the guy how the tolerated man had become a completely different person who was now showing fearlessness. A short-cropped student suddenly ran into the restroom and excitedly shouted that the boss had come in and needed to run away. The disconsolate Raleigh began to leave with him, and the protagonist looked at them in silence. Before leaving, the bully looked angrily at the scoundrel who dared to beat up his buddies. Judging by the look on his face, the brave man realized that this man lacked action, and the bully himself began to help his friends to their feet. The young man was glad that the bullies retreated, because if he had used his absolute physical form, he would have simply killed them. Sitting in a wheelchair, Karina felt guilty for causing a lot of trouble for her friend Haru, but she was always willing to help. The polite classmate handed the girl a notebook, showing her warm regard for her. Suddenly, an object was thrown at the nice girl, and a woman's voice shouting told her to step back, saying she wanted to talk to the handicapped girl. Polite Haru told Mina that Karina couldn't walk right now, while the brunette threatened to punch her in the face if another word was said. After that, the female student fell silent, and the arrogant lady put her foot on the chair in front of Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro's sister. She said the invalid had been out of school for a long time, and because of that, she had one less slave to be responsible for. Trembling with excitement, Karina said that she just didn't have any money, and she didn't even know what those words would entail. Smirking, the wily lady asked if those expensive-looking crutches weren't worth good money. The anxious girl replied that they were very important to her, for her brother had worked hard to acquire them for her. If the words Mina heard, it was as if it had hit her, and her attentive red-headed friend was silently watching. The ill-intentioned madam realized at one point that without these crutches, the victim would not be able to walk. Karina confirmed that it was indeed true, and her vis-a-vis suddenly raised a seat, which looked rather strange. With a sharp movement, she boldly struck the disabled man who was caught off guard. The rest of the students in the class silently watched the bullying from Mina, who no one could find any control over. After correcting her glasses, the teacher said that class had started and asked everyone to be seated. The conniving lady told Karina not to dare ditch home after school because their conversation wasn't over yet. After that, the teacher asked everyone to open their notebooks, but the stressed-out girl didn't care anymore. She decided that she needed to make sure her brother didn't meet up with Mina and the others in the backyard, and then immediately run away afterward. In Tsuyoshi's class, meanwhile, the teacher said that class was over for the day, and she also asked the students to be careful on their way home. Everyone present rose from their chairs and expressed great gratitude to Lily, who did so reciprocally. The lady then asked the protagonist to come up to her for a moment, and he did not refuse her request. With a slight smirk on her face, she wondered if the young man was used to school after his long absence. The nice woman also asked if there was anything she could do to help him today, as he is having a very difficult time in this life. Shai replied that he was fine, and with a smile on his face, he thanked Lily's teacher. Madam asked to tell her immediately if anyone starts bullying him to avoid a repeat of the situation. The student confidently said he was fine and thanked the teacher again for showing concern. Lily realized she had disturbed him for nothing and expressed her joy for the fact that he was already settling in, and then let the boy go home. The boy waved after the woman and was alone with his thoughts, but not for long. Behind me was a bully who wanted to apologize for what happened in the bathroom and suggested we go somewhere to talk. The protagonist paid attention to the kid sweating from nerves, then still followed him. Chubati had him down the hall saying he'd like to apologize elsewhere, and the brave man didn't deny him the pleasure. As expected, it was all planned, because on the approach to the right place on the face of the scoundrel appeared a caustic smile. A man with a baton in his hand suddenly jumped out from around the corner and swung it at the unperturbed Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. The rumble of blows could be heard throughout the long hallway, indicating the success of the hooligan's plan. Chubati smilingly asked Raleigh not to overdo it, and proceeded to pound his victim with his fists with gusto. Indomitable used absolute physical strength and concentrated it in his hands, which greatly frightened the enemies. The asshole who had brought the lad to the quiet corner became very nervous, for the blow was abruptly stopped. Daredevil said he knew about their schemes, but didn't think they were such slow cockroaches. This was followed by a kick to the chest of the chubby kid, who was completely confused and frozen in place. The unbelievable pain made him scream at the top of his voice, and he wanted to take revenge for such an insolent blow. The guy immediately swung his fist at Tsuyoshi, who effortlessly dodged, remaining unharmed. The young man swung his fist again and hit the head of the fat man, who was gagging like the others. In the same instant, the fat man fell to the floor unconscious and foam spurted from his mouth in large quantities. The unperturbed fighter said in a calm tone that they had not learned their lesson and called the bullies losers. Still on his feet was a furious Raleigh, who swung his bat at his opponent, sending him to hell. The cold-blooded hero looked him in the eye, saying that if they weren't in school, he would have killed them. In an instant, the anxious red-haired lad caught himself losing the ability to move. He then felt very afraid of Tsuyoshi's Terpilu, and the brave man himself ordered him to fall asleep. That same hour, a good left hook was delivered to the kid's jaw, who dropped the bat out of surprise. A ruthless Tsukishiro told the trash lying on the floor that it was time for him to go after his sister, and added that the laws of the hero had saved him. In a serious tone, he said that a hero shouldn't kill civilians, no matter how much of a bastard you were. A struggling and panting Karina, meanwhile, was in the hallway leading to the backyard. The girl decided to flee from Mina through the back gate to stealthily reach the main entrance through the back door. There were steps at the bottom, which were very difficult for her to descend without help, causing her great anxiety. The pretty damsel began to exhale to calm herself down because she was very scared to go down. Suddenly, someone shoved her in the shoulder from behind, which the disabled girl couldn't resist. The large school backpack immediately slipped off her, and all the contents in it scattered in different directions. The girl fell face first into the mud and hurt her nose, from which a small trickle of blood immediately flowed. An unbalanced Mina began to gloat, asking if Karina really thought she could escape her through the back door. The arrogant lady smirked slyly and ordered the girl to remove her crutches, which looked expensive. Barely holding back her tears, the girl begged them to stop and not take the crutches away, for they were a gift from her brother. The upstart walked up to her and smiled evilly, asking if the damsel realized she couldn't run from them without crutches. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, meanwhile, stood at the back door where he waited for Karina, whose class said she had already left, but she wasn't there yet. Suddenly, a gentle female voice addressed him from behind, which the lad chose to immediately pay attention to. A concerned Haru asked if he was Karina's brother, then said they had agreed to go home together. She added that the hero's sister left through the back door and advised him to look for her there. Daredevil immediately went in search of his sister, catching glances from the students and wondering why she had gone out the back door. Keeping his mind cold, the young man came to the conclusion that something must have happened to the girl. The Daredevil also noticed that Haru was acting rather strangely, as if she was afraid of something. The sensible guy realized that in any case he had to find Karina, who could be in danger. Up ahead, he saw a staircase that led to the backyard and decided to head that way. Walking forward, the serious-looking Tsuyoshi wondered if his sister could have walked up those stairs herself. In an instant, the protagonist's face changed as he saw something below clutching his heart. A blood-stained and powerless Karina sat on the floor, her school supplies and crutches scattered around her. The cold-blooded fighter showed no emotion and only remained silent as he looked at the horrors ahead. He was soon seen by his blue-eyed sister fixing her hair, her face covered with many abrasions. Trying to put a smile on her face, the damsel asked her brother what he was doing here and tried in vain to get to her feet. The hero analyzed her injuries with a divine eye, where everything was sad, even though her sister said she fell down the stairs. The system wrote that the target's body showed multiple injuries, but the young man still pretended to believe her words. He could clearly visualize the picture of some ridiculous creature beating his sister mercilessly with his fists. The pretty girl said she was so stupid she couldn't even walk down the stairs by herself and apologized for her broken crutch. The serious-looking Tsuyoshi was still visualizing in his head the moments when someone was pinching and beating someone close to him in every possible way. Karina said she didn't want to cause trouble, but her brother and he began to silently gather her supplies into her backpack. The guy said they were family and asked if she was in pain, but the babe told him not to worry. The girl then asked what about the expensive crutches given by her brother, which unfortunately broke. The calm young man looked into his worried sister's eyes and said everything was fine. Still trembling with excitement, Sis immediately exhaled with relief, saying that she was very happy about it. After that, the caring brother threw Karina on top of him and carried her home on his own hump. Along the way, they silently enjoyed the mesmerizing sunset, thinking to each his own. At one point, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro remembered the horrible day when he carried the girl on his back in the same way. Remaining completely calm, he reminded Karina of that, saying that she had grown a lot since then. Perfectly remembering every moment of that terrible day, the brave man said it had been a long time ago. Sweet Sis said it was like yesterday, and added that from that day on they have always been inseparable. The youngster said he had since decided to become stronger to protect his sister, and although he was weak then, he was now a hero and would not let something like that happen again. Karina emphasized that he has always tried his best, so she doesn't want to be a burden to him. The guy reminded her once again that they were family and then asked her to wait a little while, promising he'd be back soon. He told his worried little sister that he had forgotten something, and she tried to calm down and not take it into her head. In reality, the rugged warrior went to school to get revenge on the abusers of his only loved one. Scumbag Mina, meanwhile, was telling her boyfriend that unfortunately she couldn't pick up the victim's crutches to push to someone. Billy asked her not to worry, promising that he would have the expensive crutches by tomorrow. The red-headed friend said that Karina's brother, Tsuyoshi, had just returned to school and had dropped out, rumored to be working as a garbage man. This elicited a laugh from the arrogant brunette who couldn't stand the beggar and her garbage man brother, who she was disgusted to study with. A friend said that the handicapped girl was quite popular before her injury and was liked by many guys in her class because she is smart, cute, and stylish. Listening intently to her stories, Billy said with a smile that he would like to see this cutie. His words immediately angered the Mina sitting next to him, who was jealous of the guy with the beggar. Curly moved closer to her, saying he was just kidding, and the lady told him to get the crutches from Karina and sell them afterward. None of the mindless ones even realized that there was a cold-blooded Tsukishiro standing near the door, who had heard all the conversations. Holding his backpack by one strap with his fingers, he entered the office to finally get even with the creeps. The trio of underdogs immediately took notice of the sound of footsteps and looked toward the door in bewilderment. The bewildered Billy immediately asked, shouting, "Who dared to come in here and disturb their peace?" Now the protagonist realized that they were the ones who beat up Karina, even though she said she fell down the stairs herself. The surprised red-headed dude immediately said it was a co-worker's brother, and the creepy Mina told the kid that his revenge came just in time. Curly asked if it was correct that this was the same garbage man Tsuyoshi had been told about. Crunching his fingers, the cocky clown asked if the daredevil, being a third year, had never heard of the great Billy. The absolutely calm fighter asked if it was correct that the Vestici had decided to push the sick girl down the stairs. A beaming Billy asked the garbage man if there was a problem and if he wanted to apologize. The black-haired mutt asked her boyfriend to explain things to the kid properly so she wouldn't have to waste her time. Curly asked how some garbage man dared to steal their precious time, but suddenly had a change in his face. Suddenly unperturbed, Tsukishiro grabbed the rogue's hand and twisted his finger, making him turn blue with pain. Billy, barely holding back tears of pain, looked down at his broken finger, crying out, asking how dare he do such a thing. Shocked, Mina and her red-haired friend couldn't believe that such a big guy had been taken down by some pathetic garbage man. With that, the oddly behaved warrior took a few steps back and grasped the doorknob. As he closed the door, the daredevil said he wouldn't let them escape, his eyes filling with a thirst for revenge with every passing second. Using the divine eye, the fighter learned that the cowardly kids didn't even have combat power and posed no threat. Angry Mina shrieked and asked what he was doing, yet she didn't even know what to expect from him. The young man said he thought Billy was a hero for being so confident, but it turns out he just picks on people for no reason. A sweat-bleeding curmudgeon asked the kid if he even knew who his father was, and the arrogant girl was worried about his finger. Licking a lollipop, the red-haired girl said that Karina's older brother was good since he had the courage to come alone. Then with a serious face, she threatened that they might not be heroes, but they were definitely not to be trifled with. The ruthless Tsuyoshi was not going to be ceremonious and immediately struck with an uppercut, causing the damsel to fly up and her candy to crumble. The disheveled madam rolled on the floor, and the brave man asked if she thought he wouldn't dare hit the girl. Mina was very worried about Vivian, who had been brutally stabbed by an unmerciful and cold-blooded scoundrel. Maximally tense, Billy didn't realize what was happening, for even the athletes of their school weren't as fast as the garbage man. The brunette, meanwhile, was calling out for her red-headed girlfriend, who had passed out from the impact and fall. The enraged curmudgeon turned once more to the scoundrel Tsukishiro, who dared to raise his hand to the girl. Suddenly, the protagonist was beside Mina and repeated in a calm tone that he didn't see them as girls. Their defender mentioned his father again, but the cold-blooded warrior immediately knocked him nearly out of his teeth, telling him to shut up. The troubled girl was very worried about her non-knight, who turned out to be a mere chatterbox. The knocked-out teeth of her lover enraged the lady, who blushed with anger, eager to take revenge on the wretch. Putting aside all doubts, she rushed to attack the cold-blooded Tsuyoshi standing still. Showing no mercy, the fighter immediately grabbed the defiant brunette by the throat because he didn't see her as a girl at all. He began to gradually tighten his grip around the city, and the frightened mademoiselle begged to be released. The kid said he heard Mina was the one who started all the bullying of Karina and asked if the rumors were true. With a stern look at the target, the hero said that as the maiden's brother, he would never forgive the scum for this abuse. With each passing second, the young man pressed harder and harder on the painted bitch's throat, forcing her to endure the lack of air. Soon veins protruded on his hands, and he himself said that the rascals had made him very, very angry with their deeds. From that point on, the kid told them to stay away from his sister and added that he didn't expect them to apologize. Otherwise, he threatened to unscrew the scum Mina's head, then asked if she understood everything. Exuding copious amounts of sweat, the madam struggled to give a positive answer, hoping very much that she would now be released. After that, the protagonist still let go of the maiden, from whose mouth flowed a long, strangled saliva. Brave then dropped the target to the floor and turned her attention to curly-haired Billy, asking if it was correct that he was her boyfriend. Picking up a metal ruler from the floor, the youngster asked the rogue if he still wanted to bully Karina. The fighter's intimidating look said that one ruler would be enough to get rid of such a scum. Curly asked him to stop, but the ruthless Tsuyoshi was sickened by his words and really wanted to kill the scoundrel. The nervous kid suddenly shouted that he was the son of the leader of the Blue Snake Gang, and his father was a level 10 hero. Upon hearing this, the hero stopped the ruler and asked if it was correct that this was the same gang of loan sharks He immediately remembered that the creditors who had loaned him money for Karina's treatment had said the same thing when they came to the hospital. Frightening Tsukishiro noted the fact that he had begun to run into people he hated quite often. After that, the skill was activated, which greatly frightened Curly Billy, who now couldn't go anywhere anymore. With fear, the kid screamed and asked if the daredevil was a hero since the skills were available to him. He gave the ruler magical properties and waved it as if nothing had happened, scaring the kid even more. The electric shock struck Curly all the way to his insides, making the blood run cold in his veins and his heart clench. The nonchalant fighter then dropped the ruler and began to walk away, saying that such pain should be enough for the kid. Picking up his backpack from the floor and slinging it on his back, he asked the gang of underdogs to remember, giving them one last chance. He also apologized that they would have to clean up the classroom, then left the room and closed the door behind him. Billy, who had experienced the electric shock, began coughing loudly, gradually coming to his senses after everything that had happened. A worried Mina said they needed to go to the hospital, but the angry guy replied that he just needed to rest, and added that he didn't know this guy was a hero. The humiliated girl pointed to her neck where the scar remained and asked her lover to tell everything to her father. The angry youngster angrily asked her not to point him out and shouted that the scoundrel would pay for what he had done. Grinning evilly, the red-eyed man said he would make the kid pay and his father would help him do it. Feeling safe, Mina supported the idea, but was a little afraid of her lover who was holding her by the shirt. Balling his fists, the ambo shrieked that he would tell his dad, and then he would wipe Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro and his little sister off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, an anxious Karina was still waiting for her brother, hoping she was all right. After all, it had been quite some time. She really didn't want to make her family man worry. After all, he had already recently attained hero status. Suddenly, her brother appeared behind her back and really startled the cute girl with his abrupt appearance. Smiling, the brown-eyed young man apologized for keeping him waiting, then offered to finally head home. On the way, the guy thought about Billy telling his dad and sicking him on them, so he decided to be careful because Karina was in danger. He also made the decision to return to the other world and made a promise to himself that he would not allow his enemies to harm his sister. Soon the warrior traveled to another world, where Sakura was waiting for him and decided to tell him about the north where he had arrived. She said that you can take part in a quest in the city, but you have to join the Adventurers Guild to do so. The confident master said he's been wanting to gain experience in combat for a long time, and added that it all sounds like a fun game. Then the adventure-hungry fighter and his loyal companion traveled to the city of the Beastmen in the north. In the heart of the city, the boy was surprised to find that there were several tribes of beastmen. Sakura said that the rarest ones were gathered here, and each one had its own specialty, and the interested hero looked around like a child. Up ahead, he saw adventurers who were human, and the assistant said that there were many different tribes living in the big city. She also added that there is a rule to avoid fights outside the arena. The girl said that despite the many tribes, proud elves and noble beastmen were quite rare here. Interested in everything Tsuyoshi said, he already felt a connection to his comrades, which made Sakura a little wary. The light-hearted kid ran up to the adventurer, and the excited maiden shouted that you can't do it so suddenly. The aggressive fighters asked the stranger who he was and advised him not to come any closer. The bewildered young man asked if there was some rule about greetings here. The fearless assistant immediately went into a fighting stance, telling the two people in front that there was a misunderstanding. Wary and even a little worried, the fighters froze in place, looking at the self-assured warrior. They didn't understand what was even going on, and Sakura, on the other hand, just took Tsukishiro and began to silently walk away. The girl told the master that he shouldn't talk to the seekers in town because most of them are wary of the people around them. Looking around, the perplexed kid wondered why everyone around them was whispering they were theirs. To this question, the feeling uncomfortable beauty had no answer and continued to walk forward in silence. Still, the damsel said that beastmen hated hybrids, which she was, after which she offered to rather join the Adventurers Guild. Smiling, the no-nonsense hero held out his hand to his faithful friend and said they could go ahead. The insecure beauty Sakura gently placed her hand on his open palm, trusting the master completely. Beastmen on dragons flew over the city and proudly rode through the sky. The assistant said they couldn't complete any of the tasks without registration, and the young man looked around with interest. At the reception desk, a charming girl said they were here to join the Adventurers Guild. The pipe-smoking madam mumbled that a team consisting of a human and a half-beast looked quite interesting. Then a gallant beast woman with a golden tube in her hands inquired as to which of them would be registering. Tsuyoshi said he would be the one to register, and found it odd that the beast folk treated them differently from the others. The woman asked him to write his class and name on the sheet, adding that his form would then be given to all the adventurer guilds. The surprised young man began to stare at the sheet, and Sakura said that it wasn't the document that was important, but the registration, or he wouldn't be able to get the Seeker's badge. Beast Woman added that the emblem serves as an identifying piece, and the higher the rank of the fighter, the higher the rewards received. It was also said that the rank of the badge in ascending order starts iron, followed by bronze, silver, and gold. She added that among all the guilds, there were only a few seekers with gold badges, and they usually only took assignments from the rich. The hero found the low-rank emblem unattractive, and the lady said that when he received the badge, his level would automatically be raised. The level had indeed been raised to level 6, which surprised Tsukishiro, who didn't understand how it worked. Sakura said it's linked to the badge, and the level can be hidden with the power of thought, but it's worth keeping in mind. The kid concentrated and squinted his eyes, realizing that thanks to the divine selection system, it was easy to do so. The surprised beast woman said that usually newcomers couldn't do it on the first try, because it was impossible for them to do such a thing. The room was suddenly invaded by thugs, one of whom shoved the youngster away, calling him scum. The panting big man trying to catch his breath said that they had come to report the completion of the mission. He then asked the woman if there were any more, and added that they would agree to any terms. The ogre also offered to get her a drink somewhere on him if there was nothing, but the smoking lady replied that she was busy. Smiling, she said there was an assignment whose client was looking for a seeker with level 15 or higher. The bewildered beastman inquired if there was anything for level 10, and what this quest was even about. The woman said that ravenous minions of darkness were causing trouble for the farmers, and no one could deal with them. This made one of the ogres excited, and his comrades said that they wouldn't take it, because you need at least as high as level 20 here. Suddenly, the brave Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro made himself known, who said they would take the mission on. The angry big men once again told the scum to get out of the way, but he was not afraid of them at all and continued to stand still. The kid went on a mission, and the nervous beastman asked if he even knew what the offense within the guild was. The Imbalas advised him not to take up the task if life was precious, and the cold-blooded fighter said they couldn't do it, so it was better to keep quiet. Suddenly, he offered to show his strength in the arena, realizing that with the help of the divine selection system, he could win the beastman alone. The bewildered ogre advised the kid to know his place and refuse the task himself before the customer refused him, making him look like a laughingstock. Zveralady admitted that she admired the young man's courage, but there was some truth in the fighter's words, for at this level, the customer might refuse. With a chuckle, the bearded org said that the task of catching a runaway dog would suit the kid much better. Confident in herself and her master, Sakura suddenly said that they would accomplish this task, which sounded motivating. Her harsh words stunned everyone in the room, including the protagonist. Beastman called the maiden a half-breed and asked how the youngster could prove such a loud claim. Suddenly, the beauty pulled out a gold badge from her pocket and asked if it would be enough. The precious golden emblem in the half-breed's hands dumbfounded the beastman, who had even thought of such a thing inside. This surprised Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro as well, who couldn't believe that a girl with ears had such a badge. The nice woman behind the counter said they should have told them about it earlier, because then they would have gotten the assignment right away. Still holding the receiver, Madame assigned the task to the boys, confident that the customer would be pleased as well. The brave man turned his attention to the sweating beastman, who immediately began to silently walk away like rats fleeing from a ship. Sakura told the master that this assignment would help him level up, and he agreed that it was a really good opportunity. The perplexed madam with the lugs wondered who this young man was, if the seeker with the gold badge called him a master. Soon the room emptied, and the lady left to herself said in her thoughts that this team was pretty interesting. On the way, the assistant studying the map said that the farm where the raptors and minions of darkness were operating was somewhere nearby. The hero said he didn't even know she had a gold badge, and the maiden replied that she had joined the guild when she was young and had done many quests. Later, after realizing she had reached the gold badge level, Sakura exchanged her old one, much to the admiration of the master. The cheeks of the charming beast girl blushed, and lowering her gaze to the floor, she thanked the young man for the compliment. Soon the young men stopped to see before them the farm gate, behind which were the grim minions of darkness. The maiden wondered just how many people the pack of 10-level predatory minions had imprisoned in that building. She said that they massacre all living things by driving them insane, thereby gaining power, and deprive low-level ones of their minds altogether. Daredevil realized that these predators were just slugs and would only be affected by the thunder skill, and that was why they were dangerous. In an instant, the illuminated fighter realized that his thunder chain would be perfect for dealing with the vile entities. Being stern, he used the skill and told Sakura that she could stay out of it since he had a chance to upgrade the skill. Suddenly, the assistant standing behind him grabbed him by the jersey, preventing him from going forward, which wasn't entirely understandable. An excited companion warned against doing this task alone, for the fight could cost the lad his life. She added that in a one-on-one battle he might win, but against several it was dangerous to go it alone, for even the orcs turned their noses up at the task. Concerned, Sakura really didn't want the master to risk his life to raise the level, and he had two questions for her. The first unspoken question was about the level the hero wanted to raise, to be ready for any turn of events in his world. The polite assistant asked what was wrong and promised to be sure to help if she knew the answer. A slightly saddened Tsuyoshi wondered if she remembered his promise to both the king of the beastmen and the upcoming test in a year. He asked how strong he had to become to prove abilities to the king, which further worried the lovely girl. Lowering her sad gaze to the floor, the beauty said she would be brutally honest with her master. After looking at his eyes, she said that given his current level, passing the test in a year was impossible. A stunned Tsukishiro couldn't believe it and immediately wondered why it was impossible. Sakura said he'd have to try hard just to survive until next year and asked if he'd heard of the rules of the tier system. After racking his brain, the master realized he knew nothing about it and asked his assistant to tell him about them. Both worlds had the same level system, so the young man's level remained the same. But other than that, nothing was unknown to him. According to the assistant, the king's current level is 92nd, and he was able to obtain his status due to his high level and ability. There were only 3 kings that symbolized the strength of their race, the first of which was the mighty Beast King. Beside him were an equally strong Elf King and a Human King who were characterized by cold-bloodedness. The agitated protagonist said that the king didn't look like the very embodiment of the beastman's power. Sakura said that none of the seekers could exceed the level limit, because the higher the level, the harder it was to advance to the next. The frustrated damsel cited herself as an example, saying that she had only reached level 72 in 20 years as an adventurer. She added that everyone has their own limit, but to pass the king's test, one must reach at least level 50. It seemed to the worried lady that Tsuyoshi couldn't raise his level that much in just a year. After all, a mere seeker would give his entire life to do so. The young man looked her in the eyes silently, listening carefully to all the information and drawing conclusions. Smiling calmly, he said in a soft tone that he understood perfectly well the devoted assistant's concern. Honey asked the master if he was all right and promised to accompany him all year, even if he couldn't keep his promise to the Beast King. The confident fighter said she was well aware that he was a challenging adventurer. The guy proudly declared that he was far from easy, as he had escaped divine punishment and raised the hammer, so reaching level 50 was no problem. The young man thought he was the chosen one and the one who could not have a normal life. But with the divine selection system, everything becomes possible. Admiring her master's courage, Sakura blushed as she looked at his proudly squared shoulders. She then firmly said that Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro would definitely become a legend, and she believed it with all her heart and soul. Firmly grasping the hilt of the energy-endowed sword, the brave man said it was time to move forward and fight. Remaining extremely serious, he remembered the second question he wanted to ask his assistant. The guy asked how much he could increase his level if he fought a level 10 warrior with dozens of others at the same time. On his mind at that moment was the leader of the Blue Snake Gang, whose curly-haired son he had electrocuted the other day. A pensive Sakura didn't know why he was doing this, but said that given the number of enemies, he should be at least level 2. Digging a little deeper into the math, Tsuyoshi opined that he needed to reach level 12 and stated to do it in a week. He then entered the farm grounds where he was immediately noticed by the nasty slugs. Looking at the ravenous minions of darkness, the daredevil asked his charming companion to rely on him. They decided to take full advantage of the system, and the first thing to analyze was activating the Divine Eye. The system has been notified that the minion's main weakness is in the heart, as it begins to glow when the body is damaged, healing wounds. Tsukishiro concluded that given the level, he could win by aiming the thunder chain at his opponent's torso. After that, a jump was made, as the heart had to be found first, and Sakura yelled that the enemy's touch could destroy the youngster's body. The maximally focused warrior, meanwhile, was trying to find the predator's vulnerable organ, and doing so without distraction. A few seconds later, the heart was found, and Tsuyoshi himself was confident that he could withstand the enemy's attacks with absolute form. Trace activated an absolute physical power that made the brave more resistant to attacks. In an instant, he swung his sword, but realized that his heart was not located in the chest of the henchman. The lad then noticed that the predatory creature had already had time to recover, and had done so awfully fast. Even though the warrior managed to deal some damage to the big slug, it made him even angrier. The creature took advantage of the absorption of the foreign organism, but it did not scare Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro with its actions. A moment later, a powerful punch rang out, which was instigated by the henchman, but the fighter managed to survive. The confident young man only laughed, saying that the predator had attacked the wrong man and there was no way to eat him. The fearless fighter used absolute physical strength, thus increasing the power of his arms. Smiling menacingly, he called the predatory minion of darkness a moth flying blindly into the fire. The protagonist then spread his arms, eager to tear open the jaws of the monster he wasn't afraid of at all. A stunned Sakura recognized that perhaps Tsukishiro was indeed capable of making the impossible possible. The attacked slug was screaming in pain at the top of its throat, and its health bar was gradually decreasing. Holding the hilt of the sword firmly, the daredevil said that he had finally found his opponent's heart, which was under his tongue. Afterwards, the cold-blooded warrior swung his sword, saying that the vile entity would now taste the taste of thunder. The thunderous chain was aimed straight for the heart, causing the ravenous minion of darkness to be destroyed in a single blow. His heart began to rapidly disintegrate into tiny particles, which spoke of the correctness of the fighter's actions. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the lad began to regain his breath after a rather laborious bout. Completely calmed down, he said that the task was quite easy, despite the excitement on Sakura's part. Half an hour later, almost all of the ravenous minions of darkness had been destroyed by the determined Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. He was now convinced that Sakura was right, as points were getting harder to earn, and decided that he needed to find another way to level up. Clenching his fist, the young man firmly told himself that he should reach level 12 in less than a week and level 20 in less than a year. The guy asked the assistant if she had any ointment for burns, whereupon the girl pulled out some thunder oil from her inventory. She said she bought it for 2 so he could use it as much as he wanted, but there were only 4 left. Wiping his head, the young man asked if the oil was expensive and suggested we stock up together next time. The awkward girl said that such an item was expensive, so she spent all her money on it. Autumn Tsuyoshi caught himself thinking that he was fixated on leveling up and had completely forgotten that money also played a role in this world. He also realized that even if he spent all of Sakura's savings, she probably wouldn't say anything. The maiden explained that the reward depended on the value of the item, and since their assignment involved minions, they would earn about 300 gold coins. She added that once they finish the task, guild seekers, you will deliver the reward, so with 3 gold their expenses are unnecessary. Admiring her brilliant mind, Tsukishiro said that Sakura seemed like a very reliable wife. After that, he slung the sword on his shoulder and said that the only one left was the boss, who should be inside the house. Suddenly, a nervous farm owner asked with a shout from nearby, who allowed out of permission to enter his property. The beastman asked if they were adventurers. Otherwise, what was she, his lot forgot man, and half-beast? One of the seekers asked if the boys had destroyed the ravenous minions, but his associate said they were too weak and it was impossible. The big orc in armor said that if the fighters were also looking for Cardiolus, they could forget about it, since they had already taken this task. Tsukishiro realized the customer in front of him and said that there was a misunderstanding. After all, the guild's assignment was taken by them. A very surprised Sakura asked if it was correct that Cardiolus falls from defeating a boss. After scratching the back of his head, the customer said he sent a request, but didn't think they would arrive so quickly, and realized the guys hadn't heard of Cardiolus. The beastman with the bow in his hand said that if they had not heard, let them leave it to them, and added that they would not allow an object of importance to them to be taken away. The knocked-out hero asked his companion what the Cardiolus was, and she told him that he must complete the task as the item was very valuable. Cardiolus was a rare item dropped for defeating a boss, which in raw form would be worth 100 gold at auction. Thinking deeply, Tsuyoshi said that they should get it at any cost, as it was a very expensive item. The agitated customer asked the fighters not to fight and to calm down so they could resolve the misunderstanding. He pointed in the direction of the house where the boss was and said that whoever defeated him would get the reward, because that would be fair. A serious Sakura asked him to let them enter first, as she had to get the stone at any cost for the master's sake. Beastman said that they would be the first to go because they had come here at the request of the customer himself, and the man confirmed that. The confident fighters set off for home, and the one ahead of them said to give their best, for the reward was great. The hero's assistant noted that the team is well matched, and working together, they are sure to defeat the boss. The tense young man cried out that he had a proposition and asked to be allowed to enter alone first. The level 6 seeker said that if he lost, their team wouldn't get in the way, but if he won, the reward would belong to them. The level 6 kid's proud statement discouraged the beastmen, who were much stronger. Flooded with tears of laughter, they said that some object had clouded the boy's brain because you had to be much stronger to defeat the boss. The fearless warrior in turn slung his sword on his shoulder, ignoring the laughing humans. A concerned Sakura warned that the boss was possessed by darkness, and even with Thunder Oil, defeating him would be difficult. But not doubting himself, Tsukishiro tapped his chest and asked the charming girl to trust him. After these words, harmony reigned in the girl's heart, and she said that she believed in her master. The beastmen, who continued to laugh, couldn't wait for the kid's merciless death at the hands of the boss. Scratching the back of his head, the lad laughed at the words he heard, then headed for the entrance of the house. Hiding his level, the stern-looking young man said that they would still see who would mercilessly kill whom. The ram-headed beastman asked at one point, wondering if he had imagined it or if the atmosphere had changed drastically. Within minutes, the cold-blooded fighter had already entered the room where the intimidating boss was. With a stern look at his opponent, he said that he was only interested in the item called Cardiolus that everyone was talking about. The boss predatory minion of the 14th level darkness, after hearing this, his huge red eye bulged out. The anxious beastman realized that judging from the guy needed to be at least at the 23rd level to win. Sakura was very worried about the master, who wasn't on the verge of a fight with an incredibly powerful creature. The leopard-headed beast advised the girl to prepare to carry the body out, as the boy wouldn't be able to last a second. The cold-blooded maiden looked at the team and only told them to shut up in a soft tone. The bewildered group of fighters immediately looked at her, but no one else dared to utter a word. Meanwhile, the brave man said that the boss should have the same weakness as the rest of the minions, but he knew that the entity was many times stronger than them. The big monster in turn looked at him aggressively, ready to start fighting at any second. The guy said that if possible, he wouldn't want to take advantage of it, because the longer it lasts, the more favorable it is for the opponent. Taking the divine hammer out of his inventory, the stern-looking young man said that 1 second would be enough for him to kill the boss. He decided to increase his arm strength first, and then enhance the effects of the Thunder Chain skill and Heaven Shaker skill by activating them at the last moment. The fearless Tsukishiro also took into account that he would be in danger if he couldn't win with a single blow, because he becomes very weak after using it. No matter what, the protagonist told himself that he would do it and get the item by all means. After saying that, he made a sharp jump, bouncing off the ground and creating minor destruction to the stone ground. After that, the kid swung the divine hammer right into the eye of the boss, who was beyond furious. Right in flight, the Thunder Chain was activated, allowing it to destroy the enemy with a single strike. The dodger began to swing his hammer, which was endowed with powerful energy, thus greatly alarming the monster. A moment later, a blow of immense power was delivered directly to the head of the minion of darkness, resulting in an explosion. The beastmen standing outside saw the energy beams in the sky, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. After a few more seconds, the house shattered into splinters, dumbfounding the team that doubted the kid. A flustered Sakura realized that Tsuyoshi had used that power again, and knew full well that he would be too weak after her. The helper immediately rushed to the wreckage where the foreman supposedly lay, and the farm owner did not know what to do now. Barely containing her panic, the girl screamed, hoping the hero would call back, and also thinking about the fact that the boss must have been defeated by a powerful explosion. A human arm was suddenly extended out of the wreckage, and as it turned out, it was Tsukishiro calling out to his assistant. The exhausted fighter had a blue stone in his hands and wondered if this was the Cardiolus they were all chattering about. He managed to get hold of an uncut specimen of the gem, which was also worthy of a handsome sum at auction. Sakura soon returned to the guild for her reward, where the beast woman said she had heard the team summoned by the customer had failed. The cute girl thanked her, but said the final boss was defeated by her master, and there was no way she would have been able to handle it. The lady with the ears asked him to stop joking around, because there was no way the little guy would be able to handle a huge level 14 minion of darkness. She was also curious as to why the kid looked so exhausted, while he sat on a wooden bench being weakened. Sakura had said that the master had done it single-handedly, expending all his mental and physical strength, but the woman refused to believe it. Suddenly, the period of weakness of the protagonist was over, and he, broadening his shoulders, appeared before the ladies. The youngster didn't think it would take long to recover from a second's use of the hammer, and then asked the assistant if she had learned anything about Cardialis. The surprised woman with the lugs said they could auction the stone downtown and make a lot of money. The pretty maiden replied that she would like to give the stone to the guild shaman for processing and asked if he was in town now. The lady agreed that it was definitely worth working magic on it to start using the Cardialis. She said she would send their request to the guild and give them a letter of recommendation so that the shamans who had exams coming up wouldn't turn them down. The mention of exams was a gimme to Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who wondered if even shamans were divided into ranks. Sakura began to tell her that the title of shamans, divided into 6 ranks, was awarded based on the results of an exam. She added that, like the awakened ones, they could make certain medicines and items that needed a higher rank to improve their quality. The girl said that shamans, healers, and awakened ones do not participate in battles because they are considered noble representatives of the Seekers. They can make parallel medicines and even affect the adventurer's level, which stressed the protagonist a bit. The maiden told him the legend of how the warrior had angered the shaman, causing him to summon seekers who chased after him, starting a war. The stories he heard seemed quite interesting to the lad, who now realized how influential the witch doctors were. The cute beast woman gave the guys a letter of recommendation with which to get into the guild and process Cardialis. At the entrance of the guild, meanwhile, many shamans had gathered at the entrance of the guild, nervously waiting for the exams to begin. Tsuyoshi was surprised at the number of them, and Sakura said that on exam days, this place was a gathering of prestigious families that were hard to get into. She then confidently took the master's hand, saying that with a letter of recommendation from the guild, they could go inside. The girl turned to one of the beastmen, asking him to suggest where they could process the Cardialis. The big man replied that there was no way to do that today, as only shamans could enter the buildings on exam day. The pretty damsel politely said that they had a characterization from the Seekers Guild and showed it. Rude pushed her defiantly away from him, reiterating once again that there was an exam going on here today and they would not be able to enter. A pushy Tsuyoshi stood up for Sakura, repeating that they had a letter of recommendation, so they should let them in. The worried shaman said that the guild was storing strength, so no matter how many days passed, they wouldn't be able to enter until the exams were over. The worried assistant advised the master not to anger the witch doctor, but the stern-looking fighter did not stop it. The president of the Northern Shaman Association, Doug, clad in a purple robe, suddenly came out to the people and asked what was wrong. One of the witch doctors respectfully apologized to the president for disturbing him, while the others watched in silence. The beastman then pointed his finger at the rude men who had shown up on exam day to handle the Cardialis. Fearless Tsukishiro told the man in charge that he had a letter of recommendation and asked why on earth they couldn't let him in. The angry ogre asked how dare the kid address the president like that. But Dog told the warrior he was willing to help him with the processing, but not today. The kid realized that leveling up was the most important thing right now, since he didn't have much time, and asked if there was no other way out of this situation. The president said that he could take part in the shaman exam and get the maximum score, but being a warrior, he would not be able to do so. Scratching the back of his head, the young man who wanted to try out asked what requirements needed to be met to pass. People around them started laughing at the kid who doesn't even know that, which was considered an embarrassment to them. The head said that the youngster must have at least the abilities of a mage, as the test includes the creation of an item potion. The stubborn Tsuyoshi realized that he would fit if he was a mage, whereupon he asked the president to lend him a staff. The confused shaman Doug hadn't expected the kid to be so brazen as to ask him for a magical weapon. The tense beast man standing next to him called the boy stupid and said that even if he took the staff, he couldn't become a mage. A perfectly calm young man asked the president to lend him an object and said he would prove himself. At first, the wise head looked incredulously at the nimble lad, but still something aroused his interest. Doug held out a staff that had no restraints as he wanted to see the fighter prove his point. A worried Sakura picked up the moment and asked the master in a whisper what he was going to do. The confident kid smiled at her and also whispered to her to just trust him. The pretty blue-eyed girl immediately calmed down, for when the master asked to be trusted, he always achieved his goal. The nervous ogre told the kid to prove his abilities since President Dog deigned to lend him his staff. In an instant, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro stretched out his arm in front of him, twisting his body and being very serious. The beastman froze in place, realizing that the boy was aiming at him. Instantly, a clean punch was delivered right to the underbelly of the shaman, who didn't even have time to react to it. Suddenly, the big man's consciousness changed, and now his heart was wrapped in love and his cheeks visibly flushed. The focused fighter realized in an instant that if his guesses were correct, by copying the mage's skill, he would be able to use magic in this weapon as well. His choice was not limited by class, and in theory he could have chosen any, but last time was based on personal preference. Mages usually had a lot of magical energy compared to other classes, and could increase it through meditation and other practices. This time the warrior copied the radiant skill to himself, and the shaman who had regained consciousness screamed and asked the pervert what he was doing. The formidable Tsukishiro asked if it was suitable to take the shaman's exam if it had the ability to use magic. A surprised President Doug saw how skillfully the guy used magic waves and wondered if he wasn't a warrior after all. As concentrated as possible, the young man turned to Sakura to close his eyes as he was about to raise the stakes. The companion immediately followed his request, whereupon the staff began to emit very bright rays that could burn the cornea of the eye. The white shaman used supportive magic that created an imaginary shield that could protect against normal attacks. He considered a pretty good basic magic radiance for a mere seeker, but his shield could not be destroyed with that level of magic. Suddenly, the system asked Tsuyoshi if he wanted to boost his energy by using absolute physical form, to which he immediately agreed. The strength of the radiance was increased, and now the magic energy was 3,500 points, which triggered a powerful radiation. A tense President Doug immediately noticed that the intensity of the glow had suddenly increased, but had no idea how it had happened. Soon the system notified him that the magic shield could not stand up to the intense light. The incredible glow blinded everyone in the area, and yet no one could borrow how such a thing happened. Proudly squaring his shoulders, the protagonist turned to the head, who now had to change his mind. Being cold-blooded, he asked softly if he could now take part in the shaman's examination. The face-covering president replied that he would recognize him, as it was no longer possible to argue here. Before the exam started, people around discussed that a person could pass the test for a healer, but not a shaman in any way, and thought it was all a joke. One of the beastmen standing in the crowd said that this was the first time something like this had ever happened, and looked on bewildered at what was happening. The hero noticed that everyone was looking at him as an enemy, but Sakura said he was the first person to take the shaman's exam. The surprised young man asked if he was really the first. The blue-eyed girl confirmed that he was. According to her, humans are considered a class of healers similar to the shaman class of beastmen and awakened elves. The girl added that each of the three classes has its own factions, and an attempt to join them would of course be regarded as a provocation. The nervous kid said he just wanted to cardialis, but the assistant said there was no ban on participation, so he could do as he pleased. Northern Shaman Association Vice President Ilsa Pig said he was not against President Doug's decision, but there was one thing. He asked if such a precedent wouldn't reflect on the honor of the faction and expressed doubts that a person could make a potion without even the basic attributes. The head said he had lent him the staff and added that today's test would show the lad's capabilities. In her thoughts, Sakura said she felt the magical waves emanating from the wizard for a moment, though no one probably noticed it. The president said he had only seen such potential in the brilliant shaman Kevin, who amazed everyone with his abilities. Ilsa Pig laughed and said that this kid would never compare to him and wouldn't even qualify as a servant to wear the sandals of the legend's new apprentice. The surprised old man asked if Kevin's student was here today too, and the boar replied that she was going to take first place. It was the adorable nightcat Fulin, and according to the legendary shaman, she was more brilliant than his youngest. The beastman in the crowd discussed that she knew how to make potions on her own a year ago, but due to her lack of age, she couldn't pass the test. The pathetic people in the crowd were loudly discussing the beauty, who turned away and moved aside because they were in her way. Sighing heavily, the maiden said that these losers were quite noisy and closed the book of important knowledge. The vice president asked the visitors to leave the grounds and the shamans to take positions at the numbers that had been assigned to them earlier. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro said he had number 15, and the cheerful assistant wished him luck and said she would wait outside. As he walked forward, the young man noticed that the numbers were written on the floor and he had to take his 15th seat. Quite quickly, he found the right seat and took it. Then he waited for the exam to begin, remaining calm. Standing next to her was the lovely Fulin, who didn't expect to see a mere human in the shaman exam. The friendly Tsuyoshi introduced himself, emphasizing in his mind that this cute beast girl was the complete opposite of Sakura. The damsel immediately said that the man decided to take part in the test for the sake of getting attention. The perplexed protagonist notices that a sharp tongue is the main flaw of the lovely-looking Fulin. Doug told the candidates that they had to make the potion themselves, and was sure that by choosing this path, each of them was prepared to do so. Suddenly, a large rig fell right in front of the young man, which even startled him a little with its sudden appearance. Beast Girl asked if he had even heard of the shaman's installation and advised him to return home. Her constant teasing began to anger the young warrior, who wished the ulcer would just leave him alone. After inspecting the setup, he concluded that potions were made the old-fashioned way in this world, and had previously seen a video in which the process was automated. Old Doug told the candidates that Vice President Ilsa Pig would tell them more about the testing. Suddenly, the fat-bellied boar slammed his wooden staff to the floor with all his might, creating a kind of golden ring around him. Along with his colleague, he stood in the center of the circle, eager to demonstrate something interesting to the mages. With great surprise, the beastmen raised their heads upward, watching intently. On the piece of paper, Tsukishiro read that he had to make 3 energy potions to pass the test, which only took an hour. Nervously shaking his head around, the shrewd kid decided to start by seeing what the other participants were up to. Doug said that first you need to pick up the ingredients, most of which are located at the shaman's facility, where the level of knowledge is important. He added that if you get even one thing wrong, the potion will fail and the participant will be expelled for that. Looking at the nervous beastman, the brave man wondered if so many participants didn't know what to choose. Suddenly, Fulin, standing beside her, said that usually to make a potion, a mage would gather all the ingredients in advance. The craft-knowledgeable damsel successfully finished the selection and said it was a shame not to remember the basic ingredients for a simple potion. A shocked Tsuyoshi called her speed unbelievable, for while everyone was puzzled, she silently did everything. A few minutes later, the maiden had a brightly glowing object in her hands, which was an important ingredient for the potion. Master Kevin ordered the beauty to take first place, and she promised herself she would do it for him. A stunned pig said that, as expected of the legend's apprentice, she had already started cooking, and Doug emphasized that her precision and speed were impeccable. Absolutely calm, Beast Maiden, and started cooking. And the first thing she did first was to pulverize the raw materials. She then began mixing the ingredients in a common bowl, doing so with a nonchalant expression on her face. The protagonist watched with particular interest, recognizing in his head that despite her sharp tongue, Fulin was incredible. Daredevil decided to repeat after the maiden and used his divine eye to analyze her actions. The president confirmed that Kevin wasn't wrong because Fulin uses magic wisely, and his colleagues said that she would surely become a great magician in the future. The girl, meanwhile, opened 3 beakers and directed the staff's energy towards them to fill them with the potion. The light green liquid began to be successfully poured into the flasks, which once again emphasized the professionalism of the magician. Sage Doug said that the next stage will be the last and most important stage, so we need to stay focused. Concentrating on the process, the girl continued to channel the staff's magical energy into the dishes. Once filled, she set about processing the potion, following a clear sequence and paying close attention. The old man said that mixing ingredients using magic reflected the magical ability of the participant, and it wouldn't be difficult for Fulin. He realized that at this rate, she would take first place, and Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who was standing next to her, froze like a statue. The white shaman didn't understand what the little boy, who was idle and hadn't even started on the potion making, was waiting for. His rival, meanwhile, was at the elixir fusion stage and wasn't even paying attention to the kid. Being completely calm, Fulin finished the test, during which she didn't even particularly tense up. The demure president asked the cute animal girl to wait until the end of the exam to have her work checked. The arrogant lady wasn't entirely happy about having to wait for the slow losers, but she had no other choice. At one point, she noticed the main character drilling her with a look that was quite unpleasant. The maiden shrieked and asked what he was staring at, but the divine eye, meanwhile, finished analyzing the target's actions. The young man said that nothing was wrong, and Fulin asked him not to waste time, which wasn't enough time anyway. But suddenly the girl's face changed as the guy was no longer a statue, just standing still. Along with her, the vice president and his colleague, who were fully confident in the victory of the beauty, were greatly surprised. The system asked the guy if he wanted to apply the analyzed actions, to which he immediately responded positively. The right ingredients were automatically picked up and chopped in the same minute, and the potion processing was already underway. The astonished girl couldn't believe that the opponent she thought was nothing was picking up the ingredients herself and mixing them at the same time. A dumbfounded pig said this method of preparation was demonstrated by Kevin in his younger years and called it a simplification of the process. The surrounding people wondered if this kid could compare to the genius disciple of the legendary shaman. Waiting at the entrance to the Shaman Association, Sakura was worried about the master and wondered how he was doing. Even though her assistant trusted him, she was still worried and wondered if she would find flaws in his greens. The absolutely calm Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, meanwhile, continued to amaze the audience as he finished the last step of preparing potions. The young man now knew that there was more behind the crafting crops than simple processing, and found the shaman class interesting. He was left with the final processing step, where he had to transform the potion using magic. The shocked Fulin couldn't believe her eyes and realized that she couldn't let some insignificant person defeat her. She assumed that the guy had used Master Kevin's process simplification technique that he had impressed everyone with during the shaman's exam. The head said that back then, the legend had concocted a rank C potion using his technique, and it was similar to the white shaman's potion. He added that he had been a checker in those days, though he would hardly have made such a potion himself. Nervous Ilsa Pig said that making such a potion was like accomplishing a feat, but it was still the end product that would be judged. President Doug watched the preparation carefully, remembering that a rank C potion could only be made by a blue shaman, making it in demand. The character was notified that the rank of the processed potion varied from D to S depending on the skill of the creator, which surprised him. Still, it was a rank D basic energy potion, but the young man felt that it would be enough for the exam. Being nervous, he realized that he had to overpower Fulin, because if she produced the C-rank potion, the first place would be lost to them. Tensing his mind, the boy wondered how to prepare such a potion to increase his chances of victory. During processing, the rank of the potion was determined according to the mage's strength and attributes, and he realized that if he could change them, the rank would change as well. To begin with, Tsukishiro decided to increase his strength by using the skill of absolutely physical strength. But dupes were not repelled by how to change attributes. The president said that without stable magic, the guy wouldn't be able to do the processing, and the boar laughed, saying that he was wasting energy. The tense opponent didn't understand what was the matter after all. If the processing was finished, then you could proceed to fusion, but the youngster was waiting for something. At one moment, a beastman approached the fighter, nervously asking if he had processed the potion yet. Reaching out with a sweaty hand to the young man's back, he said that at this rate his magic would run out. Suddenly, Fulin intervened and slapped his paw, saying that they were distracting Tsuyoshi and didn't even know the basic rules of shamans. The deeply thoughtful hero, meanwhile, continued to brainstorm on how he could get the attribute with only magic. At one point, he realized that the king's hammer might be suitable, for if he borrowed its powers, he could change the magical attributes. The fat pig kept laughing at the kid, and the associate was saying that his magic waves were unstable and he obviously wouldn't last long. Disregarding the discussions from those around him, the concentrated Tsuyoshi used the king's hammer. Mentally, the protagonist turned to the divine weapon, asking it to grant him its power. The dumbfounded crowd couldn't believe what they were seeing, and Fulin noticed that her opponent's physical strength had suddenly increased. The self-believing fighter succeeded, resulting in a 6-second lightning bolt as his attributes. He grasped the magic staff tighter and began the process of processing potions without wasting a millisecond. After just a few seconds, the final fusion began, which everyone watched with trepidation in their hearts. Soon the sweating kid said that the basic energy potion was ready, even though no one believed it would succeed. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, He admitted that he hadn't imagined the trappings and application of magic to be so exhausting and asked if he could outdo the maiden. A bewildered Ilsa Pig couldn't believe what it was. Nor could President Doug, who sensed the presence of another element. The sage wondered how this could have happened, and the lad who noticed the strange behavior of those around him asked what was wrong. After a time, the shamans being tested were ordered to stop working, threatening disqualification for those who continued. The head said that he and the vice president would now evaluate the participants' potions and started for the nearest table. Opening the first beaker, he noted that the odor was faint and would quickly wear off, so the elixir hardly fit the D rank. Still, the first contestant passed the exam, and in joy began to thank the president who had given him such an honor. The stern vice president, meanwhile, gave the verdict to another shaman who overdid the processing, which is why he failed the test. The distraught witch doctor fell to his knees in disbelief, and the boar said that drinking such a drink would weaken all characteristics. The evaluation continued for another short period of time, and in most witch doctors failed the exam. Soon it was Fulin's turn, and the first thing Ilsa Pig asked her was how Kevin was doing. The pretty girl thanked for the trouble and replied that the master was doing well, and the big guy said he was glad to hear that. After that, he opened the beaker with her enchanting blue potion, which had a tantalizing aroma and looked promising. The shy girl smiled sweetly, holding her hands behind her back and squinting her eyes as the praise embarrassed her. The vice president said that the treatment came out purest and called it a C-rank basic energy potion. The confident damsel in thought said that she had not let her master down and had accomplished the task sent. The people around them were very surprised, and the girl made sure that thanks to her hard training, she began to process the potion faster, and they were all no match for her. The light-hearted Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro said that a C-rank elixir was quite impressive, but acted as if he had surpassed her result. Afterward, the youngster was approached by a calm President Doug, who said it was his turn to show off his progress. The old man asked what he thought of his result, and the lad scratched the back of his head and replied that he had done his best. People around noticed the kid's insecurity, and many thought that he had succeeded in a rank D potion at best. The attentive reviewer noted that the effort made was very good and decided it was time to check the rank of the drink. After that, the wooden stoppers flew off the beakers, and suddenly there was a lightning strike, which looked mesmerizing. A dumbfounded Doug hadn't expected to encounter a supernatural phenomenon on an exam, and didn't even know how to react to something like this. Nearly at a loss for words, the vice president said that the potion that caused such a thing was rated at least rank B. Fulin, who opened her mouth in surprise, remembered that only someone whose strength was comparable to Master Kevin's could make a potion of this rank. All the other discouraged beastmen froze in place with their mouths open and even trembled with excitement. Carefully sniffing the potion, the head emphasized that it had a rich flavor, the purest processing, and a supernatural phenomenon. He told Elias Pigou that they were wrong, and maybe this guy is scarier than Kevin himself, which sounded even a little scary. It was said that Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro was without a doubt ranked first in the shaman's exam, and the tired young man didn't even have the energy to rejoice. A restless Sakura still sat at the entrance to the association, waiting anxiously for the master. The girl was very worried and often asked people around her if the main character was still out. At the same minute, she was called out by a joyous companion who had been trying to find her in the crowd of beastmen for several minutes. The anxious hottie said he'd been gone forever, and she was really worried, and the guy apologized for bothering her. He added that the exam had come to an end, whereupon the blue-eyed girl immediately inquired how it had gone. Brave replied that he had done well and came back to her with first place, which made the assistant incredibly happy. Holding the unprocessed cardiolus in his hands, Doug asked if having such tremendous power, he wanted to process it. The youngster replied that he needed him to level up, and the president agreed to honor his wish since the seat was taken by him. Giggling Pig asked who taught him how to make potions, and said he wouldn't believe it if the kid didn't have a teacher. An extremely serious Tsukishiro replied that no one taught him that, and he did it all completely on his own. The dumbfounded heads couldn't believe that the kid had actually learned everything on his own, and felt miserable. Afterward, the president told the young man that he would present him with a shaman's garb after the cardiolus treatment. The hero and his faithful assistant began to walk forward, while a distressed Fulin stood beside them with no face on her. The upset girl softly apologized to Master Kevin, who wasn't even standing next to her, for losing to the pathetic man. Her pleas were heard by Sakura, leading the way ahead, who immediately turned around upon hearing the name of the all-famous shaman. Maximally serious at that moment, the hero's assistant realized that the Beast Girl was Kevin's apprentice. Her strange behavior was noticed by the main character, who immediately asked her companion what was wrong. Charming decided to pretend that nothing had happened and excused herself by saying she was just thinking. The winner then said there was another target waiting for them after processing, so they needed to go. A visibly exasperated Fulin was left alone with her thoughts near the counter behind, while her partners continued to follow the president. Soon they reached the ritual room, where the head began the ritual of handling the precious Cardiolus. With his spells, he began to summon the guardian of the four elements, who would work the stone again. Il's pig said the Cardiolus is filled with the power of darkness, so a special ritual will be required, but Doug will handle it personally. The young man was surprised to hear the spell, and Sakura said that the stronger it was, the longer it took to cast. The maximally focused shaman, meanwhile, commanded the bestowal of new life on the gem. After a few seconds, he said that now only Tsukishiro could use the stone, and the young man called the ritual impressive. The head said that Cardiolus come in low, medium, and high grades, and many die for worthless, but the youngster got a medium level one. The kid realized that experience points in the zones of darkness would now be higher, and Doug said that the higher the difficulty, the higher the rewards. He could tell from experience that their team would need at least one tank, 2 warriors, 2 mages, and 1 healer, and asked how many would go. The shy Tsuyoshi replied that there were only 2 of them, and the damsel said that she didn't count because her participation would cause the master's experience points to be split in half. The dumbfounded vice president and his wise colleague asked if the youngster was going to go into the zone of darkness alone. They then showed him the entrance to the area of darkness, which would have new monsters every time he entered, and could only be entered 3 times. The elder added that once inside, the young man would not be able to leave, and would have to either kill all the monsters or wait for the end of his stay time. His fat co-worker said that one could die and then the body would be thrown out, while the slightly nervous Tsuyoshi replied that it definitely wouldn't happen. Sakura said she used the coins she earned to replenish her supplies and asked the wizard to take the potions he would need. Taking a whole bag of potions, the hero said with a smile that the assistant was as thoughtful as ever and asked her to wait for him. The wary president asked how he would use magic if he had already returned the staff to him and offered to lend it to him once more. The fearless fighter smirked intricately as he thanked the elder and said that he wouldn't need the magic cane anymore. After that, the daredevil slung a large sword on his shoulder, saying that he was a warrior, so he had nothing to fear. Without a backward thought, he slipped his foot into the portal, and the worried companion asked him to be careful. A shocked pig didn't even realize that the kid was a warrior, and Doug was surprised that on top of that, he had a pretty good talent for magic. The elder was curious what the little guy could accomplish, so he prepared to eagerly await the result. Tsuyoshi entered the dark zone, where he immediately realized that he needed to defeat the monsters as soon as possible, as he had no time to wait. The bloodthirsty dark wolves attacking with sharp claws were meanwhile eating their remains lying on the ground. The hero peeking out from behind the bushes meant that you can't let them surround you and don't underestimate the speed of their attacks. That being said, he needed to finish as soon as possible and made the decision to increase the power of his attacks with sheer physicality. The strength of his arms was increased the same minute, and the fighter who had made the sharp jump shouted to the wolves that they shouldn't snap their teeth. Next, a thunder chain was activated, which immediately paralyzed the beast without even giving them a chance to do anything. The daredevil received 500 experience points for the stunt, which wasn't a bad result to begin with. The excited youngster said that in his world, he received the same amount for defeating a normal monster, and noted that in this world, the experience points were higher. Continuing to swing his sword, he confidently said that he would be able to return soon after raising his level. The dark wolves fell to the ground one by one from his sword, which emphasized the professionalism of the fighter. Still, the effects of the paralysis wore off very quickly, and Tsukishiro became convinced that the darkness was incredibly strong and the wolves were more enduring than normal monsters. The speed of the beast was incredible, and if the protagonist had been a little slower, he would have been in trouble. In an instant, his attack was blocked, causing the guy to change in his face, but he didn't panic. But what was even more striking was that one of the wolves had blocked the view on his mate, and it was a pretty smart move. In such a case, it was decided to activate the absolute form, thanks to which strength and speed were greatly increased. The brave man began swinging his sword in different directions, striking precise blows at the dark wolves, who were annoyed by this. Smiling, he shouted that at this rate, he would quickly be able to reach level 7, and even on the first try. Standing near the entrance to the other world, Doug asked a worried-looking Sakura if she was worried about the master. The old man said it was the first time he had ever seen someone enter the dark zone alone, unless they had exceptional strength. The serious blue-eyed girl said firmly that she trusted the protagonist completely and was sure he could handle it. Svein said he's seen a lot of guys die because of overconfidence, but this was the first time he'd met someone who went to fight the boss alone. He then began to walk away, expressing his hope that the young man would come to his senses, and the lovely Sakura looked angrily but silently after him. Meanwhile, the panting Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro finally stopped after fighting the wolves long and continuously. His stamina and willpower were at an end as sheer physical strength wore down his body. Daredevil pulled out the handy basic stamina and energy potions that the companion had bought from his holster. The sweating fighter began pouring one of the beakers into himself, gradually establishing his breathing and replenishing his energy. But upon experiencing the repulsive taste, he immediately spit out the nasty blue liquid that was impossible to drink. Stamina and willpower were fully restored, and wiping his mouth, the Daredevil told himself to keep at it. Meanwhile, the loyal assistant and the president of the Mages Association stood at the entrance to the portal, waiting for his return. After calming down a bit, the beauty asked old Doug if he would wait with her or go about his business. The elder said he was worried because he didn't know if the young man would return safely. That said, he remembered perfectly well how Tsuyoshi had firmly and confidently called himself a warrior before leaving for the other world. The president called him a warrior who passed the exam to process Cardiolus and prepared a top-quality potion. At one point, he noticed strange sounds coming from the portal, which was rather alarming. The cute blue-eyed girl immediately recognized the sounds of a master skill that she had complete confidence in for a reason. She calmly said that as long as they could hear those sounds, they could know for sure that the protagonist was alive. The strong man, meanwhile, was still in the area of darkness, where he made a leap and swung his sword at a pack of level 10 wolves. The lightning strike didn't even let the beast realize what had even happened, and every single one of them was destroyed in the blink of an eye. After gaining a huge amount of experience points, the Daredevil said that the only thing left was the wolf boss. Wiping his sweaty face, he said that he was a little tired, but he had finally reached the most difficult part where he could reach the 7th level. Standing in front of the huge door, Tsukishiro Noi caught himself thinking that he could use a little break before the final fight. They decided to position themselves by the stone steps to drink a potion and restore their energy. The capsules from his world had a pleasant taste, but the potions in this world were much more effective, although they had a disgusting taste. Soon the power was fully restored, after which the warrior slung his sword on his shoulder, eager to continue the spectacular show. With a quick step, he walked to a huge door that led to a closed room where the final boss rested. At the same second, the entrance opened, and the hero stepped inside without any hesitation, trying to search the darkness for the enemy. At first, there was nothing to be seen, and the young man began to simply walk forward, dragging a rather heavy sword behind him. It wasn't long before he saw a creature standing in the shadows, whose body was incredibly muscular and whose hands held a sharp blade. The final boss was a menacing-looking, all-bloodthirsty wolf who remained to maintain restraint. Daredevil used absolute physical strength, realizing that it was the boss of the darkness zone since his level was higher than the minion. Wandering through the dark forest, the monster was ready for a fight and began to stare sternly at the intruder. Suddenly, the big guy made a leap, using one of his moves, which alerted the confident boy greatly. Just a few seconds ago, the fearless Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro had a change in his face, feeling not a little worried. The battle-hungry beast used the long chain to try to restrain his opponent and pull him to him. Incredible strength and speed overwhelmed the maximally stressed hero who was trying to hold back the onslaught with his sword. The monster that approached him stared sternly into his enemy's eyes, trying to suppress him psychologically. The youngster noticed that his body began to shake and assumed that it was the effect of the skill of the boss wandering through the dark forest. It was a strong effect for wielders of exceptional power, the effects of which were hard to avoid, something the Ambulis took advantage of. The very nervous fighter still couldn't move, and mentally begged his body to start doing it again. But it was all in vain. He tried to join his hands and use the infinity ring, empowering himself, but it was very difficult to do so. Still, The assertive warrior managed to avoid death, and he bounced aside at the last moment before the blow, leaving his opponent with nothing. The system notified him that the effect of the slowing shiver had expired, whereupon the fierce warrior cried out that he wouldn't just give up. A stream of pure energy burst out from the infinity ring, prompting the youngster to wonder if this was the reason why the effect didn't last long. The bewildered final boss couldn't figure out how the kid managed to avoid being slowed down. The brave fighter smiled at the big boar, looking intimidatingly into his eyes, and said that he would not die for nothing. That said, the thug was not about to be created either, and began to think of a plan of action to destroy the bug. In a distinct but intimidating tone, the monster recognized that the kid was strong and not as simple as he seemed, since he was able to destroy his slowing shiver. The bewildered hero didn't even expect that the enemy could talk, despite being far from human. Smiling intricately, Tsuyoshi said that he thought the darkness was a bunch of beasts incapable of even speaking. The huge boar said that there was a supreme being, after which he used one of his techniques again. The ground beneath the frozen young man's feet began to rattle, which made him tense, but still he tried to remain calm. The wary warrior immediately realized that this technique had already been used by the enemy a few times before. If the hero had a dark goblin kit, he would have been able to use the roaring tentacles to attack the enemy's weak point, but they were left behind in his world. The big boss in turn used a bloody attack, creating a depression in the stone ground with its power. The strength of the black sword of cold light had decreased by 30%, which alarmed the young man, who realized that the enemy was too strong. The monster's bloody attack imposed a vision-impairing effect, making further resistance even more difficult. The maximally stressed fighter was unable to block the boss's punch due to his incredible speed. The boar's sharp weapon flew near the youngster's neck in an instant, but fortunately it did not do much damage. A slight wound was still sustained in the cervical region, but was not life-threatening. The brave immediately rose to his feet, fully prepared to fight on, but felt a little bleeding. With another blow, he was knocked down once more and thrown aside, and tried with all his might to stop sliding. With the help of a sword stuck in the ground, the kid managed to slow down while doing without much damage to his skin. The boar had only hit the young man once, but he was bleeding, and he didn't have any blood-stopping potion on him, so he risked death. Without the potion, the hero could simply die from bleeding, so he had to defeat the boss before it intensified. He contemplated giving up his last attempts to stop the zone of darkness. But if he stayed here, he wouldn't stop the blood and would die. Still, the daredevil gripped the hilt of his sword so tightly that his fist showed veins, indicating the seriousness of his intentions. Being aggressive, the fighter said he would kill the boss anyway and use the thunder chain, lunging at him. The monster of his turn froze in place, looking bewildered at an opponent he didn't really take seriously. This was followed by a violent explosion that triggered the scattering of small stones, which was dangerous. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who had bounced aside, wondered if he had succeeded and why his opponent hadn't repelled the attack. The wild beast, meanwhile, clutched its cold weapon with all its might, but its intentions were unclear. With his actions, he trapped the lightning in the ground, and now it couldn't do any damage. He then said it was all too hilarious for him and wanted to end this no fight as soon as possible. The stunned kid couldn't believe that the skill didn't work, and this could all turn out badly for him. The intimidating boss loomed over him and mumbled that he would crush the young man, and he wouldn't even need a sacrifice to do it. The sweating Tsuyoshi had no idea what other sacrifice his opponent was talking about. Bouncing off the ground, the monster used a powerful attack, increasing the size of his cleaver to riddle the kid. A moment later, the merciless creature swung its weapon at the ground, raising a huge amount of dust with its impact. The big guy said he only needed a level to exterminate a small bug that got in his way. Meanwhile, the main character's health bar was rapidly decreasing, and he himself was unable to resist the enemy. The mighty pig told the seeker that he had lost his weapon, so there was no point in resisting further. The red-eyed man warned in a frightening tone that any action would be futile against him. Slinging the huge sword on his shoulder, the Ambin threatened that next time he would kill Tsukishiro, in whom he didn't even see an opponent. But in an instant, the beast was confused as an opponent appeared in front of him who should have been out. Ahead stood a dark creature that chuckled evilly, saying that it now possessed a victim itself. The bewildered horned man didn't expect to see a rare darkness skill and asked who this person was. The fearless Tsuyoshi said as he approached and was able to attack, thus taking the enemy by surprise. He then said that he copied the victim's skill that the final boss mentioned with his skill. It was a reckless move for the sake of attaining new power, and now the brave man threatened to tear the boar's flesh to pieces with his bare hands. Absolute physical strength was activated, and the warrior's form tripled in size, putting a tremendous strain on the body. Not understanding the situation, the skinny boar asked the man why he could use darkness skills. The fighter replied that it was a simple matter for him, for he possessed the ability to copy and use any skill regardless of race or level. Suddenly, Tsukishiro made a sharp jump to the side, further confusing his opponent, who already didn't understand anything. The tense final boss froze in place, amazed at the speed of an enemy that was largely superior to himself. A moment later, the reflection of a powerful warrior could be seen in his worried eyes, rapidly approaching him. The fearless fighter struck a blow directly into the solar plexus of the boar, who was nearly turned inside out from such force. Now the youngster was being particularly brutal in battle towards the arrogant beast and not giving it a break. After the crushing blow, the monster fell to the ground with a thud, but it was still able to move. Rising to his feet, the boss said that even after copying the skill, the seeker wouldn't be able to use brute force to apply it. Tsuyoshi said he was willing to kill him any way he could, but took into account applying sacrifice doesn't restore health, so he had one shot. The boy's confident statements only elicited laughter from the monster, who unsheathed his sword, eager to launch it at his foe. After using the skill, the creature asked if the kid had forgotten that he could also use sacrifice. With his actions, he summoned a strong wind, which gave him the opportunity to prepare to strike. Gaining mighty power, the final boss called the human foolish, for he had not considered this turn of events. The werewolf rushed to attack, saying that the kid's victim was just a copy, while he himself removed his debuffs and gained immense power. But in an instant, his confidence was again replaced by a strong wariness, for things were not so smooth. Raising his hand up, the fearless Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro said, completely oblivious to his opponent's abilities. He remembered that the enemy could shoot down his attacks with his weapons and had prepared for such situations beforehand. The boss of the Darkness Zone wondered if the man had forced him to drop his weapon intentionally or if his attack was deliberate. Then the warrior, intimidating in his confidence, said that he wanted the wretched boar to sacrifice half of his blood. The agitated monster couldn't understand how the strength of an ordinary person who copied a skill could be so crushing. Throwing himself into the attack, the protagonist said that the pig was now unarmed and they would see if he could survive the thunder chain. After delivering a powerful blow to the enemy's back, he once again told him to give half of his blood and taste his absolute power. The health of the Darkness Zone, boss wandering through the dark forest, immediately dropped to 0, and he himself could barely stand on his feet. Feeling the heavy bleeding in his back, he tried to understand why the man was so strong. The rugged-looking warrior in front told his opponent to behold his folly, whereupon the boar passed away. The victim's effects soon wore off, and Tsukishiro himself successfully defeated the Darkness Zone boss and passed the Dark Zone. The guy complained of severe withdrawal in his body as the sacrifice was a strong skill, and combined with his absolute form overloaded his body. But for his efforts, the young man received the weapon of a boss wandering through the dark forest, which was already a cause for rejoicing. Smiling, the sweating fighter said that he had just lost his weapon, so he could use it. The boar weapon had a passive skill of bleeding, and the secondary skill was bloody attack. Then came the notification that if Tsuyoshi stayed in the area, would receive 50 bonus experience points, which seemed tempting. Also, the brave warrior finally reached the 7th level, which he could be proud of because he put a lot of effort into it. The hero thought that his physical strength would improve, but it caused a lot of trouble, and although the pain versus when he leveled up, the damage was still there. He also realized that if he went for a second round, he would have to use the sacrifice again, and Theo might not be able to take it. At the same time, one had to reach level 12 in a week, so the youngster couldn't miss out on precious experience points. Smiling, he said that this was the price of strength and there was no room for doubt, and wondered if he could continue the trial without determination. Daredevil made the decision to stay, softly apologizing to Sakura for making her wait and worry. The excited damsel, meanwhile, stood near the portal with President Doug, thinking about the fact that the master should have returned by now. The old man said that the guy must have decided to continue the challenge as it will help you earn bonus experience points. At the same time, he realized that it was impossible to pass the test without supplies, and for an adventurer in the zone of darkness, it could reflect doom. The worried assistant said that Tsuyoshi had promised to come out after the first round, and yet she could still hear lightning cracking. Pig intervened in the conversation, who had already gotten some sleep and assumed that the kid had hidden somewhere and was sitting shivering with fear if he hadn't come out yet. The president asked him to watch his tongue, and the pig said that the boy should not have been given vain hopes, for he was unlikely to be able to overcome the zones of darkness. He said that if a fighter didn't show up after the first stage, then he didn't pass it and decided to start over, which could cost him his life. Sakura said that the master would definitely come back and asked her to refrain from such talk, and the lightning splashes proved that he was alive. In his thoughts, old Doug called the girl strong, for in her heart of hearts it was very hard, but she held on with all her might. With a chuckle, the vice president said that the youngster's death would be their fault because they reinforced his confidence. After hearing those words, the hero's assistant turned around, looking at the fat, worthless boar with a burning gaze. The rulers were shocked as the maiden suddenly took advantage of the bloodlust. The president struck the ground with his staff, shouting orders not to cause a showdown, for the situation was already tense. He asked the young lady to wait silently for the return of her associate, and Ilsa Pigu was allowed to go about his business. The horny fatty began to walk away, saying he was just telling the truth and he would get another look on their faces when the boy's emaciated body was in front of them. The nervous old man shouted and told him to scram, while he himself wondered how the bloodlust could have been overlooked. He recognized that the abilities of this seemingly harmless-looking beast girl were limitless, so it wasn't worth it to conflict with her. Suddenly, terrible things began to happen to the Dark Zone portal, which he alerted those watching it. A worried Sakura said as the master's thunder died down, and inside her, everything turned upside down in that horrible moment. The fat pig laughed, realizing he was right, and said that it was stupid for a mere human to go into the zone alone. But then the whole trio was greatly surprised, for the passage increased in size and there was a strange sound. Nervous, bearded Doug had no idea what the sound was and began to watch intently. In the moment, he had a sense of déjà vu, and strange and unexplained phenomena were still happening to the portal. The elderly leader immediately became a fighting stance, realizing that the darkness had broken the seal, though he couldn't believe it. A dark creature with red eyes began to emerge from the portal, and upon seeing it, the old man ordered everyone to get ready. Fat, alarmed Pig didn't believe it and said that the darkness wouldn't have been able to not break the seal of the darkness zone. Surprisingly, it was Tsuyoshi, who said he had gone 3 rounds and gained bonus experience points on each, thus raising his level several times. The maimed fighter now had a level 9, which he was not entirely happy about due to fatigue. Concerned, Sakura immediately rushed over to the exhausted master as he struggled to stand on his feet. A shocked Doug wondered just how much this young man was hiding to himself, and Ilsa Pig couldn't believe he'd gotten through 3 stages in one go. He asked the maiden to help his master, who was unconsciously lying on her lap, unable to even move a finger. The girl immediately began to render first aid, and in a few minutes the young man rose, gradually gaining strength. The president and Ilsa Pig, in turn, used the reflection technique to make the wounds heal a little faster. He said the guy's muscles and nerves were seriously injured, and the co-worker added that it was just a miracle he managed to squeeze out. Thanks to the treatment, Tsukishiro felt much better, and an angry Sakura said he had acted recklessly and not kept his promise. The young man apologized and said that he just couldn't give up the bonus experience points, and reaching level 9 was a great reward. The old man asked if it was true that he had passed the Dark Zone 3 times. The young man confirmed it. Nervous with sweat on his face, he looked at his co-worker, with whom they caught eye contact for a few seconds. The elder said that he wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, because fighting darkness alone 3 times even sounded fantastic. When the protagonist left the zone, the power of evil surpassed the power of darkness, so Doug thought that the darkness itself broke the barrier. The elder was convinced that the lad's abilities were excellent and wondered if he had surpassed Kevin's own genius. In turn, Ilsa Pig, putting his hand on his heart, apologized to the young man for underestimating his strength. A disgruntled Sakura muttered that it had finally gotten to him, and the grateful fighter asked him not to worry. After all, they had helped him with his treatment. The boar said that the reflection effect was a mid-level healing skill, so they healed all but the deepest wounds. Doug said that the youngster came out with serious injuries and was clearly using secret magic, which he'd better not do or it would prevent him from leveling up. The victim still kept the worried Tsuyoshi, who only thought of killing the boar and lost his mind. The kid understood that these were huge risks, but how to be in this situation and had no idea. Suddenly he saw 2 huge eyes of different colors in front of him, which even made him panic for a few seconds. Concerned, Sakura asked the heavily breathing master what was happening to him, since it had started suddenly. The young man replied that he was just tired and came to the conclusion that the skill had damaged not only his body, but also his mind. So he decided not to use it anymore. The president decided to give the fighter a bag of potions to take every day, and a surprise pig asked if he was sure. The boy was very pleased and thanked the old man after listening to his advice, and the surprised assistant realized that this potion was not simple. Doug said it was Kevin's favorite potion to help recover and advised him to meet the legend in person. The elder added that if the genius sees talent in the young man, he will take him as a disciple and pass on more knowledge, for he possesses the legendary law of destruction. A tense Sakura asked what law of destruction Kevin had found, and a perplexed Tsuyoshi asked what it even meant. The perplexed vice president asked if adventurers shouldn't know information about this. There are 12 laws of destruction in the world, and to master them, you need to be an extremely powerful mage, because they themselves have will. Kevin was dubbed a genius because he mastered the 12th law of the Great Winds, and was able to improve his abilities, which helped him in potion processing. Finally, the vice president said that this genius magician would be able to heal the deep wounds of the protagonist. The enthusiastic youngster became enamored with the idea, and his discouraged assistant asked if the master's body could be cured. Doug said he used to be Kevin's mentor, and if they would give him a letter of recommendation, he would meet with them. Pig advised to take some rare potions and valuable ingredients to meet him to exchange later. After that, the young man waved a final goodbye to the shamans and headed off with his shy companion. Looking after them, the vice president asked his senior colleague if this kid had really gotten his attention that much. Svein emphasized giving him valuable potions, while Doug said he was interested in how high the kid climbed, so he decided to invest in the future. A tense pig said it was a risky investment, as few geniuses could reach the zone of darkness alone, and few of them were human. Elder said he had never heard of going into the zone alone, but this case was far from the first time in history. He added that 1,000 years ago, a great creature had given rise to their clan of beastmen, and it was the ancient god, King Garces, who had done it. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who was sliding branches in front of him, asked his companion if she knew where to find Kevin. The girl replied that they had a long way to go, but on the way they could raise the level, and at least they could reach the goal. There was one nuance. The slightly tense hero immediately wondered what the catch of the story was, and Sakura replied that to enter the dungeon, you need a team. Soon the young men came to a clearing where quite a number of people were standing, but what they were doing there was unclear. The first to emerge from the thorny branches was a daredevil who was immediately pointed out by many of the fighters in the crowd. His pink-haired assistant said with a slight smile on her face that this is what is known as a reference point. Most of the seekers would gather here, and as time passed, dispersed to different areas, and since the place was on the way, the maiden led them here. Encouraged, I thought about trying out my skills here, as the choice of dungeons is much more varied in this world. He then decided to visit the shop, and his companion said she would watch him and asked him to be careful. A fighter nearby shouted that his team was looking for a level 15 warrior or tank with a combat power of over 6,000 points. He promised to reward generously with bonuses and added that they would go dungeoning once they had the right number of participants. The Beastmen discussed that this team offers good bonuses, but they also have a dangerous assignment, so no one is in a hurry to join. One of the fighters suggested to the captain to choose another dungeon. After all, they had already spent 2 days on it, but no one joined. The stern commander reminded him that the information about the dungeon was expensive. Besides, it was the only place where one could obtain a blood rose worth 500 silver. The aide said that without the right number of participants, they wouldn't be able to enter anyway, so there was no point in wasting time. Suddenly, a warrior named Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro approached them, saying that his level was a little lower than what they needed, but was confident and wanted to join. The delighted captain said that even if he was level 12, they could give him bonuses. The shy kid discouraged him by suddenly saying that he was only level 9, but they could leave the vanguard to him. The furious commander wanted to pounce on the loudmouth kid, but the team members began to hold him back. There were only 10 minutes left before the aisle was closed, which was immediately noticed by all present, for it was necessary to act. A tense crew member told the captain that if they missed this chance, they would lose another day and asked him to make a decision. The fighters suggested that the leader take a level 9 guy's team, Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to recoup the cost of the information they received. The stern commander ordered Tsuyoshi to listen to his orders and said that their foursome was already strong, and they took him for quantity. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the young man said that he would be glad to join the team for the first time, which further discouraged his visage. After that, the level 9 warrior confidently said that it was time for them to go, and the team leader couldn't believe that he had actually joined the team for the first time. A few minutes later, the fighters entered the 16th level dungeon, where a difficult challenge awaited them. They had to hide from a forest rhinoceros that had a huge body and was immune to physical attacks. The panicked fighters said they were unlikely to get out of here alive, and the nervous commander said he would kill the informant if he got out. Still, he said they would surely defeat the rhino and suggested using the Horn of Return, though he wasn't sure of its effectiveness. The Horn of Return was an incredibly expensive item that could be used to escape the dungeon, but its use was limited. At one point, the tense man wondered where the warrior they had taken on board had gone. One of the fighters said that the strange boy had been here when they left, but now he had disappeared. They then turned their attention to the use of a thunder chain calling for lightning, which was a weakness of the rhinoceros. The shocked foursome watched with bulging eyes, not understanding what was going on at all. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who had destroyed the beast, confidently said that compared to those guys in the zone of darkness, it was just a lightweight. The fighters were dumbfounded even more, realizing that this weak-looking kid had independently defeated the one they feared with all their hearts. The fearless warrior advised them to follow him as he was used to doing things quickly, and added that he was looking forward to the bonuses. The team now had no doubts about the level 9 warrior, and without any chatter, everyone ran after him. The group captain shouted that there was another monster hiding behind the tree and ordered his subordinates to deal with it immediately. The level 15 wind archer recognized that the kid they had taken in was incredibly strong. He couldn't believe that the brave man had rushed in here and easily defeated all the small monsters, thus clearing the dungeon all by himself. The priest of light said that this person didn't even need any potions, and it was hard to believe that he was only level 9. The thief asked who this guy was, since with such skills he should be known, and the captain assumed that this warrior was a member of an elite guild. The dungeons seemed trifling to the hero compared to the zones of darkness, but they gave more experience points for it than in his world. The level 16 monsters here were much weaker than the level 11 darkness zones and weren't even half as strong. Now their poisonous thorns posed no threat to the brave man, and his divine eye allowed him to see the weaknesses of all enemies. He also remembered that for clearing this dungeon, he would be able to get a blood rose to give to Kevin. The fighter said that the boss fight was about to begin, and asked the group leader if their mage could attack small monsters with the fire they feared. The man who was the mage said he would do it now, realizing it was his turn to shine. A tense Tsukishiro advised the fighter to beware of the vines as their thorns were poisonous. The nervous team captain was increasingly wondering how this guy knew so much about the monsters here. He was sure that a level 9 couldn't have that much experience, and assumed that the youngster was hiding his true abilities. After that, the blazing vortex technique of fire magic was used, causing the vines around to be incinerated. Soon the fighters had a chance to take a break and decided to build a fire to warm themselves. The archer said that with the warrior lord, they would surely clear the dungeon without any problems, and the thief asked why he had started calling him that. The priestess said that this man was not like the adventurers of this world and called him special. Meanwhile, Team Captain Victor and Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro shook hands, cementing their acquaintance. The man said he had not expected to meet such a skillful warrior and asked who he was, and the young man replied that he was a mere novice. The commander didn't believe him and smiled, saying they would talk about it later, and the uncomfortable boy assured him it was true. Victor then asked if the young man knew the dungeon rankings of each region and handed him a flask of water. Taking a sip, the hero said he hadn't heard anything like that and asked why he was asking about it. The leader explained that not only bonuses, but also fame could be gained for clearing dungeons, and rankings were sent out to all seeker guilds. The young man asked why he was saying this, and in his thoughts he said that his world had a similar system, and now he found out that there was one here. The mage said that he is a member of the elite team of the Big Goat, and their captain is one of its founders, as well as shield-bearing warrior Big Goat Harvey. Still not understanding anything, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro once again asked what he was getting at. Victor said that a new dungeon had recently opened up, with small monsters of darkness hiding inside in the swamp. He added that they are difficult to defeat due to the lack of information on weaknesses, but the brave knows quite a bit about the monster and can be useful in a sweep. The confident fighter realized that it was a dungeon with monsters of the darkness zone, the reward for which should be worthy. The surprised mage said that mopping it up would add the first pass result to the rankings and offered to arrange for him to meet their captain. The protagonist realized that it could be a good alternative to obtain the attributes needed to level up. Then the young man asked if even level 9 would not prevent him, and Victor replied that there were many dungeons that required different abilities. Afterward, the brave said he was ready, but with 2 conditions, and the captain said that if they were acceptable, he would think about an additional reward. The treacherous leader realized that if the guy agreed to join them and tell them about the monster's weaknesses, they would have an advantage. The first condition required the hero to give him all of his experience points for the sweep, and the second was an opportunity for him to choose his own reward for passing. Blushing with shock, Victor replied that even if he agreed, the captain and the others were unlikely to approve, so he should consult. Daredevil offered to return to the conversation when they got out of the dungeon and said they needed to move on. After a short period of time, the team came back out with a lightning-fast victory. The group members were admiring the actions of the group commander, while Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who was walking ahead, was silently thinking about his own. Mage Victor said that without the warrior, he couldn't have timed his attack properly, as it took him more than 10 seconds to aim. Feeling awkward, he said the hero told them the boss's weaknesses, how to overpower him, and even what to watch out for, which made him unbelievable. Holding a red rose in his hand, the young fighter said he had gotten his share, and they could divide the rest among themselves. The team captain then said that everyone could disperse and promised to share the bonus awards later. The mage then said that he would like to introduce the hero to the head of the guild, and he replied that he had to warn someone first. The boy turned back to Sakura, who called it unbelievable that he had already been called to the team, even though it took her reaching level 30 to do so. She asked him to be careful, and she herself promised to get information in the nearest town and report back as soon as she returned. The young man said that if she couldn't find him, they would meet at the guild hall, and the assistant handed him a pouch of potions and money for 3 days. After Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro waved at her and started to walk away, thanking her for everything, and the cute girl wished him good luck. For the first couple minutes, she continued to smile as she looked after the departing master, but it didn't last long. The serious lady was clearly aware that she had time to get important information about Kevin's genius. In her mind, she said that if he had truly mastered the law of the great winds, then her plan to kill him would have to be tweaked. Captain Harvey meanwhile asked Victor not to make him laugh, for a level 9 warrior could not lead his elite team. But the fighter on the other hand assured that this guy is adorable, because thanks to him they got the blood rose with ease. Vice Captain Luke laughed that dealing with this idiot had clouded Vidi's judgment, for such a warrior was not even worthy of their sandals. After these words, all the fighters present in the tavern began to laugh, and the desperate mage said that if the head didn't believe it, he could meet the young man in person. Clad in heavy armor, Harvey asked if this level 9 worthless warrior was here. Victor replied that the boy was waiting at the entrance, and Luke said, wittily, that he'd lost all fear since he'd brought someone he didn't know here. The angry man asked him to stop acting like this, and decided to show him who was right here, because this creep was constantly bullying him. The bearded big man said he would meet the boy in question, which brought a smile to the mage's face. After that, the blonde-haired fighter brought Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who remained completely calm and composed. The guy didn't know how to strike up a conversation, so he just introduced himself and said he was a level 9 warrior. All present looked at the harmless-looking kid, who was nothing of himself, with bewilderment. The wit laughed, saying that this loser reeked of weakness, and started pointing his thumb down. Victor asked his new buddy to ignore him, though the hero didn't care at all about the underdog's teasing. Taking a sip of the light beer, Harvey asked the young fighter how confident he was. The young man replied that he was 100% sure of himself, but he had one more condition. Laughing slightly, the big man in steel armor asked what his ultimatum was. With a cold-blooded look in the eyes of the head, the daredevil demanded to be allowed to be captain of the team. A fly with pink wings flew past the candle on the table and inadvertently hit the fire, turning to ash. A nervous Harvey marveled at the young man's insolence, and Luke called him a jerk and said that their elite team was made up of some of the most famous searchers. A sweat-exhausted Victor whispered that it was absurd, But a completely calm Tsuyoshi said it was necessary to clean up the dungeon. The leader said that every attempt was worth potions and items, and the daredevil promised that the dungeon would be cleared if he became captain. The astonished vice captain and the man standing next to him suggested simply kicking out the insolent man who was allowing himself to be so loud. The big man still accepted the boy's terms, but threatened that he might not expect mercy if his words turned out to be idle chatter. The shocked hatchling asked if the head was joking, and the nonchalant youngster promised that they could easily clear the dungeon if they worked as a team. The nervous deputy couldn't believe the captain trusted this kid, and Harvey replied that without him, they'd just waste another try. The deputy chimed in that the big goats had had a lot of bad luck lately, and Victor had succumbed to the influence of a brat who needed to be kicked out now. The bearded man asked if he knew how much they were ridiculed by the other guilds, and added that they couldn't accomplish anything and endured scorn from them. He said that if they cleared the dungeon first, their reputation would be restored, so we should seize the opportunity. Also, Harvey stated that he would make this guy answer if it was cheating, but Tsuyoshi, putting his hand on his heart, promised to be honest. After a while, members of other guilds gathered in front of the entrance to the dungeon and continuously taunted the Big Goat Guild. No one had ever seen the confident kid who led the group today before, leaving even its leader behind. The laughing beast man in front said that the goats were being arrogant, being weaklings, and at this rate they wouldn't be able to feed themselves. Victor whispered to the hero that it was the other team's captain who always bullied them, but there was some truth in his words. He added that this is why the captain and the rest of the team are under a lot of pressure, and the situation has gotten worse recently. The fearless warrior activated the skill and told the comrade standing next to him in a calm tone that he understood. After catching the other team's leader with his shoulder, the young man apologized for getting in his way, and Eeyore called him an upstart. The long-eared dog shrieked derisively that they would see how he behaved when they once again returned with the help of the ARG. The unafraid warrior said they'd see about that, and in the meantime, the system gave the team permission to enter the location. He then, remaining completely calm, told his newly minted associates that it was time to begin the sweep. Victor said that the swamp dungeon is inhabited by unexplored monsters, but with the divine eye of the brave should not have problems. Soon the group found themselves in a level 18 swamp shadow dungeon that was home to some pretty dangerous creatures. Harvey immediately asked the youngster leading the team what they would do, and he replied that he had a plan. The kid once again asked if they were okay with him taking all the experience points for himself as a reward. Amble replied that it was important for them to clear the dungeon first and once again asked the kid to prepare for the consequences if they failed because of him. The protagonist replied that he understood everything, after which he set up the system, and now all experience points for the sweep would go to him. The guild leader told everyone present to get ready and listen to the instructions of the boy, who said it was time to begin. The incredulous VP couldn't believe they'd give experience points to this guy, but he wasn't about to let it go to waste. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro's first order of business was to deal with the monsters Victor had mentioned on high difficulty. Because of the increased difficulty, the rewards are tripled, and with everyone on the team scoring, the youngster will be able to go up 2 or even 3 levels. The system notified that a high difficulty level had been selected, much to the dismay of the other fighters. The anxious big man Harvey immediately turned to the brave man he trusted in this situation. Sweating with excitement, the team members hoped it was some kind of mistake, because no one expected a battle on such a difficulty. A shivering Victor said that you couldn't activate the difficulty level unless the dungeon had been explored from start to finish. An exasperated Luke screamingly called the hero an idiot who wants to endanger them, and who they'll waste their time on and be ridiculed again when they return. This little show was part of a devious plot by the vice president, who was waiting for the right moment, but the fool himself made the mistake. He said he brought the return horn with him, and because of this cretin, they'd have to use the ladder to get out of here. The confident Tsuyoshi said that he had a plan, and he didn't pay attention to the difficulty level, because with a divine eye, it wouldn't be difficult to mop up. The angry vice president said it was a life-threatening threat, not a game, and if he wanted to die, let him go to certain doom alone. The fearless warrior activated the divine eye, realizing that everything was going according to plan, and continued to move forward. In the swampy area, weak monsters were afraid of lightning, which the guide decided to use against the toothy crocodiles. Keeping his wits about him, he realized that if he concentrated, he could improve the precious eye. Panicking, Luke shrieked that the fool was going forward at the toothy crocodiles of which there were many. The tense head of Harvey covered himself with a large shield, wondering if the boys had really fooled them. Daredevil, in turn, kept his cool and asked them to follow him, promising to see him through to the end. Waving his magic-endowed sword, the captain ordered the mages to prepare for the attack and not to stand pillar to post. Exuding sweat, Victor used his staff, about to rush to the offensive, and shouted that he believed Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. After that, the brave warrior rushed into the attack, shouting to the others that if they ran away, they would all just be ridiculed. The furious fighters rushed after him as they were fed up with the taunts from the other guilds. The toothy crocodiles, in turn, were not slumbering either, and decided to employ a group attack with their fangs against the captain. Concerned, Harvey immediately shouted to the guy that the 6 monsters had grouped together to attack him with their fangs. The fearless swordsman used the thunder chain, with a shout ordering the fire mage to focus all of his power a meter away from him. Everyone listened carefully to the instructions and concentrated so as not to let the leader down during the battle. Daredevil, in turn, stood in front of everyone, holding his sword tightly in his hands and preparing to give a proper fight back to the monsters. In the end, the toothy crocodile's plans were disrupted, and they failed to launch a fang attack. Victor, who opened his mouth in surprise, couldn't believe that the fighter had managed to defeat 6 enemies at once. The hero said it was all thanks to his thunder chain skill, but was silent on the fact that he was mostly helped by the divine eye. The fighters began to admire him more and more, and Victor exclaimed happily that he was sure of the unstoppable warrior. Guild head Harvey now began to doubt the young man was at level 9 with such skills, and wondered who he even was. Dazed, Luke fell to the ground, shouting that the kid was just lucky, because in such conditions, no one would have been able to accurately analyze the situation. An angry Victor suggested that he just shut up, saying that the talker was only embarrassing them with his behavior. From what he heard, the vice president became furious and shouted back what the wretched charmer had said. A subdued Tsukishiro said they didn't have time for a showdown and asked everyone to follow him, adding that they would pass the high difficulty level. The first to rush in like an errand boy was the guild leader, who now had full confidence in the young fighter. All of the team members ran forward, and the remaining ones on the ground sharpshooter asked them to wait, but no one cared about him. The big man told all the fighters to follow Captain Tsuyoshi and reiterated that they were going through a high level. Half an hour later, an excited Victor said that all previous teams had lost at this exact spot and asked what they should do now. The tense vice president said that the monsters here were high-level darkness zone monsters and blamed the hero for the fact that they almost lost. The exasperated mage turned to him, saying that thanks to the guy's resources and analysis, they had taken almost no damage, though it had been impossible before. Flashy Hatch said that this kid's position as leader was temporary, and he was just taking care of their team as vice captain. A stern Harvey ordered them to be quiet and not to distract Captain Tsukishiro, while Victor glared angrily at the chatterbox behind them. The analysis of the divine eye was complete, and the system advised the hero to assign one team member to distract the monsters while the others went forward. The results were very accurate, and now the young man decided it was time to make a plan, taking into account all the small details. It was said that working together was for mutual benefit, and he was their interim leader. But if someone was not happy with something, they could leave. The guy reminded Luke that he was the captain and leader here now, so his instructions were to be followed. The vice president called him a kid who knew a little about monsters, and the guild leader asked him to speak up when they got out of the dungeon. The perpetually disgruntled pointy-nosed man was unhappy with the existence of a level 9 worthless rookie. The now fearless hero in thought said that in the past his spirit could have been broken by someone like him. There will always be people in the world who oppress the weak, and Tsuyoshi had been victimized by them before and believed that the only way out was to become stronger. The leader then firmly said that in order to reach the next point, they would have to cross a swampy area. Harvey said they had to watch out for monsters attacking unexpectedly, and if something went wrong, they'd have to use the return horn. Brave said this environment was unfamiliar to them and definitely dangerous. But there was nothing to worry about, and the thug asked if he had a plan. The guy replied that he was going to distract the monsters while they moved the others forward and catch up with them later. A stunned Victor asked if he was going to single-handedly distract the monsters, and the head said he couldn't agree to such a reckless plan. Laughing, Luke called the youngster pathetic and said he could go, but not to think they would rush to rescue him in case of danger. Daredevil told the mage that there was one safe path and asked him to memorize it and guide the others. He also said that distracting the monsters is only the first part of the plan, and he will defeat them himself, and the fighters should go ahead and wait for him. The rugged warrior said he didn't want to waste time and asked if he had ever done anything mindlessly. With his loud statements, he stunned all the team members present, looking at him with open mouths. After these words, the fearless Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro went forward, lastly ordering the others to wait for his signal. Without a backward thought, he stepped a foot into the emerald pond ahead and began to cross it, thinking of pressing matters. It was worse than the protagonist thought, but this kind of terrain was perfect for thunder attacks. An intricate smile appeared on his face, and his divine eye was activated again to analyze the situation. A nervous Luke asked how the rookie could win against a whole horde of monsters, and Harvey said he couldn't completely trust him, but his attitude was amazing. Confident in the young man, Victor said that his level was not important here, and asked his comrades to just follow his plan, for he had given them the exact route. Meanwhile, the warrior mumbled frighteningly that anyone who found themselves surrounded by a swarm of darkness monsters in the swamp would freeze with fear. But that didn't stop the brave man, who immediately plunged into the water without even thinking for a second to turn around and walk back out. His opponent was a dark soul eater, which was a creature that ambushed passing prey. The fearless warrior knew that their bodies were saturated with water, making them virtually invulnerable to fire attacks, but he still didn't stop. After that, the cold-blooded young man swung his sword sharply, thus destroying several soul eaters. Many shards flew in different directions, and the strong man remained standing in place, not even leaning forward from the sharp swing. Smiling, the lad realized why nothing was known about them, since they are black as tar and hide in the swamp after every attack. He used a unique thunder chain, saying that they wouldn't be able to recognize the monster's weak points. The Soul Eaters, meanwhile, suffered greatly from his powerful blows, but there was no way to dodge. A few minutes later, the system wrote that the protagonist had successfully managed to distract the monsters, which was what he wanted. The attentive warrior noticed that they were now all gathered at one point, which was his good chance for their complete annihilation. For ordinary seekers, such a situation would be fatal, but with the absolute physical strength of the youngster, it would be no problem at all. Suddenly, Tsukishiro began to run away, leading the devourers behind him, and with a shout he asked Harvey to lead the others down the road he had shown him. The shocked team members were increasingly surprised by the captain, who ran very fast without even getting stuck in the swamp. Proudly squaring his shoulders, Victor was convinced that he had been right about the hero after all, and asked if his companions believed him now. The bewildered vice captain admitted that he had underestimated the boy, who demonstrated unique fighting skills. The guild leader said to go ahead while Captain Tsuyoshi distracted the monsters and the archmage lead them. After that, everyone rushed forward without wasting a second of precious time so as not to make the hero take unnecessary risks. Soon, the system once again notified the kid that he had successfully distracted all the monsters and had accomplished the task completely. It was also written that he took the eaters into a combat zone where they could be safely exterminated. The trapper shouted to the others that this was the danger zone and would massacre the pitiful creatures that got in their way. He remembered that only stabbing attacks worked on them and decided to combine them with thunder attacks to leave the monsters no chance. At the same moment, one of the devourers was suddenly attacked by a lightning-fast attack and didn't even have time to realize anything. Then the abominable creatures began to die one by one, not even managing to do any damage to the enemy. Enjoying the process, the Braves said they had already bought time, so there was no rush for him. The rest of the team, meanwhile, were rejoicing that they had emerged from the swamp unharmed. One of the cheering fighters said they and the other teams had never made it this far, and Harvey couldn't believe they actually made it through. Suddenly, Victor ran up to him, pointing his finger in the direction where the boss's lair was. The bewildered head and his deputy were surprised to hear this, and the kids said that the opponent didn't seem too difficult. After that, the team began to figure out if they should fight or if it was better to wait for Captain Tsuyoshi, who asked them to do so. A confident Luke intervened in the conversations, asking everyone to calm down and saying that they should wait for the main character. His words caused bewilderment to the other two fighters, for somewhat earlier he had not considered the young man for a captain and had taken it in stride. The man said he trusted the impressionable strength of the daredevil, for they had traveled so far only because of him, and so it was worth waiting for him. Victor and Harvey, the guild leader, looked at each other in silence, not expecting such revelations. The bearded big man laughed, for even Luke finally trusted the young man, and as a result, it was decided to wait for the captain. In turn, the team magician said it was the right decision and it would be safer for everyone. And the vice president scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Tsuyoshi suddenly appeared and asked if they were expecting him, and said that he had already dealt with all the monsters of the darkness zone. Walking on the water, he said that the boss was quite close, so here they could split up to make the task easier. A warrior in ragged clothes suggested ending this high difficulty level dungeon as soon as possible. Stunned, Luke didn't expect the young man to defeat everyone single-handedly and proved to be really incredibly strong at his 9th level. The big man Harvey said that when they passed this dungeon, it would be worth recommending the young warrior to the guildmaster. Nearby was the Swamp Guardian, a boss with high health and the Swamp Haze skill that creates swamps. Tsuyoshi, is it possible for a high difficulty level to be missing the gate leading to the boss? And the VP said it doesn't guarantee it. According to him, the presence of the passage to the boss does not depend on the level of difficulty, on its strength, so the entrance can be even a medium-level dungeon. The hero realized that those gates he saw when he got Cardiolus must be rare, and the strange eye caused him an overwhelming sense of dread. Excited, Luke grabbed his sword and said it was time to go to the boss, because victory was right under their noses. The prudent Tsuyoshi asked to wait a bit and use divine eyes as if noticing danger ahead. Suddenly, he asked Harvey to get the mages and agile team members, which surprised the Amble, but I didn't ask anything. After a couple minutes, everyone was already gathered in the right place and waiting for instructions from the temporary team captain. A delighted Victor asked if he had a plan, and the young man said that the commanders would lead the warriors and level with the monsters as usual. The mages were ordered to pair up and add a signal to use strong magic and distribute items that impose debuffs. Young added that using debuffs will make the fight much easier, and fighters need to surround the boss and use them, which will distract his attention. The brave asked the mages to follow him and prepare to interrupt the monster's attacks and take staggered positions. Crooked-tongued Luke said that, like he said earlier, Captain Tsuyoshi would have no trouble mopping up the dungeon, and they could rely on him. The team's interim captain said they needed to defeat the boss as soon as possible and return home. The guild members standing at the portal entrance were discussing that the big goat had entered the dungeon with a young warrior, and even at a high difficulty level. At high levels, the entrance to the dungeon would light up red, making it visible and flaunting the team's skills. The long-eared dog said that this time, the fools were led by a man who had clearly deceived them, for they couldn't even clear the middle level, but entered the difficult level. He thought the big goats were a strange crew of humans and beastmen who had long ago lost their honor, and he wanted to mock them in front of everyone as soon as possible. Inside the dungeon, meanwhile, there was a protracted battle with the Guardian of the Swamps, who was intimidating in mere sight. A concerned Victor asked if they weren't supposed to support the fighters with magic, and Tsuyoshi asked him to just wait for his instructions. The horned big man Harvey faced his opponent and even tensed up a little, but he didn't panic. The horrible creature lunged at the fighters faster and faster, and they had only a moment to bounce back. Their actions made the dungeon boss very angry, who was eager to massacre everyone, leaving no one alive. The prudent leader in turn ordered the second group of mages to attack, as the situation was heating up very dramatically. In the same minute, the Swamp Guardian was attacked by the Windy Invasion and a strong wave in the back, and the skill was successfully interrupted. The agitated vice president realized that Captain Tsuyoshi had foreseen everything ahead, and the rest of the fighters proudly rushed forward to attack. The protagonist considered the high difficulty level to be just a game, because it was no problem for him. After only 15 minutes, the 18th level Swamp Guardian was defeated and no longer showed any signs of life. The proud team members cheered as they cleared the dungeon, shouting that they had done it first, unlike the other guilds. The command staff decided that they should recommend Tsuyoshi to the leader, as he is incredibly strong and able to predict the behavior of monsters. Daredevil's level, meanwhile, had increased to 10th level, as had his combat power, and he could now go on his way. It was only 2 steps away from reaching his goal, and after analyzing the situation, the fighter felt he could do it. Suddenly, the system wrote that for reaching level 10, the owner of the Infinity Ring gets a set of black cloaking armor. This pleased Tsukishiro even more, who decided not to drag the rubber and immediately equipped the items. A moment later, the gear was put on his torso, and the kid himself now felt much more confident. He was given a practical kit that could only be worn by infinity ring wearers, and it could not be sold or exchanged. It seemed to the young man that his body had changed too, and he wondered if it was adjusting to his needs, but he decided to test it later. A surprised Victor asked who the handsome man was, and the embarrassed hero replied that he had just changed his outfit. A stunned Luke said he wouldn't have thought he was a wuss if he'd seen her right away, and Harvey said he'd like to ask the fighter for a favor. The warrior, serious at that moment, immediately inquired what favor the bearded, bulky man was interested in. The long-eared dog, meanwhile, drew his companion's attention to the portal from which the pitifully large goats were already emerging. Everyone was amazed when they saw the notification that the goat team had cleared the dungeon on a high difficulty level and broken the speed record. The dumbfounded beastmen couldn't believe that they had actually done it, becoming the first in history. At the same moment, a human hand was stuck out of the entrance, which further agitated those standing around. After that, the guild members came out of the portal, led by the cold-blooded and imperturbable Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. Harvey said that they hadn't been surrounded by such attention in a long time, and Luke promised to introduce the guild hero and recommend him to the leader. An overjoyed Victor told the young man that everyone was talking about him, and he replied that this was the second time since he came into this world, which was even a little strange. The mage then turned his attention to the discouraged dog, saying that the big goats were the first to pass this dungeon and set a record. The gray-bearded, envious man said it was because they had accepted a strong man who helped them in everything. The conversation was immediately interrupted by the protagonist, who asked the chatterer what he had said about him a few moments earlier. The guild leader immediately apologized and offered the fighter to work together, promising that they would accept any of his terms. He was well aware that that guy wasn't easy, and when they needed to mop up a high-level dungeon, his power would come in handy. After that, the rest of the people in the crowd began to run up to the warrior as well, nervously asking him to share contacts and offering cooperation. The calm Tsuyoshi knew very well that talented people were always in high demand, and if a person was strong, the roads were open to them everywhere. In turn, Harvey confidently said that this guy would join their Q guild, but the culprit himself remained silent. After a while, the team traveled to the city of Beastmen in the north, where many of the inhabitants looked at them with bewilderment. In the midst of everyone, as usual, stood a daredevil who even surprised many beastmen with his appearance. Soon the people began to recognize the big goat Harvey from Guild Q, but no one knew the boy standing in front of him. The kid asked his newfound companions to wait for him for a while, because there was something he wanted to do. He had promised Sakura that they would meet at the Seekers Guild and decided that he would go to Guild Q after the meeting, but he really wanted to see her. The cute beast woman in the Commonwealth building was telling the orcs that she was on a diet, so she would refuse food, and the ones below started offering her drinks. The room was suddenly invaded by a brash young man who asked the big men to step aside and let him pass. With his arrogant behavior, he pissed off one of the thugs who said in a raised tone and angrily that they were actually talking. His colleague asked the kid if he didn't know the drill, and then remembered that he had seen it somewhere before. The woman behind the counter immediately remembered that this was the same guy who had come in earlier and noticed that he had changed a lot. The bully said he asked where the boy had gotten the cape, and his bald fellow mockingly suggested that he had blown all his money on it. Ignoring the idiots, Tsuyoshi asked the lady if Sakura had come by, since they were supposed to meet here. She replied that she hadn't seen her today, and other than those pesky orcs, no one had even come by. Soon the idiots realized that the beast woman had called them that word, and they didn't like it. The charming lady exhaled heavily, sarcastically expressing her joy for getting this to them. One of the thugs was furious that some bitch dared to mock them, and even in front of a stranger. The big man's arm was intercepted by the main character, who coldly asked if they couldn't see that the woman was uncomfortable with them. Ambo couldn't understand who this guy with such power was, and called him a reckless fool out of anger. The stern orc suggested going outside, since there were guards here, and the other underdogs said it was time to fight. Both of them wanted to punch the insolent man in the face as soon as possible, and Tsukishiro apologized for disturbing the madame behind the counter. Concerned Mademoiselle asked him to stay inside to be protected by the guards, for outside the ogres would beat him. The fearless warrior turned her head to her and said in a calm tone that everything was fine, then continued walking towards the exit. The beastmen were unhappy that some human was establishing his own order on their land. What was happening was noticed by Harvey, who asked the captain what was going on, while the rest of the group remained silent. Eeyore immediately shut their mouths upon hearing the boy being called captain, as they realized that things might not end well for them. The woman peering out of the building immediately wondered who the young man was. The brave man told his men that these green guys started a fight for nothing, even though they didn't even know who they were messing with. One of the stern members of the crew asked if the underdogs were picking a fight with their esteemed captain, and yet everyone was ready for revenge. The frightened goblin said in a trembling voice that there had been a misunderstanding and began to swiftly roll away. A bewildered Victor asked what was going on, and the hero didn't bother to enlighten him and told him to go to the guild since his companion wasn't here. Soon Harvey was sitting in a meeting in the boardroom where the leader congratulated them on their first dungeon sweep and on setting a record. Guildmaster Q then asked if the man really wanted the man to join the sweep of other zones as well. The man said that Tsuyoshi had exceptional talent, and because of him, they were able to pull off something that no one had been able to do for a long time. One of the founders of the guild, Swordsman Reedham, said that a simple man could not command the beastmen, but he could be a spy. His words sounded delirious to the imperturbable protagonist, but they were beginning to anger Victor, who was standing next to him. Suddenly, the conformist Luke said that the founder's opinion carries a lot of weight, so they have no right to argue with him. Blushing with anger, the mage said that Reedham had always thought they were insignificant just because the guildmaster belonged to the beastman race. He added that if Captain Harvey hadn't been so nice to them, they would have left a long time ago, and the vice president began to shut his mouth so as not to aggravate him. It was said that they could vouch for Tsukishiro as his observation and analytical skills were impressive. The swordsman said that the guild didn't need him and added that they were human, so they understood each other well. The nervous big guy slapped the table and said that their team had worked hard for the guild and fought for it for a long time. Reedham, on the other hand, said that if the other commonwealths found out that they had chosen the man as their leader, they would be ridiculed and their reputation would plummet. The steel-clad man rose from his chair and asked the guildmaster what he thought about it. The old non-conflicted dog said they respect Harvey's opinion, but they should work it out on their own. The elder said they were welcoming the man, which caused a slight laugh from the scum of Reedham, who tried to cover his face. Not expecting such a decision, the bearded Ambo wanted to object to the guildmaster, but realized that it was useless to do so. After that, he lowered his sad gaze, closed his eyes briefly, and simply said that he understood. A confident Tsuyoshi suddenly intervened in the conversation, saying that he had only come here for the captain's sake, so he had to go. Patting the sturdy man on the shoulder, the young man said with a smile that he had a reliable team, so he could not worry. His act drew even more respect from the rest of the group, who were now glaring angrily at the guild leaders. The team leader in turn looked silently at the imperturbable warrior, dignified in every way. Before leaving, the hero said he had fun fighting alongside them, and added that perhaps fate would bring them together again someday. Sitting on the chair, Reedham asked the man to take care of himself, and everyone else remained silent. Angry Harvey said that this guy had the potential to change the guild's future if they became stronger with his help, but missed the opportunity. But the Red Fox called it a laugh and said that they were just lucky to sweep the dungeon, since the human was not capable of anything. The leader of the group advised them not to regret it, after which he and his companions turned around and began to walk away. Tsuyoshi, on the other hand, decided to go looking for Sakura first because he wanted to apologize for ripping the t-shirt she was working hard on. Suddenly, a panting dog came running up to him, looking for him for a long time, and the young man himself asked why he was following him. The beastmen who mocked the hero began to make eyes at him, saying that their guild would welcome him with open arms because he needed the power. It was also said that he could set the rewards and conditions himself, which seemed tempting to the guy because he wanted to make more money. The dog said the assignment was to rescue the kidnapped daughter of a rich merchant and asked him to follow him to the guildmaster. After that, they began walking through the city, where the protagonist was looked at with surprise by some of the locals. A serious Tsukishiro wondered if the guild was taking kidnap rescue missions as well. Pez said that many were competing with their well-known rhythm guild in the city for work, and even this order had to be competed for. The guy remembered that the task they had taken with Sakura earlier had earned them 3 gold coins, and this could net them as much as 5. The beastman said that the daughter of a very famous family had been kidnapped, and because of the urgency, the reward had been increased to 500 gold, which would cover all of the guild's expenses. The young man was shocked when his vis-a-vis said they would give him half if he helped, which sounded very tempting. In his head, he immediately figured out that he would present 250 gold coins to a loyal companion who would be over the moon. Soon they reached the Rhythm Guild, where one of the guards asked if this was the boy the captain was talking about. Wealthy merchant Venton angrily pounded his fist on the table, shrieking that he would make them pay 10 times the reward in compensation if they failed the task. An excited Master Pace said they were working on a plan and would rescue his daughter tomorrow. And Vice Master Hugh realized the situation was a stalemate. The enraged bull yelled that he'd heard about their failures and reminded them that they'd been talking about developing a plan since day one. The stunned beastman didn't expect that the customer had already arrived, and the unperturbed Tsuyoshi asked if this pumped-up type was really the customer. The hero asked if they had sent a rescue team, and the dog replied that 15 people with levels of at least 20th had been sent. A nervous Hugh said they faced a huge number of traps in unfamiliar territory and could not resist a group of intruders. Tsukishiro realized that after the first failure, the enemy had clearly believed themselves and prepared for their arrival, and the dog said that after many losses, time was running out. The saddened beastman put his hand on the warrior's shoulder, saying that because of such a desolate situation, the guildmaster had urgently summoned him. Unable to hold back tears, he said that if they failed, they might die, and after ruining the guild's reputation, they would be mired in debt. The absolutely calm young man asked him to calm down, whereupon the dog began wiping away his involuntary flowing tears. The victim was in the mountains among many traps, but with a fighter's divine eye and copied skill, everything should work out. Angry Venton once again threatened that if they failed, they would have to pay compensation 10 times the reward and disband the guild. The observant guy noticed that the big guy was fixated on money and didn't even say a word about his daughter. A bewildered Master Pace said he couldn't find 5,000 gold so quickly, and his deputy promised that they would definitely find the girl. A confident hero suddenly entered the conversation and said they could save his daughter. The cold-blooded warrior said she would be rescued and they would bring her back tomorrow, so there was no need to worry. The bewildered bull asked the guildmaster who this stranger was and asked to hear the words he was throwing around. Beastman told the very surprised head that he had told him about this man who had agreed to help them. An indignant Venton asked where the Beastman Guild had gotten a human from, and such a cocky one at that. Still, he exhaled unhappily and said that they would still see what would be said tomorrow and asked them not to forget that failure would cost them 5,000 gold. Suddenly, the fearless Tsuyoshi offered to make a bet where if he could save the girl, the reward would be raised to 1,000 coins. Smirking, the bull asked if he thought he could fool him, but the young man said he hadn't finished his sentence yet. Being completely serious, he said he would pay 50,000 gold coins if he lost. Hearing such a loud and harsh statement, Master Pace and Vice President Hugh nearly choked on their nosebleeds. Venton assented and again said that if the girl was saved, the reward would be doubled, and that in case of failure, 50,000 would fly into his pocket. Now the contract was changed and the demanding customer told the expiring guildmaster to sign it. Shaking with nerves, the Beastman realized that they had no other choice and signed so as not to take up anyone's time. After that, the consumer and his guards began to walk away, and the protagonists silently stared at their backs. An agitated Hugh asked his senior caller to his colleague why he had signed it, but at first there was no answer. Being embittered, he said that the man had put the guild in a hopeless situation, while the unperturbed man replied that he had a chance. An orc suddenly burst into the room, saying that the president of the Shaman Association had arrived, and a worried Pace ordered him to be let in now. Standing behind him, Tsukishiro immediately realized that the president was old Doug, whom he had been waiting for so long. The elder had come to speak with the guildmaster and his deputy, who had summoned him to see him. A tense Hugh said he had invited him to help heal his wound, as the guild healer was no longer doing well. The elderly president said he heard the vice president himself led the team because of what caused that injury, but the fighter called it nothing. During the treatment, Doug asked if it was because of Venton, and the warrior replied that the order was difficult and at this rate the guild could suffer. A smiling hero interjected into the conversation, saying that the situation was difficult but was confident they could handle it. The old guy didn't expect to see a guy he already knew here, and the dumbfounded vice president asked if they really knew each other. The president soon learned that he had been asked to help with a heavy order and said he could handle it, and the young man promised to do his best. A nervous Pace asked in a whisper who this Tsuyoshi was, since he knew Doug, and the beastman replied that he was clearly much stronger than they thought. The vice guildmaster suggested that the lad do it together, for he could use his experience, and he himself should keep an eye on him. Putting a glass of water on the table, the young man answered absolutely calmly that he didn't mind working on the team. He startled Hugh by saying they could go, for his wounds were clearly healed by now, and the president of the association asked them to be careful. The guildmaster asked the elder if he knew Tsuyoshi and said that they had heard of his power, which was why they had called for help, but doubted his abilities. The elder replied that the young man had recently passed the white shaman's exam and was the only one in his memory who had managed to obtain Cardialis. The dumbfounded beastman didn't even expect that an unremarkable little boy could get the gemstone on his own. Running his hand through his long aging beard, Doug said that it seems Tsukishiro is much stronger than they all thought. On the way, a worried Hugh said that the young man himself had decided to raise the bet to 50,000 without even consulting him, which was wrong. Brave said he understood his worries as preparation is really important and asked to be led to a place where it could be done. The vice president said they had 2 healing potions and 2 normal items, so there was no need to buy anything. But the protagonist said that he meant something else and asked for his roots, which dumbfounded his new companion. The frustrated fighter realized that the warrior was not fit for this order, but in times like these there was no other option. Soon they reached a place where Hugh reminded his comrade that they had little time, and if they failed there would be no turning back. After pouring gold coins into the hand of the big guard in front, the beastman asked what kind of battles were going on today. Unperturbed, Tsuyoshi said he wanted to participate and asked to be registered, which further stunned the vice master, who thought it was silly. The guard said that if his intentions were serious, he should go inside, fill out a form, and pay an entrance fee. The warrior wanted to use the selection system to gain the assassin skill, for the assignment needed someone who could defeat enemies silently. In the arena, meanwhile, was the one-armed Narado of the Cat tribe, who was a cold-blooded shadow assassin. His opponent was an angry, roaring warrior from the Beastman tribe, who noticed that the one-armed opponent was incredibly fast. The fearless cat, with a smile on his face, asked the fat cat to attack, being ready to repel any of his attacks. After that, the fat beastman made a rumbling dash forward, eager to dispatch the pitiful cat as soon as possible. In battle, he used a heroic roar to raise the morale and strength of the wielder, shouting that a warrior has no time for complicated strategies. The chip of the unflappable Narado was to keep his composure during the fight, as it was a major aspect of winning. Suddenly, the cold-blooded fighter rushed forward, leaving the fighter standing there perplexed and unable to strike. The maximally tense bald beastman was even angrier because he couldn't hit the pouncing kitty. Against him, the trickster used the assassin skill, thanks to which the wielder in the guise of a shadow would sneak up on the enemy from behind and deliver a fatal blow. With a sharp pull of his blade, the confident Narado said with a slight chuckle that shadows could not attack. The thug collapsed to the ground with a loud crash, whereupon the commentator asked the healer to help him, declaring another victory for the assassin. Victory salutes began to rumble in the arena, and the spectators from the rostrum began to loudly support the warrior with applause and shouts. Surprised and half admiring, the beastman called the cat's incredible strength amazing, for he was originally from the east. The fight was watched with interest by Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who found the skill of the powerful fighter quite interesting. A tense Hugh said he would not be able to beat Narado, who has held the top spot in the arena for 3 months now, a dream of many. Brave asked if an assassin from the east was really that powerful, and the vice president asked if he had heard anything about these warriors at all. It was said that there were many secret guilds on this continent, which was where the cat who was rumored to have been kicked out due to losing his arm came from. The Assassin's Guild sounded mysterious to the hero, and the vice president said that details about it could only be learned by remaining a member. Suddenly, the commentator said that next would be the newcomer Tsuyoshi, who asked to be put into sparring with the assassin. The audience from the grandstand began to laugh at the clown who thought he was someone and decided to fight the mighty Narado. The confident cat asked if this kid was crazy for going into battle with no experience. The fearless youngster began to walk into the arena, and a discouraged Hugh warned that there was no way he would defeat such a strong fighter. Daredevil said that experience doesn't matter at all, because the outcome is impossible to predict anyway. The boy's stubbornness bored the beastman, who asked him to stop making a tough guy out of himself and didn't understand where he got so much confidence from. Soon the lad entered the arena, and Narado immediately wondered if he really had zero experience in combat. The cold-blooded assassin advised the young man to surrender, but warned him that if he really wanted to fight, no one would stop him. The divine eye using Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro smirked at his opponent, saying that he was eager for battle. The commentator then announced the start of the fight. Anna, the protagonist's face, was still devoid of any emotion. Merciless Cat said he didn't like to poke fun at newcomers, so they'd finish the duel pretty quickly. Everyone wanted the plucky Naruto to finish off the juvenile underdog in a second and show him a real fight. Keeping a cold mind, the daredevil noticed the incredible speed of the enemy and decided to act as usual. The absolute physical strength and divine science to analyze the enemy were activated, and the defense of his entire body instantly increased. The wary cat immediately took notice, though he was about to deliver a crushing blow to destroy the youngster. Holding a sharp blade in his hand, at one point the assassin stopped for some unknown reason, which looked rather strange. Continuing to analyze his opponent's actions, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro asked in a calm tone what was wrong. The alarmed onlookers could not understand why the warrior had stopped and assumed that he was mocking the newcomer. Trying to remain calm, Naruto didn't realize who this man was. For a second ago, he had seemed weak, but in an instant he had changed. In an instant, a powerful aura began to emanate from the young man, and his gaze became intimidating, which worried the Oriental assassin. With a smile, the kid asked if the kitty was giving up at the beginning and said he would start first in that case. The tense warrior couldn't read his opponent's next move and recognized in his mind that the newcomer was far from simple. Suddenly, the system notified that the absolute copy skill had improved, and now the hero could copy the enemy's skill during combat. Before, he had to touch the opponent's heart, which was a bit difficult, but now things had changed and it was a cause for joy. The confident warrior roared forward as he wanted to show Naruto what he could do. The anxious assassin didn't understand why the enemy was as enthusiastic as he was and decided to be cautious. He managed to copy an assassin skill that temporarily increases agility and allows the wearer to repel attacks with quick steps. The even more enthusiastic warrior called this skill excellent and now rushed into the attack without any hesitation. The nervous cat cried out that the kid was bluffing and tried to use a surprise attack, but it was all in vain. His actions didn't frighten Tsukishiro at all, who smirked as he used the powerful Step Z skill. Unaware of the situation, the assassin was about to deliver a crushing blow, but in an instant, everything went downhill. He planned to strike at his opponent's neck, but it was protected by a strong barrier, which was very unexpected. Protection and strength were concentrated in the neck of the protagonist. But the dumbfounded Naruto didn't know that and couldn't understand why the youngster didn't hurt himself. The bewildered beastman from the podium also couldn't understand how something like this could have happened. The sweat-slick battle cat wondered if this unknown kid was the strongest here. The overzealous Tsuyoshi said his opponent had great skills, but decided to pick just one of them and began the process of copying. The surprise attack skill was soon copied, which could be improved to thunder attack depending on the weapon and attributes. An agitated Naruto shouted, asking why his dagger had not left a single scratch on the boy's body. Smiling wryly, the warrior said it was a long story, after which it was his turn to prove himself. Without showing even an ounce of mercy, he rushed to attack the confused opponent, standing still. The dumbfounded kitty couldn't figure out how the guy had mastered his assassin skill. With a thunderous sudden attack, the brave struck a lightning-fast blow at the enemy, inside of whom everything turned upside down in an instant. The Oriental assassin's eyes immediately began to roll upwards, and his mouth involuntarily opened in pain. Slinging his sword on his shoulder, the young man said that with this not bad ability, he could save Dog Wenton's daughter. Seconds later, celebratory fireworks erupted again in the arena, and Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro himself was the winner. Outside the arena, an admiring Hugh was waiting for him, saying that the kid must have the best equipment since he'd taken Naruto down like that. The newfound characteristic made the daredevil's body more agile and faster, much like the assassins themselves. The vice president asked if the guy was sure they could handle the order at night, since it's hard to see anything in the dark. The confident assassin said he would have a good view of everything and asked his comrade to lead him into the mountains. Late at night, the partners walked through the woods, where the beastman told the hero that the fortress to which Vanton's daughter had been taken was farther away. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro said that judging from the location of the fortress, the previous failures don't surprise him. The vice master said that the train of traps set by the enemy makes the fortress defensible and difficult to storm. Being tense, Hughes said that even with the young man's skills, the order would not be easy to fulfill, and asked how he planned to attack if there were only two of them. But turning around, he was shocked because the main character was no longer behind him, which was very unexpected. There were guards within the fortress who laughed at the Rhythm Guild, whose members constantly tried to infiltrate them but were defeated. Somewhere in a tree lurked assassin Tsuyoshi, using his divine eye to analyze the area. He soon learned that there were 9 trigger-illuminated traps and 6 automatic traps along the path to the entrance. The young man noticed that the eye had improved as he could now see everything, and the system itself wrote that the trap switches were inside and guarded. After carefully reading the information provided, the daredevil rushed down from the tree to begin the task. The warrior was clad in a set of black camouflage armor, and when sneaking around, the cloak turned into a mask that could be turned off if needed. Though not too softly but gently, the lad landed on the ground and could now gradually move into the territory of the fortress. He was impressed by the divine selection system, which was incredibly convenient in every aspect. At lightning speed, the fighter tore forward, flying past the large moon that brightly illuminated the ground. The falling log trigger trap was soon successfully passed, which was already considered a good start. Now, as focused as possible, Tsukishiro made the decision to deal with each guard in turn. The first thing he did was offer his hand to his face to reduce the whistling sound he later made to attract attention. The alarmed guards immediately took notice, the lighting order to check, for it could have been an intruder. One of the beastmen went to check, assuming it was some animal that wasn't dangerous. The companion left above told the newcomer that no one would dare attack their fortress at such an hour, and the priest agreed with him. Eeyore thought it was the deer again, who had messed up 3 traps last time, but had no idea about the assassin sitting in the tree. From this distance, the hero could use the kunai that Guild Vice President Hugh had given him earlier, so he took it out of his inventory. He gradually crept up on the beastman from behind a tree, while the Ambo himself held his baton at the ready, keeping his guard up. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi jumped out at him, and with his arms spread wide, he grabbed his opponent's head, taking him by surprise. Afterward, the strongman pulled the new recruits behind him, and his pathetic companions didn't even notice anything strange. The strength of his arms was increased to 120%, which helped the assassin to more quickly strangle the enemy, whose face was veined from lack of air. A few seconds later, the guard passed out from suffocation, and the cold-blooded fighter was ready to start on the next one. With the help of the cable, he began to move towards the enemy, successfully overcoming the trap of falling rocks. Landing carefully, the observant assassin began to look around at the rest of the guards. The wary priest noticed that their comrade had not yet returned, and the other ogre didn't even know where he was chilling. The blue-skinned man called his newfound colleague lazy and said he'd bring him in right away. The disgruntled preacher said softly that the boss would be furious if he knew about such a silly incident. He was preoccupied with his dreams of his lover and didn't even notice that another of his comrades had disappeared in an instant. Still, the old dog noticed the strange noises nearby and became very wary, but was afraid to go check it out. Looking around carefully, the priest said there was no one here, but sounds were still coming from somewhere. Another guard had been robbed of his life, and the assassin was left with only one opponent who had no one left to help him. The agitated pastor tried to use the staff for illumination, asking associates to come out, but no one responded. Exodus then, the old man ordered them to respond, threatening to activate the trap and immediately reach for the levers. In a trembling voice, he said he felt uneasy and wondered if an intruder had snuck in. Suddenly, the intimidating Tsukishiro was right in front of the priest and said he wouldn't let him activate the traps. A thunderous surprise attack was then used, and the terrified beastman froze in place. With an incredibly powerful arm, Tsuyoshi struck the priest, using a surprise attack that kills the opponent with a single blow. The way was clear now, but looking at the levers, the young man wondered if there really were that many traps here. Afterward, the fighter told a shocked Hugh that he was following him and told him to watch out for any remaining traps along the way. The youngster asked him to get under the line and began lighting the traps, and the alarmed vice president asked how he knew of their location. Seeing the control levers ahead, the enthusiastic beastman offered to destroy the other traps since they were already here. He was immediately slapped on the arm by the main character, who said they would need them later, and the chubby one, more time, appreciated his strength. Daredevil asked to follow him and said he needed to find the boss, while the sweating guild deputy complained of pain in his arm. With trembling legs, he tried to take a step forward, seeing traps flying by that the young man didn't care about. At one moment, Hugh saw a guard lying on the ground and began to shoot at him with his bow, though he was no danger. After that, he screamed in fear because a blade swept in front of his face, cutting off a small piece of his hair. Ahead was a fortress guarded by 24th level warriors, inside which I was supposed to be Venton's daughter. The delighted vice president said he trusted Tsukishiro with his life, and the young man simply asked him to distract the enemy. This caused the stuffed beastman to be somewhat perplexed, but he realized that there was no other option. Bowing respectfully, he said that it seemed their paths had now diverged and one must act alone. A tense Tsuyoshi said that Hugh was not a pawn to him and asked if he remembered the traps they had left untouched. The excited vice master asked if the kid had decided to keep them for him and remembered that they were marked. The brave man said that a fortress like this always has strong defenses, and the divine eye lent him the setting in detail. The lad said the traps would do serious damage to the warriors and asked the boss to leave it to him, whereupon Hugh thanked him and expressed his appreciation. One of the red-skinned big men told his comrades that the fortress grounds were unusually quiet tonight. Suddenly, 3 sharp arrows fired by the deputy master of the Rhythm Guild flew towards him. All 3 sharp devices hit the back of the ambo, who didn't even wrinkle or feel any pain. The maximally tense vice guildmaster threatened to destroy the fortress today and told them to attack, calling them cowardly idiots. Breaking a branch in his hands, the embittered warrior immediately recognized the pathetic archer who had come to them before. A whole gang of fighters rushed at the enemy, using the skill of furious damage, martial roar, and bloodthirsty rage with a battle cry. A bewildered Hugh froze in place, realizing he was in danger on his mission to distract his opponents. After that, he immediately rushed away, and the thugs were not even a moment behind, eager to tear him to pieces. The absolutely calm Tsuyoshi Tsukishiron was watching a tree nearby, saying that the beastman was finished if they caught him. The brave man wasted no time and made the decision to move forward while the enemies were distracted from the entrance to the fortress. First, he had to make sure the girl was inside, so he used the divine eye. Vanton's daughter was indeed in the building and listened with great interest to the tales read to her by the ferocious leopard Ida. The stunned hero could not believe what he saw, because he thought the boss would be a real tyrant even towards a child. At one point, the wary monster smelled something amiss, and the girl proudly declared that there was no way she would have eaten an apple from a stranger like she had in the fairy tale. With his back to the little girl, Ida asked her not to look forward, while she thought he just wanted to play. Daredevil was suddenly attacked by powerful magic, which was to be expected from a leopard beastman. The ruthless boss used a crushing, stinging attack, while not even giving his opponent a break. After taking a closer look at the youngster, the strong man realized that he was not a member of the Rhythm Guild and told him to confess who he was, threatening him with death. The fearless warrior said he thought the girl had been kidnapped, but as it turned out, the leopard was telling her stories and being gentle. For the first couple minutes, the opponents stood at a distance from each other, each thinking about their own things and drawing conclusions. The nervous Tsuyoshi understood that Ida's behavior was quite strange for someone who had kidnapped a child and couldn't understand what was happening at all. The ferocious leopard was impressed that the assassin silently walked through all the traps and disarmed the guards, something no one before him had managed. Brave said that he came on behalf of the Rhythm Guild to save Vanton's daughter and offered to solve everything peacefully, as he was just fulfilling an order. The boss, who was in his territory, immediately jumped up, shrieking in response that he was refusing such an offer. As expected of a berserker, they have no tolerance for idle chatter, and this class fights ferociously and recklessly. The protagonist realized that he couldn't stall, because if the leopard's allies returned, he would be in trouble. The ruthless foe used a knockdown punch, which he was going to use to dispose of the youngster as soon as possible. The fellow immediately activated his divine eye to carefully analyze the leopard Ida's actions. The enemy's powerful attack was cut short, making the fully confident berserker somewhat wary. The wary warrior had never before poked in with the incredible speed possessed by Tsuyoshi, who had suddenly come up his rear. The assassin used a thunderous surprise attack and decided to strike directly at the powerful enemy's back. With incredible power, the impact triggered destruction all around, and the Ida, taken by surprise, fell with a thunderous crash. Even with a perfect divine eye analysis, he was able to respond to the young man's attacks because he possessed the precision of a leopard's movements. Berserk noticed that the assassin possessed immense speed, strength, and strategy, but it was unclear why he was using a simple sword. Using absolute physical strength and increasing his arm strength, the fearless warrior suggested to end this buffoonery soon. The enraged leopard agreed with him and asked to attack while being ready to hold back any onslaught. Outside, Vantin's alarmed daughter suddenly came out, calling Ida uncle and asking what he was doing. The big guy opened his mouth wide and froze in place, not knowing how to explain to the child what was happening around him. Feeling like a naughty boy, he hid his hands behind his back and asked her to go back into the room, reminding her that he had already asked her not to go out. A surprised Tsukishiro didn't understand why the boss would be so affectionate and why he was acting as if the girl was very dear to him. The worried little girl saw the wound on the arm of the nervous uncle, who began to deny it, saying that he had accidentally hurt himself with his sword. Being angry, the little girl asked the hero not to hurt Ida because he is good, but the leopard himself said that it's not that simple. Waving his hands, the young man said he wasn't bad at all, for he had come to save her, not to harm her. He felt a little hurt in his heart because Karina looked at him just like the sweet girl she was when she was angry. Unable to hold back her tears, the girl cried out that it was good for her to be with her kind uncle, and she didn't want to go back, and he had promised not to give her to anyone. Standing his ground, the warrior asked the leopard if they would continue fighting or still talk about what was going on. Taking the child in his arms, Ida said he would put her to bed first, for she was frightened if he did not read her a bedtime story, and afterward they would talk. Soon the girl fell asleep, and Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro asked if it was true that this was not a simple kidnapping, for she had become very attached to the fierce one. While covering the sleeping baby with a blanket, suddenly the leopard confessed that he was working for Vantin in his secret gang. The dumbfounded lad couldn't believe his ears, and immediately asked why it was necessary to kidnap the rich man's daughter. The ferocious boss replied that Rich was doing all of this in order to shake down the other guilds for a huge compensation. Now the puzzle came together in the serious young man's mind, and he realized why everything seemed strange to him, because the situation had been set up. Ida says they kidnap a child, and Venton creates a high-reward assignment that no seeker would take on because the guilds are too weak. The hero, however, realized that after the payout, everyone could see the child had returned home safely to his parents, which was strange. In an instant, there was an epiphany in his mind, and it became clear that the scheme of the wily rich man was far more frightening than it appeared. The leopard said the rich man stole the baby and raised it as his own for the sake of the plan, and the used child has no value before him. The maximally serious fighter asked if his vis-a-vis wanted to say that the creep was planning to get rid of the girl. The youngster also asked why the girl was so attached to the boss, and he replied that he was the one who had kidnapped her and was secretly taking care of her. It was also said that as the baby girl grew older, a sense of guilt grew in the leopard that never left him for a day. Assassin asked what fate would await the child if Venton reached his goal, and couldn't Ida just run away with her? The leopard replied that he could not betray the man who had turned him into a true warrior, for before meeting him, he had been starving and homeless. The brave man said that he should cut all ties with the scoundrel and run away, because he became a real parent for the girl, and it would be better for them. The mighty warrior mumbled softly that if the bull hadn't saved him, he would have been dead long ago, but this little girl meant a lot to him. Tsuyoshi once again advised him to take the child and run away to give a new life to her and himself, forgetting the past like a terrible dream. Nervous Ida said in a loud tone that Venton would never forgive him and understand the assassins to catch them, so starting a new life is not easy at all. Turning around, the guy asked him not to worry and told him that he understood him perfectly well in this situation. Remembering his beloved baby sister Karina, he added that taking care of someone is hard. You have to keep believing better and not lose hope. His words made the leopard a little sensible, who now calmed down a little and asked what would happen to the rich man in that case. Daredevil promised to help if he couldn't do it on his own, for he couldn't let a freak like Venton hurt Ida or the girl. Afterward, the young man continued on his way and was soon met by a joyous Hugh, who kept distracting the powerful fighters. He said the underdogs couldn't get around their own traps, and he had managed thanks to the hero tags, which the kid was glad to hear. Then the perplexed and somewhat even frightened vice president asked why the young man was alone and whether he had not saved Vanton's daughter. The warrior said the girl was safe and asked him to go back to the guild and report to the master, which made him unbelievable in Hugh's eyes. The horrifiedly delighted beastman rushed out running, shouting joyfully that the guildmaster would be crazy happy. Looking at his back, the stern-looking assassin said she had come to talk to a scoundrel who was pulling off terrible schemes. Meanwhile, Venton sat in his home, pondering whether the kidnapping scheme should be improved, for the income had lately declined. Suddenly, he heard a man's voice saying that now it was no use, which frightened the cowardly bullfighter very much. It was the intimidating-looking Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who said he had come to take the life of the insatiable tosser. The panicked fatty immediately jumped up from his seat, calling for someone to help, but none of that made sense anymore. The cold-blooded assassin said it was useless to call for help, for while the horned man was busy counting the money, he had already taken care of all his subordinates. In a trembling voice, the fatty asked if it was true that the guy was from the Rhythm Guild and what it all meant, since he had killed all the guards. Looking at the floor in horror, the bull added that they were all top-level 15 warriors, but the hero was able to massacre all of them alone. The warrior replied that it had been so long since anyone had attacked the estate that they had let their guard down, and he had snuck in and finished everyone off very quickly. A terrified Venton called them idiots he was feeding them and said the young man could name his price and promised that such a thing would not happen again. The assassin told him to hand over the 5,000 gold he owed to the Rhythm Guild and reminded him of the wager, for the order had been fulfilled and his daughter was safe. The cold-blooded warrior then said that he had heard the scum had raised many children who hadn't even seen a normal life. Putting a knife to the fatty's throat, the brave man said he was just curious if he was making money with the help of innocent chads. The scoundrel said they could split the profits in half and promised to give half the fortune if the youngster would spare him. The fair warrior asked if he was planning human trafficking, and the degenerate replied that he was, for it was faster than kidnapping and safer. Afterward, the unperturbed Tsukishiro said that he was clear now, but still held the blade at the fat man's throat. A terrified Vanton promised that the lad would live without want of anything for the rest of his life if he spared him. Smiling, the young man said it wouldn't be enough because he wanted more. Exuding sweat excitedly, the fatty asked him to speak and promised he would give what he could. Using a thunderous surprise attack, the warrior took the life of the fat rogue because he wanted his life. The next morning, many people gathered at the estate and discussed that there was no sign of a fight, so the attack was sudden. Also, someone in the crowd said that Vanton was found in the bedroom in a terrible state, but no one had the slightest idea who could have done such a thing. Only one wound to the heart was found on the bull's body, inflicted from the back, indicating the furious state of the killer at the time. A suicide note was found next to the body describing all the crimes, including child abduction and illegal activities. The one-armed Naruto standing in the crowd was sure there could be no mistake, as he recognized a stab to the heart from the back out of 1,000. The wounds all reflected the nature of the attack, and surprise was a unique skill the assassins possessed, but the situation was still unclear. At one point it dawned on the cat, and he wondered if this was the work of a human warrior whose final blow in the arena he remembered perfectly. The blow was similar to the one-armed man's surprise attack, but the guy wasn't a member of the Assassin Guild, and it was unclear who he even was. The mustachioed man realized that the youngster might have stolen a skill, and if one reported it to the Assassin Guildmaster, there was a chance that he would be accepted back. They decided to report their guesses immediately, for they were tired of wandering alone. The protagonist, meanwhile, stunned the members of the Rhythm Guild by bringing a box containing 5,000 shiny gold coins. Dazzled by the incredible beauty of the values, the beastman said he was immediately sure he could do it. A befuddled Pace said that if it hadn't been for the brave man, they would have gone unrewarded, and Hugh said that after Vanton's death, all the crimes came to light. The brave warrior said that the order was successfully completed, and he was even able to level up, becoming even stronger. After the bull was massacred by his subordinates, the system gave him a reward in the form of increased experience points for killing enemies. After successfully leveling up, the ruthless fighter would calmly walk away, dragging a huge sword behind him. The guildmaster clapped his hands at Tsuyoshi, who not only defended the guild's honor, but also brought them a fortune and offered to split the 5,000 coins in half. The kid said he was originally supposed to get 250 coins, so he decided to donate the remaining amount to the underprivileged. The shocked trio of beastmen couldn't believe that he was actually going to give the money to the needy. Tossing a bag of gold, the brave warrior said that some people would need that money more than he did. He said he would take 250 coins as they had agreed and demanded no more. The young man waved and began to walk away, and the beastmen were impressed that not only was he skillful, but he was also generous, as he gave away such a large sum without question. The hero only had one level to raise, and he was sure that Sakura would be surprised to see him, for the disguise of the armor made him different in appearance. The kid assumed he should wait for the girl at the Adventurers Guild, but he suddenly saw a lot of people near the building. He immediately wondered why there were so many people here and what was even going on, but remained calm. The angry wife of the president of a northern city's trading company shouted that the dirty half-breed dared to push her child and told her to apologize. The alarmed damsel reiterated to the madam that her son had come upon her by himself, and she was merely standing still. Blushing with anger, the fat woman said they wouldn't stoop to her level, and added that half-breeds were truly disgusting. Chewbacca backed up his mom, saying he would never touch someone like Sakura, and called her a liar. Feeling uncomfortable, the city guard told the girl that she had pushed the young lord and asked her to simply apologize for her own sake. The feisty beast girl said she would not tolerate insults in her direction and felt that there must be at least one witness who had seen everything. The people around them started to turn their faces away, pretending that nothing was going on, and it was telling that there was no one to stand up for Sakura. Lowering her gaze to the floor, the warrior grinned slightly and realized that no one would even think to stand up for her, because everyone had chickened out. Suddenly, the fat barrel slapped her across the face, calling her a half-breed again and telling her to apologize and threatening her with arrest if she disobeyed. The worried guard advised the persistent girl not to be stubborn and know her place, calling her a fool. The angry blue-eyed woman lifted herself up slightly and looked into the fat woman's eyes and said that she would never apologize to her son for anything. Her intransigence infuriated the woman, who threatened that she might make sure the insolent girl didn't live to see tomorrow. A bald offspring with a chipped tooth proudly declared that his father was the president of the trading company of this city, so it was best not to mess with them. An angry city guard saw the damsel reach for her weapon and shrieked that even though she was a high-level seeker, there were rules here. The warrior realized that she had to be patient, for it was impossible to ruin the master's plans, though it was difficult to do so. Clutching the hilt of her sword tightly, she repeated in her head that she couldn't let this stupid situation ruin everything. From nowhere, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, an assassin who was eager to punish the owner of Three Chins, appeared. The ruthless warrior struck a blow directly into the fat face of the self-important mademoiselle, who did not expect it at all. The pathetic little son with a hair sticking out of his bald head turned blue with fear because his mom was knocked out. The cold-blooded Tsuyoshi looked sternly into the eyes of the sweating boy, who now had no one to stand up for him. The young man didn't stop and with a sharp sweep of his hand, gave a slap that sent the small talker to the ground. What was happening caused great surprise to the people standing around, including the humiliated Sakura. Straightening his hand after the blow, the hero realized that the scum had dared to insult his assistant and raise a hand against her. The harsh warrior said that whoever they were would have to face the consequences for the stupid things they had done. Meanwhile, walking towards his goal, Naruto was together, which even in the daytime was dark and cold. A stranger's knife was suddenly held to his throat, who threatened that if he took another step he would be killed, and asked what the cat wanted. The agitated one-armed man introduced himself and said he was once a member of the Assassin's Guild and had come to pass on information. The stern leader of the Northern Commonwealth said he is no longer with us, so he is not allowed to be here. Suddenly, another head appeared and reminded him that Naruto had been caught stealing by the guild, for which he had gotten his hand cut off and banished. The fighter, who was sweating from nerves, said that he had seen a person in the city who had stolen an assassin skill and thought they would be interested. One person said that something like this can't be ignored and asked for more details about the situation. The second leader asked with a smile, wondering how someone like a stranger could be in the northern city without their knowledge. Kat said that he had personally fought the man who used surprise attack and added that he could catch him in return for returning to the guild. Vorn Purplebeard emphasized that it made sense and said he would talk to the leadership about it if the information was true. Meanwhile, Sakura began to slowly come to her senses and was very surprised to see a master they hadn't seen in a while. The new-look protagonist looked completely different, and he was now a level 11 warrior. The blue-haired guard said with a tremor in his voice that the guy had just hit the wife and child of the president of a trading company who wouldn't just let it go. The enraged fat woman tried to calm her crying offspring, threatening to kill them both because it was the first time anyone had dared to raise a hand against them. She then screamingly told security to arrest the couple immediately, threatening that otherwise her husband would have to cut the city's funding. The guard, who was a mere pawn in the story, ordered the young men not to move lest they be harmed. The fearless Tsuyoshi said that these people started first, and they were just defending themselves, which confused the law and order keeper. The furious woman shouted that no one would confirm that she had struck that vile half-breed, for she would not smear her hands on such a creature. The cold-blooded hero threatened that one more word and her teeth would fly apart, and reminded her that there were plenty of witnesses. Sweet Sakura told the master that no one would step in for her and apologized for the trouble. The unafraid fighter asked her not to give up, which should have motivated his frustrated assistant. The girl originally thought she'd be protected too, but she's a half-beast and the fatty wife of the president of a trading company that everyone feared. The obnoxious person grudgingly said that no one would defend a human and an obnoxious half-breed. Unexpectedly, Captain Harvey and his comrades appeared, who were incredibly happy to see the man who had completed the order for the Rhythm Guild. The smiling guy didn't expect to see the guys he was killing the boss with, and said he just did his best. The arrogant madam frozen in place didn't understand what it all meant and wasn't so sure of herself anymore. Out of nowhere, Vice President Hugh and his associates appeared and said he had just recently donated all the money as requested by the young man. The hero replied that he was going to leave, but accidentally got himself into trouble, and a surprised Sakura remarked that he had become quite respectable. The vice captain of the Big Goats, being serious, inquired if there had appeared any trouble. Ready for a fight, Hugh asked who was causing a commotion here, since picking a fight with Tsukishiro was like picking a fight with the Rhythm Guild. The crying spinster clung to his mom, very afraid of what was happening, and the nervous woman wondered who this mysterious man was. The tense guard said that if no one could prove that the president's wife had struck first, according to the law, the boys would have to be arrested. All members of the Q Guild were ready to stand up for the protagonist because he did a great job for them and helped them in many ways. Suddenly, there was even a pink zookeeper who had seen the fat girl hit first and was willing to recognize Sakura's innocence. The woman sitting on the ground angrily called everyone fools, saying she was the wife of the president of a trading company, but she had no further argument. The worried beastmen around now began to feel more confident, and many began to stand up for the lovely girl. The bewildered law enforcement guard realized that there were many witnesses and asked the madam to come with him and his colleagues. Thirsty for justice, Tsukishiro suggested that she apologize to his companion first, threatening to otherwise not let the fat woman leave. The stern-looking hatchling, like the rest of the guild members, started demanding an apology, and no one cared that this one was the wife of the president of the company. Under public pressure, the arrogant woman repented and admitted wrong, asking for Sakura's forgiveness. The guard then asked the distraught madam to follow him, and she didn't even resist anymore. The young man thanked everyone for their help, and the guild members were happy to help a responsive fighter who had helped them all. He then smiled and told Sakura they could go, and the girl immediately rushed to follow him. Before leaving, the shy girl expressed her great gratitude to everyone who sided with her in the situation. On the way, the assistant admitted to the master that at first he did not even recognize him because he had changed a lot during his absence. Smiling, the guy replied that he had gotten a special outfit that changed his appearance, and the jersey she had sewn had torn during the fight. The cute girl said that the guy seemed to have matured, and noticing his aura, asked if he had leveled up. The hero said he helped the guild in resolving the conflict. That's how he met those guys, and asked her to set aside a bag of gold coins. The shocked blue-eyed woman said that he could buy a great armor at the auction for the 250 gold coins he possessed. The youngster was planning to buy her a new outfit, so he suggested going to an auction in the next town. The shy lady asked not to be wasted on her and said there was an auction house in the next town over where the brilliant shaman Kevin lives. After hearing this, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro caught himself thinking that he had completely forgotten about the need to meet the genius. After the recent battle, the stale blood was pressing on the guy like a stone, which was a side effect that the shaman could cure. The young people began to walk into town with smiles on their faces, always finding topics for conversation, because it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Several leaves fell right in front of the smiling young man's face, which alerted him in a moment. Immediately, the smile disappeared, and the heroes themselves stirred as if they posed some sort of danger. Several dozen strange objects suddenly flew in his direction, and it was necessary to react as soon as possible, daughter. Ready for battle, Sakura immediately grabbed her sword to begin fending off attacks and not letting her master down. The tense girl asked her comrade to be careful, and herself began to look around carefully. Behind the bushes not far from them stood the leader of the assassin guild, who realized that the skill thief was not alone. The young men immediately looked angrily at the stranger who had suddenly attacked them stealthily. A man in a level 30 light robe said that skill thieves like Tsukishiro deserve to die. Then his 27th level associate emerged from behind the bushes and said that they had come for the head of the young man from the assassin guild. One-Eyed said the guy didn't look like a Commonwealth member, and if Naruto wasn't fooled, he stole their surprise attack technique. The possessor of the vile tongue said that the guys were clearly hiding their levels, with the girl seeming stronger, though it didn't matter. With a nasty lick of his lips, he said he liked the half-human a lot, and the stern-looking Sakura reached for her magic sword. Clad in powerful equipment, the protagonist silently and fearlessly stared into the eyes of his opponents, clenching his fists tightly. Suddenly, the young man caught himself thinking that this was the first time he felt such a strong urge to kill an assistant. The wary damsel asked the wizard to be careful, for the enemies were stronger than any opponents he had faced before. The Assassin's Guild was a terrifying secret organization that originated in the East and consisted only of strong fighters. Its members took the heads or other body parts of opponents as a reward, and if they had their eye on a person, nothing good could be expected. A thoughtful Tsuyoshi said that he had met a beastman who had been kicked out of there, but he himself was in no way connected to the organization and had never seen those people. At one point, the youngster realized that the surprise attack skill he had copied was a unique skill of the guild, so they targeted it. After that, the stern warrior activated his divine eye and began to analyze his opponents from head to toe. The slightly alarmed companion took notice, but didn't understand at all what was going on with the master. The assassin in the tree told the unit that he could make a beast maiden, but asked him to be careful, for she was quite skillful. The bearded man himself decided to take care of the thief because he knew that if he brought his head in hands, the guild would have no questions. Sharptoothed said that no matter how strong the little girl was, she was no match for him, and he could no longer contain himself as he wanted to lunge at her. The ruthless assassins activated the absolute darkness skill, wanting to demonstrate their full power to the thief. A flustered Sakura told the master that it was a unique skill and asked him to stay close so they wouldn't be separated, but he didn't understand. The fearless warrior mumbled that fighting everyone alone would be more effective and wanted to see how strong they really were. The opponents, meanwhile, tried to cloud the minds of the young guys, who stood idly by and just stood still. The revenge-hungry fighters on the fly asked if the kids would even try to run or hide from them. The worried girl once again asked her companion to be careful because the situation was getting more and more heated. The enraged assassin asked if they really thought they could steal a skill from them so easily and escape. The sudden attack was aimed right at the exposed neck of the boy frozen in place, but it wasn't that simple. At the last moment before striking, the adamant Tsukishiro thrust his sword, thwarting the level 30 assassin. Turning his head slightly, he said in a stern tone that his opponent would have to level up to overpower him. The nervous bearded fighter couldn't understand how the kid managed to block the attack and how he knew his level. The enemy was then driven aside by a brave man who never kneeled before anyone. The angry Koch asked the kid what level he was at because his strength was comparable to his and even in some ways superior. The unperturbed warrior, slinging a hefty sword over his shoulder, replied that he was now at level 11. Getting even more angry, the assassin said that he couldn't be at such a low level unless he was a genius. Daredevil said it was up to him whether to believe it or not, and the knife-wielding fighter called him a stubborn fool. Unexpectedly, the Snake Gate skill was used against the protagonist, allowing him to approach and attack the enemy at an acute angle. Although Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro was impressed by the reality, he was not frightened at all, and he decided that he could not do without a divine eye. Trailing the enemy used murderous cloning, a skill that summons several clones from the darkness surrounding the enemy. The brave man in turn activated absolute physical strength that was centered upper body. Body defense increased, and now it was much easier to continue fighting a strong fighter. The dumbfounded assassin didn't understand who this kid was and what level he was at, because his defense was incredibly powerful. The kid decided to give the opportunity to make sure, resulting in the 11th level being displayed above his head. Looking fearfully into the eyes of his tense visage, he said that he had not lied to him anywhere, and there was no reason to doubt now. The ruthless fighter then grabbed the hilt of the mighty sword and rushed to attack the assassin guild leader. A knife was held to the stunned, bearded man's throat, and he himself still couldn't believe that Tsuyoshi was really at such a low level. Suddenly, the exhausted man got down on one knee, which spoke of his weakness and inability to fight any further. Holding on to his wounded left breast in a trembling tone, he asked the young warrior to stop, hoping for a show of mercy. Assassin called him a strange guy and said that if he really was level 11, every guild would want to hire him. The fighter then offered the hero to join their organization, promising golden mountains, while he asked why he should believe the one who wanted to kill him. The exhausted leader was convinced that their conversation was not going to go well and decided to show the boy where the crayfish were. Filling his heart with rage, he gripped the hilt of the kunai tightly, threatening that he would never give up. Throwing himself into the attack, the assassin advised the lad to be thankful that the technique had not been used before. A surprised Tsukishiro recognized in his thoughts that his opponent had incredible strength, for he had turned his desire to kill into a weapon. The ruthless man in front used a killing intent crystal, summoning a powerful attack that could not be repelled or blocked. Daredevil was also not confused and used absolute physical strength, although it could not help him much in this situation. The tense young man realized that even with her, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack, and was sure that if the incredible blow came to his heart, he would die. The angry assassin said that against this technique, anyone below level 30 was no match for him, so he should not underestimate it. Then he mumbled that the young man must die if he did not want to join their invincible clan. The mad fighter then swung his arm, eager to quickly deal with the splinter that stood in his way. The relentless hero, in turn, decided to use heavy artillery, since conventional weapons and sheer physical strength didn't work. His powerful arm in the moment was endowed with a mighty energy that could destroy any enemy. The alarmed opponent immediately wondered what had happened to the mouse's aura and felt goosebumps on his own skin. Endowed with crushing strength, the kid stood silently in place, preparing to enjoy his finest hour. From his inventory, he took out a divine hammer whose duration of use was still only 1 second. At the same minute, an incredibly powerful hammer blow was delivered, and it was now impossible to dodge. The unforgiving of mistakes, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro looked sternly at his opponent while being slightly exalted to the sky. The lad realized that to defeat such an opponent, he had to deliver a crushing, decisive blow. The main thing in this case was speed, because the hammer could be used for a second, but this would be quite enough for the warrior. Upon seeing the unusual technique, the stunned assassin asked what weapon could contain such incredible power. Raising the hammer above his head, the hero said that now they would see if the cocky upstart could repel his blow. Faceless laughed at the fact that a mere level 11 warrior wanted to test his power and asked not to be made fun of with such nonsense. The situation was heating up more and more rapidly, and within a second there was a powerful explosion, shattering the ground. The enemy used a strong assassin guild skill, a more powerful, potent version of the killing intent crystal, uniting the assassin's weapon and body. Trying to find the right moment, the hero gripped the hammer tighter, repeating in his head that he only needed 1 second. Meanwhile, in another part of the darkness stood a confident Sakura, who noticed that the wizard had used his power again. The girl realized that the outcome of the battle had been decided, and she had nothing to worry about. But the wounded opponent ahead of her was still dangerous. The focused Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro used the Divine Hammer technique the same hour, hitting the opponent directly. The weapon lasted only a second, but the guy used it rationally because he had time to grab the enemy. The assassin was then thrown aside with a sudden movement, not even managing to hurt the boy he didn't take seriously. In the end, the bearded man landed very hard, but remained conscious and could still move. Coughing after the fall, he softly mumbled that the kid couldn't be at level 11 with such strength. Looking at the gleaming index finger, the man realized that he was going to lose to the youngster at this rate. It took an hour to summon the darkness, which was a strange bat-like beast. Trying to get to his feet, the warrior said that if the kid killed him, he would become a target of the Assassin's Guild. The time to use the Divine King Hammer and Glass, and now he couldn't release his full power. His energy seemed more powerful to the protagonist now, and he wondered if it had grown with his power. The brave's body was badly exhausted, and it was time to use the healing potion, but there was no more energy for that. Luckily, the caring Sakura was nearby, noticing that the master was not well, and decided to give him first aid. Gently leaning him against her, She said that defeating the one-eyed assassin would do a lot for the guy's body. The beauty then gave her companion to drink a potion with a horrible taste that he complained about, and she laughed, saying that was why she didn't drink it. The girl said that the young man might be in such a state when she wasn't around, and he agreed with her, but such an opponent could not otherwise be defeated. The companion said that ending the fight quickly was a wise decision, and mentioned a story about a 10th level warrior who fought many enemies alone. A surprised Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro emphasized that she had an amazing memory, as this was a story he had told her a long time ago. It had been a long time since the young man had left this world and had almost reached level 12, so it was time to return to Karina. Last time he ran into Mina's company while dealing with his sister's abusers, the scum kid's father turned out to be the deputy boss of the Blue Snake Gang. Sakura suddenly told the master that the assassins had high-ranking potions that would surely be useful to them. The excited hero said that was great and realized he could reach level 12 before they got to Kevin. The proud warrior decided to return to his sister upon reaching the level, and afterward told his companion that he had recovered and offered to continue his journey. Along the way, they encountered a horde of inferior monsters and ran into countless bosses. The daredevil dealt with everyone alone, while Sakura stood nearby and supported in every way possible. The youngsters also met a frustrated team that failed to clear the dungeon. The indifferent Tsuyoshi joined the squad and almost single-handedly defeated all the monsters, overwhelming the other fighters. Through his actions, the protagonist achieved a promotion to level 12 and could now return to his world. After a while, the assistant said they were almost to the town where Kevin lived and suggested they have somewhere to sleep for the night. This was overheard by an excited hotel owner who told the young men that they had one premium room available. The guys asked if they had 2 free rooms and emphasized that any room would do because they didn't need comfort. The man assumed they were here for Kevin's potions tournament and added that even one spare room was luck right now, since there were a lot of guests. Upon hearing about the tournament, Tsukishiro was very surprised, and Sakura, who was standing next to him, ducked her head down a bit frustrated. The bewildered innkeeper asked if they were definitely seekers, if they hadn't heard of the championship, which they had many times. The lady said that this is a large-scale alchemical science event, with competitions and exhibitions opening during the event. The kid thought it was interesting and said he'd have to look into it, and the vis-a-vis asked if they would take the room. Scratching the back of his head, the young man said that if his companion didn't mind, they would settle in the same room, and she was more concerned about his consent. Suddenly, a male voice behind him said confidently that the room was rented by him to rest properly. It was a level 15 blue shaman, Vincent, and his girlfriend, who wanted a premium room. The pleasantly surprised host immediately told the gentleman that they would prepare the best room for him. Beastman told him to lead them to the room, and the cold-blooded hero looked at him sternly, but remained silent. A serious-looking guy put his hand on Vincent's shoulder as he walked away, saying that there was actually a line here. Grinning, the beast asked if he didn't know him and firmly told him that the last best room would be occupied by him. The excited host said it was, and an angry Sakura asked if that was fair, since they came here first. The man said that the blue shaman was a very powerful figure in this county, and he was also Kevin's talented disciple, so it was best not to mess with him. Vincent's nervous companion asked where the young men had come from, and the beast said that when they heard his master's name, they must have figured it out. The persistent Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro didn't care about these circumstances at all and said firmly that this room belonged to him. His cocky demeanor threw the innkeeper into a tizzy and also surprised the blue shaman somewhat. Being angry, he once again asked if the guy was seriously trying to take away genius Kevin's student's room and threaten trouble. Suddenly, the fearless warrior put his hand on his vis-a-vis shoulder, which heated up the situation even more. Afterward, the boy threw the beastman to the floor with an abrupt and insolent gesture that greatly alarmed his blue-eyed companion. The dazed host didn't realize what was happening, and the girl immediately lowered herself to the suitor who had fallen to the floor. A furious Vincent threatened that the wretched boy would regret it and would never be allowed into Carnio again. The unperturbed lad asked the man once more to show them the room, and the man, being excited, did not argue. Genius Kevin's disciple called it disrespectful and once again said the kid will pay for his deeds. A concerned Sakura said it was rather dangerous, but the hero replied that he saw no reason to respect someone who didn't respect him. Brave added that it didn't matter to him who it was, because he was no longer going to flatter himself in front of someone like he used to. The blue-eyed girl thought deeply, for she didn't realize when it was her powerful master who had been humiliated before. Soon the young people for a serious room where the beauty fell fast asleep and Tsuyoshi thought of pressing matters. Looking at the infinity ring, he said softly that he would return to Karina soon, and then the infinity passage opened up. A few seconds later, the process of traveling to another world began, which was usually quite short. At one point, the protagonist realized that he had successfully moved home and could now go about his business. Looking at the bed where his sleeping sister lay, the young man realized that he hadn't woken her up, so there was no need to worry. Quietly walking over to the sweet girl's bed, he adjusted the blanket to keep her warm during the night. The boy was reminded of the moments when his favorite sibling endured humiliation and pain, and said she didn't want to be a burden to him. He then noticed the crutch that had been broken earlier and wondered if Karina had fixed it herself. He remembered the stubborn girl desperately trying to protect the objects of transportation, even though she was unable to do so. The young man sighed heavily, realizing that his beloved sister had to go through a lot of hardships. Covering her with a blanket, the boy softly mumbled that her life would no longer be miserable, for he had grown stronger and would not let anyone hurt her. After stroking the little girl's head, the hero promised to be sure to heal her feet and bring back the happy smile on her face. He had been notified by the system that a set of black cloaking armor had been placed divine consciousness inventory. Without armor, the warrior was unaccustomed and decided to somehow improve the equipment from this world that remained intact. In the morning, together with Karina, they set off for school, walking not particularly fast and talking about the events in their lives. The astonished maiden asked her brother what was the matter with him, for he behaved differently and was not the same as before. She noted the fact that in just one night he had become a completely different person, and now he reeked of confidence. Smiling, the kid replied that he just cut his hair and started practicing hard and it got results. His sister said that the hairstyle had changed his appearance a lot, and it was as if he had grown up, and the youngster asked her to take care of herself and wait for him in the office after class. The worried blue-eyed girl immediately recalled that horrible day when she was attacked by the arrogant wretch Mina. Presently, the obnoxious damsel and her red-haired friend Vivian stood in the hallway and found themselves in the way of the boys. Karina was still getting anxious at the sight of them, but this time she had the stern Tsuyoshi with her, who had already punished her sister's abusers. He looked menacingly into the eyes of the girls with whom he had had a rather unpleasant conversation a few moments earlier. A surprised red-headed madam said Karina's brother now looks cool, while a nervous Mina called her an idiot and told her to shut up. The older brother told the worried girl that now no one would dare to bully her, so there was no reason to worry. The enthusiastic blue-eyed girl began to smile and wondered if her brother had changed so suddenly because he had become a hero. Afterwards, she began to follow the main character, but she was still afraid of the brunette standing behind her. She was tense by the fact that suddenly the girls were acting strangely and didn't even hit on her with a word. Eager for revenge, Mina said in her mind that she would use Raleigh's connections and force those beggars to their knees. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, in turn, continued walking confidently down the corridor, now no longer afraid of anyone at all. Meanwhile, the hooligans were discussing that it was better not to mess with the daredevil because last time he had almost killed one of them. An exasperated Raleigh cried out that he wasn't afraid of this pathetic scum and promised himself that next time he would make him regret everything. The excited buddy reminded them that their ambush on the hero had failed, and the angry kid said it was all because of their carelessness. The agitated fatty suddenly turned his comrade's attention to Tsuyoshi, who had entered the office. A polite young man was chatting with his class teacher, and many passers-by were eyeing him warily. The Chewbacca kid was greatly surprised, as was Raleigh. The Six's appearance changed even more, and no one realized what was going on. Soon class began, where Lily's teacher said that there would soon be a future star competition and asked who wanted to participate. She added that several schools in the district will be participating in the event this time, and the leadership is encouraging everyone to participate. Picked Raleigh's ear and said that all the high places are taken by heroes, so it's a waste of time, plus it's not hard to embarrass yourself there. Buddy backed him up by saying that last year they participated in a marathon where the heroes made it to the start before they went halfway. Now the other students began to question the need to participate, for no one wanted to leave for the sake of loss and disgrace. Sweet Lily said that the event would be held by the Hero Schools Association and the guild heads would come to the event and the winner would receive 10 million yen. These words made the students excited, because everyone realized that the association provides internships for young heroes and may even invite them to join the alliance. An interested Tsuyoshi immediately realized that if he won, he could pay off his debt and move with Karina into an apartment with an elevator. The confident fighter realized they needed the money for a better life, so he decided to win 10 million and get the attention of the Hero Association. Spoiling the moment, Raleigh said it was a fine prize to be taken by the heroes anyway, and his comrade backed him up. The other students were in agreement and asked the teacher not to get their hopes up. But the woman said the most important thing was participation. But suddenly the hand of one of those present in the office was still raised, indicating his desire to participate. A confident volunteer was the main character who fixed his tie and said he would take part in the event. His loud statement made the red-haired bully laugh, asking him not to get cocky just because she had defeated them. The other guys started laughing at him, thinking that he had lost his mind since he was delirious. Lily's surprised teacher asked the young man if he really wanted to enter the contest. He answered firmly that he wanted to, Raleigh's bully, twirling the pen in his hand, asking him not to cry after losing. Daredevil offered a bet where if he lost, the redhead could do whatever he wanted, but if he won, he'd have to stop making himself look tough. The unexpected statement knocked out the kid and his buddy sitting on the last desk. Abruptly jumping up and hitting the table, an angry Raleigh agreed to the wager and said they would all be happy to watch the youngster's disgrace. A completely calm Tsukishiro said that it was bound to happen, with his back turned. A tense Lily said she would give the student a form to fill out, and there would be a selection test for all participants in the evening. The kid didn't even expect to have to face some sort of selection, but he wasn't scared of it at all. After school, the youngster met Karina outside her classroom, where her sister wished him luck on the test, and he said he'd come back late to pick her up. Admiring students nearby fell in love at first sight with the hero, who used to look squishy, but now became cool. The young man then said goodbye to his family man and began to walk away, thinking about the upcoming selection task. The sweet, blue-eyed girl was proud of her brother with all her heart, and the girls around her began to treat her kinder and surrounded her. Vivian pointed it out, and Mina said she'd heard Daredevil would be taking part in the qualifying round of the competition. She had already texted Billy about it, who replied that his father knew a couple of heroes from other schools and they would teach the creep a lesson. The Willy Mademoiselle looked forward to the day when the scoundrel would pay for beating them. The lady also mumbled that when they've dealt with Karina's brother, they'll toughen up the abuse on her, but for now she can enjoy peace of mind. The principal, meanwhile, told a colleague that the future star is very important to them, as the students reflect the strength of the school and their support depends on it. He said that if even one student placed well, they would be guaranteed sponsorship, and a comrade said that all hero classes would participate. The tense deputy also added that almost none of the regular students signed up to compete at will. The director realized that everyone could clearly see the difference in strength, and added that they had no right to make a mistake, because the heroes from the association would also take part. Nervously wiping sweat from his forehead, his colleague said that everything was almost ready, but one student from the regular class, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, would participate. His words stunned the unshaven head of school, who hadn't expected something like this to happen at all. Soon the preparations for the qualifying stage began, where one of the participants said that he heard a student from a regular class would be participating this time. The girl behind said that the kid wanted to embarrass the school, and the associate agreed with her, because the test was arranged for the semi-heroes, that is, for them. Then they turned their attention to that particular student, and the pink-haired girl pointed out that he was quite handsome. Her perplexed comrade said that there was nothing special about this guy compared to the hero class. The teacher in charge of preparation didn't understand why students from a regular class would take this test, because it was a waste of time for them. The half-hero was glad that the coach agreed with them, for mere students had no place here at all. On the second floor, in the viewing room, was the principal, who thanked the distinguished guests for visiting their school. He told the Suzuki chairman that the test would begin soon, and the bearded man said the association hoped for high-class results. The head of school promised that they would try to meet expectations and added that the result would be reflected in this room. The deputy was then ordered to start the competition as soon as possible, which was immediately passed on to the others. A teacher in the prep room called attention to a notice that came from the vice principal. The man immediately announced the start of the test, saying that the rules were unchanged and asked everyone to team up to enter the simulation. He pointed out the basic simulation level machines and said that judging by the ability of the participants, a Class F exam was appropriate for them. A hand was suddenly raised by Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who said he didn't know about the need to divide into teams. The coach didn't expect to see a student from a regular class and was sure he wouldn't pass anyway, so he asked him to try out alone. Acting on his own was not at all new to the protagonist, who had already done so in another world. The half-heroes said that a trial exam wouldn't hurt anyone, but the power of darkness and the difficulty level are high, so the youngster is unlikely to last long. The selection participants then began to enter the simulation machines one by one, while they were observed from the second floor. Suzuki's task was to identify exceptional half-heroes through competitions, as even powerful guilds competed for them. The students successfully entered the simulation, where one of them immediately admitted that he had not imagined it to be so realistic. The system notified that the difficulty level of the challenge was the same as a Class F dungeon and asked the fighters to choose a class and equipment. The fighter donned the rest of his armor and was ready for battle, while his companion reminded him that he needed to earn at least 60 points to pass the test. After a short period of time, the boys came out of the emulation having accomplished a difficult task. The panting kid ahead of them said it was quite difficult, but they still passed the exam in 24 minutes. The chairman realized that there were no outstanding boys in the hero class of this school, for none scored more than 90 points. Passing Class E would get you into any hero school, but such geniuses are very rare, and the man doubted he could find even one here. With a smile on his face, he said that if the guys practiced more, they could succeed, and asked if the test was over. The tense vice principal said that the last student from the regular class was being prepared. The sweat-soaked director coughed loudly, which attracted the attention of a nearby colleague. The chairman said that since the young man was the last one, it would be okay to watch, and it would not be a big deal if he failed the test, since he was just a simple student. The teacher, meanwhile, asked the youngster to decide sooner and said he could refuse to participate if he chickened out. The fearless Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro always went all the way to the end, so he firmly said that he was ready for the upcoming challenge. The semi-heroes who didn't take him seriously laughed, saying the kid would shit his pants when he saw the simulated forces of darkness. The hero soon found himself in a level F dungeon simulation, where the system immediately asked him to choose an equipment class. The unperturbed warrior said he already had everything and summoned his mighty black sword of cold light. From nowhere, he was attacked by jumpy monsters, which ran at incredible speed, wanting to eat. The first opponents were level 1 dark rabbits, posing absolutely no threat to the youngster. The cold-blooded fighter remembered that Karina was waiting for him, so he needed to finish this soon. Still in simulation, he began to wreck his opponents, preventing them from even fleetingly touching him with his paw. The battle-hardened Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro didn't even raise an eyebrow during the attack of the worthless monsters. In just 6 minutes, the young man reached the dark rabbit boss and dispatched him, thus completely clearing the dungeon. Suddenly, there was a system error because the guy's abilities exceeded the difficulty level of the exam, which surprised him. Now the brave had access to a Class D dungeon, and this was a test he needed to pass. Even though at his level, the difference between the classes was not great. The semi-heroes, meanwhile, laughed at the youngster who hadn't gotten out yet and suggested that the teacher shut down the machine to get him. The worried man wondered if something might have really happened inside. After all, 12 minutes was a long time for an average student. Suzuki said the principal should reward the guy for his courage, since his stamina was impressive, and the man said they'd be sure to encourage him. Suddenly, the simulation machine rumbled, and afterward, a huge amount of smoke rushed out, which attracted the attention of the people standing around. The system congratulated the protagonist for passing 2 tests alone for the maximum score, and in only 12 minutes. The return of the guy with the victory was shocked by all present, because no one expected such a thing from an ordinary student. Unperturbed, Tsuyoshi asked the teacher in a calm tone if he had passed the test as required by the qualifying stage. The stunned chairman in the observation room asked if the young man was definitely not from the hero class. The dumbfounded teacher couldn't believe that the kid even passed the D-class exam and thought it was a machine error. The exasperated half-hero cried out that no ordinary student had ever yet passed 2 exams in 12 minutes, for it was impossible. A completely calm Tsukishiro said he passed the test, and he didn't care about the glasses because he had to follow his sister. The departing fighter was suddenly approached by a male voice, to which his attention was immediately drawn. It was Suzuki asking the kid if he had just passed the DNF class test, to which he received an affirmative answer. The deputy said that the dungeon was set up for a level lower exam, and to pass both levels in just 12 minutes was considered incredible. The tense blonde-haired man asked the young man to tell him what a D-class boss was like. The boy replied that it was a weak level 6 dark wolf that died from just a couple of his blows and rushed to his sister again. The sweating headmaster asked the fighter if he was lying, because this information was important to them. The chairman closed the stubbly man's mouth and told the young man that he could follow his sissy. The unperturbed protagonist turned around and only thanked him softly and then continued on his way. The school manager asked the brooding bearded visage if there was something wrong with Tsuyoshi's results. An enthusiastic Suzuki asked to let the kid compete and keep his results a secret. The man was surprised because the final boss of Class D was indeed a dark wolf, and if they hadn't personally fought him, he wouldn't have believed the hero's results. They decided to observe the boy and ideally hire him into the Hero Association, for this was a true genius. Very soon it was the day of the Future Stars competition, where a large number of students gradually gathered. Many kids were surprised to see students from Kurozu and Sawaharisha schools with better academic records. Using a loudspeaker, the observer asked to make sure that all school participants were checked in. He then asked the guy in front what his name was, and Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro introduced himself, saying he was from the regular class of Seishin High School. The man noted that his courage was commendable and warned that the students in the hero class are quite formidable opponents. The boys had a huge arena at their disposal where the big event was to take place. The deputy director alerted his senior to his colleague that Chairman Suzuki had arrived. The head apologized that they couldn't meet, and the man had already asked if all the students from the regular classes had registered. The vice principal replied that they were probably all in the arena by now, and the blonde-haired association representative said that was good. He realized that if the major factions noticed Tsukishiro, they would immediately try to get their hands on him, but he wasn't about to let that happen. A colleague whispered to the headmaster that the guild representatives had arrived and suggested that the ceremony begin, and the man asked him to make sure everyone was ready to begin. The man assumed the chairman knew that Sawahira and Kurozu schools had sent their best students this year. The concerned deputy said both schools were determined to get good results this year, while their students continue to lose year after year. The equally flustered director said it's business as usual, but that they are doing the best they can. The commentator announced that aptitude testing would begin soon and asked candidates to approach the arena. The slightly surprised protagonist wondered if the competition wouldn't start now if he was the first to pass the test. According to the rules, fighters had to show maximum strength using minimum movement, thus scoring 100 points in each category. Small movements demonstrated great potential power, and the displayed scores would show the true abilities of each participant. The confident Sawahira High School competitor came out first, and everyone was curious to see how many points he would get. The focused kid clenched his fist tightly and stared at the target he was supposed to hit without taking his eyes off. With a slight twist of his body and feet, he swung and threw a precise punch, hoping for good results. For his efforts, the kid received 72 body points as well as 74 strength points, which brought a smile to his face. A lot of people were really stressed about this because scoring more than 80 points would have put them in the top 3. The astute Tsuyoshi realized that scoring 70 points in both categories wasn't bad, and he was curious how many he would get. After their skills were demonstrated by the rest of the students of the Seishin and Sawahira schools, which kept at about the same level. One of the mediocre high school students didn't even score 60 body points, causing the half-heroes to laugh. The guys kept laughing, and someone said that a youngster from a regular class was rumored to be participating from that school, a score that many were curious about. The guild representatives were impressed with the students from Kurozu and Sawahira schools, but were also confident that the guys from Seishin school would lose. A tense Suzuki realized that he had expected too much from Tsuyoshi, because compared to other schools, they were far behind. Sitting in the stands with his friends was a laughing hero Rally, who asked if he wasn't going to participate since he was nowhere to be found. Also sitting nearby was the lovely Karina, who was very worried about her brother but also believed in him with all her heart. It wasn't without the presence of Mina, who said that Tsukishiro was going to embarrass their school in front of everyone, which Vivian agreed with. The angry blue-eyed girl turned around and said firmly that she believed in her brother no matter what. Blushing with anger, the brunette called everyone idiots and said she'd love to watch the poor boy lose. There was a chairman standing near the arena who noticed that no one had scored over 80, but remembered that the truly strong contestants come out at the end. The tense man wondered when Tsuyoshi's turn would come, and if he would even be able to stand up to Kurozu and Sawahira's top students. One of the semi-heroes in the crowd was accosted by an overconfident kid, which caused a lot of angst. It was the fearless Vince, a student of Sawahira High School's hero class, who was a rank D hero. One of the guys said it was an unqualified contender to win, and his comrade said he wouldn't have participated if he had known it was there. The guy who passed the exam walked over to the machine that read the power and prepared to demonstrate his power. He stretched his arm forward, aiming with his finger at the steel ball while maintaining complete silence. In a moment of maximum tension, the powerful fighter prepared to stun everyone with his punch. With all his might, the young man hit the tester, scoring 90 points in strength and 4 less body points. The guys standing around were surprised by the incredible strength, for he used a light movement, but the impact came out crushing. Supervising Suzuki decided to talk to the student after the test, as he was sure he would be the most capable this year. An excited girl in the crowd said that a representative of the Kurozu school, which had equally brave fighters, was coming next. A skinny kid named Boniface said he was about to show what the best student in the institution could do. Approaching the strength meter, the confident D rank hero stretched out his hand in front of him, keeping a smile on his face. Afterward, as if lashed, he struck the metal ball with the outside of his palm, remaining extremely calm. With a crushing blow, the young man earned 92 points of strength, also 89 body points. The audience was dumbfounded even more, as Kurozu's best disciple almost scored 90 points in 2 categories with minimal effort. A very surprised chairman realized that he should definitely talk to the guy, because his potential is incredible. The emotionless Vince looked silently and a bit oddly at his opponent, who had shown himself to be more dignified. An overconfident Boniface flashed a smile, saying that he would win the competition, despite the fact that the vis-a-vis was his only rival. But the smile disappeared from his face very quickly, because someone's male voice said that it was his turn to show himself. This was the serious Tsuyoshi, the simple student that everyone laughed at and didn't take seriously at all. The unflappable fighter remembered to just minimize movement and show maximum strength at this point. Looking at it, Mina was sure the kid would embarrass himself, and sarcastically hoped he wouldn't change his mind at the last moment. A worried Karina said in a trembling tone that her brother would do well because she believed in him with all her heart. Suzuki thought that if the kid scored up to 80 points, he would already impress him, and the desperate principal realized that it was a failure. Exhaling softly, the maximally concentrated protagonist prepared to strike the steel ball. He decided to utilize absolute strength and the divine selection system, thus briefly increasing the strength of his index finger. 60% of his physical strength was concentrated on his fingertip, and the power of the other parts of his body was greatly reduced. The impact was so powerful that vibration waves began to spread around, and many of the guys were almost concussed. With his extraordinary power, the boy had stunned both his sister and the people above him, as well as Boniface and Vince, who thought he was nothing. The headmaster was also speechless. But above all, Raleigh and Mina, who had previously mocked the warrior, were shocked. Daredevil managed to score as many as 100 points in both categories, something no one has ever managed before. Due to the incredibly powerful impact, there was a system failure, causing the determiner to burn up. Looking at the rising columns of smoke, the unperturbed fellow concluded that he had gone too far. The large metal ball flew away from the arena, and the realization came to the young man that he would have to pay for the damage. The nearly burned exhibit landed a few hundred meters away, which surprised the people even more. The astonished guild and faction representatives thought it was some kind of mistake, and some even speculated that the guy was cheating. One of the men jumped up, shrieking that it was definitely a cheat. After all, a mere high school student couldn't possess such strength. The flustered teacher in charge of the training asked to be allowed to elaborate, and a completely calm Tsuyoshi said he was satisfied with the results. A tense Boniface also thought it was either a glitch or a cheat, but Vince said they'd still look at the school's verdict. Trying to remain calm, Headmaster Sijin asked to let them pass. After all, they needed to inspect the cars. Chairman Suzuki approached the protagonist and asked him to show his hands, much to the young man's surprise. At first, he thought the fighter had used some kind of trick, but his hands showed no signs of cheating and were calloused. Being tense, the man asked the young man how he got so many calluses and scars. The imperturbable warrior replied without concealment that he had worked for 10 years to support himself. His words made the blonde-haired representative of the association even more wary, who then fell silent. The technician said that they recovered the results and added that Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro had scored 100 points, which amazed the headmaster of Seishin High School. No one believed in the reality of what was happening, and everyone shouted that it was an obvious hoax, and the school representatives must have done something to the car. The nervous man told a completely calm Suzuki that he couldn't change the young man's results. Suddenly, on behalf of the Hero Schools Association, the chairman approved the hero results and personally recognized there was no trace of cheating. It was said that the brave fighter had scored 100 points in each category, and now there was no arguing with that. Shocked by what they heard, Boniface and Vince almost fainted, but they had no right to condemn the decision. The top student at Kurozu High wondered if Billy had definitely asked him to deal with him and assumed there had been a mistake. Curly's father was the head of the Blue Snake Gang and a business partner of the Boniface family, so he had to fulfill the errand by all means. The bewildered semi-heroes tried to accept that an ordinary student and high school student, Seishin, ranked first in strength, scoring 100 points each in 2 categories. The commentator announced that Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro had taken the coveted first place, after which the information showed up on the digital scoreboard. This outcome of events made the underdog rally, with whom the hero had a bet, and his pathetic cronies blushed with shock. In turn, the beautiful Karina admired her brother, calling him incredible, and her girlfriend Haru was genuinely happy for both of them. The blue-eyed girl showed her tongue to a dumbfounded Mina and Vivian, who had earlier voiced that the protagonist would lose in disgrace. Blushing with anger, the brunette didn't understand how the scoundrel had been allowed to win, or what Billy's cronies were doing there. In the correspondence, she asked the guy what was going on, and he replied that his friend Boniface would be sure to take care of the creep. Suzuki said Hiro was the only high school student in the top 10 and realized the next round would be a challenge for him. It was said that before the next round, the contestants need to band together as it will be a team battle. In the second round, participants will enter a dungeon simulation, and the team that defeats the most monsters in 10 minutes will be the winner. The teacher told the brave that the rules said he had to be on a team of 3, so he would have to skip the challenge. Turning his attention to the digital scoreboard, the young man saw that Seishin High School was currently in first place. An exasperated Boniface realized he had a chance to put the youngster in his place and decided they should focus on winning the second round. Warming up, he said that they are Kurozu's strongest team and have been practicing for a long time for this moment, so they will definitely take first place. Vince from Sawahira said that their school is not weaker and each of them can win, which raised the morale of the comrades. Unsure of themselves, the Seishin boys doubted the victory, but decided to try to earn as many points as possible to make it into the top 10. The round was then declared started, and team members were asked to enter the dungeon simulation one at a time. A hollow-eyed Raleigh got up again to taunt Tsukishiro, who was left out, and his buddy said that no one wanted the youngster on the team. Many people still didn't believe that an ordinary student could honestly earn so many points, but the hero didn't care about these words at all. An arrogant Mina called it a disgrace that no one believed Karina's brother, and Vivian sitting next to her irritatingly called her poor thing. The angry blue-eyed girl said that her significant other was simply underestimated, but she herself continued to believe in him. The participant with the best performance in the match would be awarded the title of Most Valuable Player, something Tsuyoshi felt it was imperative to achieve. While in the dungeon simulation, the representatives of all the schools were putting out their full strength. The guys from the other schools were frozen in place from fear, and the defeated monsters on their account were only 18. The team of Sabahira Winnows, in turn, did their job with quality, and they managed to hit 48 creatures. The boys of the confident Boniface of Kurozu were doing much better and had a full 62 souls on their account already. The audience marveled at the team leading by a wide margin, yet both groups were incredibly cohesive. Suzuki had hoped that Tsukishiro would prove himself in this round, but he was unable to participate in team battles, which was a harsh reality. Soon, the exhausted Seishin school team came out of the simulation, having only defeated 33 monsters, something their captain was not happy about. The audience was very much surprised that the difference between Vince's group and Boniface's was minuscule. The fighter asked if they could continue, for he and the vice captain still had strength, to which the nervous observer replied that there had to be 3 men on the team. The exasperated captain called everyone worthless fools, and his surprised comrade turned his attention to the suited man. He was the unflappable Tsukishiro, who stood aside because he couldn't participate in team battles. The leader of the group said they needed 3 people to keep the results from being canceled, and the young man replied that he didn't mind helping. The checker let the guys in, even though he didn't believe it would help them, because there were only 3 minutes left, and they entered the simulation without wasting any time. The stern captain said that they had already defeated 33 enemies, and if they defeated 10 more, they could make it into the top 10. Being nervous, he asked the perfectly calm daredevil to help them if he could, though his abilities were unknown to them. At that minute, a multitude of one-eyed minions were flying at them, which could annihilate any opponent with their sheer numbers at once. The brave man asked his comrade to close his eyes, much to their consternation, but there was no time for explanations. Afterward, he summoned a black sword of cold light and said that it would be best for them to adhere to his advice. Covering his eyes with his hand, the captain reminded him that time was short and they had at least 10 monsters to defeat. The fearless warrior, endowed with incredibly powerful energy, asked his companions to leave it to him. Suddenly, the brave fighter bounced off the ground, taking a leap, thus shattering the ground a bit. Confident, Tsuyoshi decided to just blast through the smaller entities that posed no threat to him. The moment activated absolute physical strength, which had never once failed him in previous battles. Suddenly, the number of enemies defeated began to increase rapidly and reached a staggering 330 units. Soon the lad put the slime-stained sword down, as there was no longer any need to continue. Slinging the mighty weapon onto his shoulder, he said that such a quantity should suffice. The captain, who almost fainted from shock, could not believe that with just one blow, the warrior had defeated 300 enemies. The young man in turn remained unemotional and silently looked at his comrades frozen in place. The commentator announced that time was up, after which it was said that Seishin School's team had won first place by defeating 330 monsters. Incredibly strong and showing no emotion, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro soon emerged from the dungeon simulation. Thanks to him, the school took first place, which no one, including the captain and his deputy, could believe. The bewildered Suzuki couldn't believe that the guy had defeated so many monsters in seconds, and the leader said that they themselves didn't realize how it happened. The worried vice captain said they saw bright flashes and heard thunder, and then Tsukishiro turned on everyone with one blow. The excited man became convinced that the youngster was hiding some sort of superpower and deemed him a genius who would shake up the entire community of heroes. The perpetually disgruntled viewers began to accuse Seishin School of faking the results because her team members were weaklings. Members of the school judges union approached the frozen principal to verify information about the suspicious results. The worried head replied that they themselves were confused and authorized the inspection because they had nothing to hide. A gloating Raleigh said things were getting interesting, and the buddy sitting next to him thought the youngster was definitely cheating. The equally scummy Mina asked Karina with a chuckle if it was true that her pathetic brother had cheated. The angry blue-eyed girl said firmly that her brother would never do such a thing and continued to watch the scene. Meanwhile, a tense Chairman Suzuki asked a focused Okada what the results were showing. The checker said the scores suddenly went up at the end of the round, and though it was hard to believe, there was no sign of manual tinkering. His words pleased the principal, who became convinced that the protagonist was innocent and cried out that the Seishin School always plays clean. Someone in the crowd said he'd never heard of a 3-man team scoring like that. A serious youngster offered a bet where if they didn't come in first place, he could be considered a cheater, and if they did, people would stop giving questions. The nervous head of the school asked him to calm down, because taking first place in every round is difficult, but the guy asked him not to worry. Boniface said they'd see if he could back up his words, and Vince admitted that he even enjoyed wrestling someone so cocky. A member of the judges' union said they were not forcing the young man to do anything, but if he did not take first place in at least one test, the results would be canceled. Without even waggling an eyebrow, the hero expressed his agreement to the terms and was fully prepared to proceed to the next steps. The next test was the long jump, which was easily the best student at Kurozu High School. Brave, in turn, used absolute physical strength, and his legs were now much more powerful. Once again, he took the top spot without any problems, greatly surprising those around him, and went on from there. Next came the short-distance race, where the unemotional warrior was ahead of everyone, not giving his rivals even the slightest chance to win. At the discus throwing stage, the lad empowered his arms, on which a large number of veins immediately protruded. Abruptly leaning forward and twisting his body, the fighter threw the object, again proving himself very worthy. The shocked judges called it a record, and as a result, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro brought Seishin High School first place once again. An overjoyed Karina continued to cheer for her brother, while a disgruntled Mina and Vivian realized that at this rate, he would take first place in all the trials. Raleigh's very tense buddy said something was wrong with the kid, and he himself didn't even know how to react to what was going on. Meanwhile, a very angry Billy lurked in the hallway by the entrance, not understanding what Boniface was doing there, if he was supposed to be doing him a favor. Nervously clutching his phone in his hands, he texted his friend that they shouldn't let the youngster take first place and reminded him that the next test was the last. The panting D-rank fighters, trying to catch their breath, wondered when Seishin High School had time to raise this monster. Feeling a vibration in his pocket, the sweating student of Kurozu High took out his phone to answer the message. A nervous Billy texted him in private messages, but at the same time the guy remembered everything and wanted to intervene, but there was no way he could yet. Big Vince said that the next challenge is the last one, and they need to do something, because they've been practicing for this moment and they can't miss it. A tense Boniface remembered the mental interference plate Billy's father had given him, which he wanted to keep. He realized that if he didn't use it now, there would be no other chance to win, and remembered that the item's power was adjusted to 10%. The next challenge was the tug of war, which was much loved by the audience, unlike the performers. Participants use rope in pure strength to lift the pad with the girl, and when the bell rings, it stops. After stopping the set, the student will unfurl the school's banner, thus clearly declaring victory for the audience. A member of the judges' union told Tsukishiro that the director wanted him to participate and asked him to try his best to take first place. The slightly flustered young man replied that they hadn't chosen an apprentice and wanted to suggest Karina for that, but her legs were sore. With a little brainstorming, the confident man said he would find someone for the post and asked not to worry. The commentator announced that the hero would be participating in a tug of war, but he didn't have a partner, so those interested were asked to enter the arena. The girls in the bleachers, though eager to help, were unsure if the brave had taken all the seats in a fair way. Extending her arm upwards, Karina shrieked to help, but a dazed Haru began to stop her, reminding her that her legs were sore. Licking a lollipop, Vivian remarked that no one was going to go, so the school would probably pick the contestant herself. Meanwhile, her conniving friend Mina has an idea that could end badly for Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. With a smirk, she said she would ruin the kids' plans herself, and if they didn't take first place, it would be his fault. The calculating damsel said she could no longer rely on good-for-nothing Billy, and the red-headed girlfriend told her to be careful. Suddenly, the commentator said that there was someone willing and asked the girl to introduce herself. Meanwhile, the hero was warming up. Remaining completely calm, the daredevil turned to the volunteer and introduced himself, smiling slightly but changing his face very quickly. Smiling, Mina asked the young man to let her help, for he couldn't manage without his partner. The teacher asked them to discuss everything while he excused himself to the inspectors before the test began, and the boy realized there was no other option. Remaining utterly serious, he asked the girl what she was doing here, and assumed she must be up to something. Twirling her hair around her finger, the pretty brunette replied that she had come because no one else would do it. The judge, meanwhile, announced that the final challenge would soon begin and asked the contestants to get ready. Fully focused students prepared to tug of war to the last, and morale was at an all-time high. Charming Mina asked her comrade if it was an elevator and said she had seen it many times, but this was the first time she had participated in something like this. Tightening the rope, the young man remained silent and unemotional, not wanting to talk to Karina's abuser. Being ignored by the fighter made the beauty very angry, but she knew full well it was his style. Vince's strongman asked his ward to ring the bell and open the banner when he lifted her up, and she told him she trusted him. The aide to the deeply thoughtful Boniface, in turn, promised to do her best. Looking sternly in Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro's direction, the embittered fighter said in his mind that he would not let him win this time. The helpers were asked to check the ropes before the test, which they immediately set about doing. The men checked the ropes very quickly, after which the players took hold of them and began to pull them tight. Each of them blushed with tension before the match even started. But unlike the others, the protagonist was completely unfazed. Soon the contest was declared to have begun, and the contestants immediately began pulling the ropes towards themselves, acting very impulsively. The absolute physical strength in his legs served the guy well, but to avoid arousing suspicion, he decided to increase his speed little by little. The fans in the stands shouted words of encouragement to the Kurozu High team and the big man Vince from Sawahira, but not to him. The wily Boniface's goal now was to prevent the youngster from taking the top spot, and he was sure that even a strong fighter would not be able to resist the sudden headache. Carefully removing one hand from the rope, he reached into his pocket for the plate that was creating the intense pain in his opponent's head. He was curious to see how the kid would take the last seat after the mental interference affecting the physical state. Nervous spectators continued to cheer for their favorite teams with screams and were very worried about them. It was getting harder and harder for the contestants to pull the rope, and they were changing in their faces before their eyes, curling up and sweating. Vince, who was not feeling the strain, laughed at his opponents, calling them wimps, and advised them to look up to him. A joyful girl who was in the elevator shouted that they were almost in first place and asked him not to stop. Meanwhile, the protagonist used absolute physical strength on his arms and began to pull the rope even harder. The emotionless disciple of the Seishin school decided to accelerate little by little to reach first place in just one spurt. The already tense Mina was even angrier that he was being his usual tough guy self. At the same time, the maiden realized that she could not back down, for her goal was to prevent him from taking the first place. The crafty upstart decided to add some pressure and started jumping in the elevator, asking the guy to pull harder. The young man was a little surprised as the rope almost flew out of his hands, but still managed to react and held it. Now he was convinced he'd been right about the creep who'd come to interfere with him. An agitated assistant from downstairs shouted to the girl that it was dangerous to jump in the elevator and asked her to stop. Red as a tomato, Billy was proud of his favorite girl, for she had acted honorably and thwarted the enemy. The conniving brunette looked down at Tsukishiro, thinking she had managed to mess him up. But it wasn't that simple. In an instant, she became very wary and had a sudden change in her face, as if she had seen something frightening below. Drops of sweat began to drip down the beauty's black hair as she saw the cold-blooded boy standing below. The fearless Tsuyoshi looked sternly into her eyes, remaining silent and acting as if nothing had happened. Pulling sharply on the rope, the serious fighter asked the silly girl if she was done. The greatly alarmed Mina realized from his gaze that the young man was going to kill her, because there was no other way to explain it. The judge, however, said that there was not much left until the end and asked the contestants to show what they could do for themselves in the honor of the school. With little effort, the wily Boniface continued to pull the rope, waiting for the right moment to act. Hearing the commentator's words, he decided it was time to use the mental intervention plate. The fighter thought his opponent was an arrogant prick, remembering how he said they might consider him a cheater if the first place wasn't taken by him. Before the challenge began, the wispy apprentice had set the hero as a target, and he was already eager to see him suffer. All that remained was to activate the valuable item, which Boniface did very abruptly and without any hesitation. The powerful plate was immediately activated, and its waves remained directed solely at the daredevil. But suddenly the system crashed and things went completely off the rails, as all the students were affected. Experiencing hellish torment, the kid did not understand what was going on. But for unknown reasons, the object given to him by his father Billy began to behave strangely. The wary protagonist in turn felt normal and didn't realize what was going on in his opponent. Suddenly he felt the pain too, but the mental state defenses kicked in, warning him of the shock when noticed. The rest of the challenge couldn't handle themselves and let go of the ropes, falling face first into the ground. The torment did not spare the girls in the elevator, and each of them began to fall down, screaming with incredible fear. The audience was very worried about the girls as they realized that if they fell from such a height, they would definitely not survive. Blue with nerves, the principal shouted that they had to save at least one person, but they wouldn't get there in time. A terrified Mina shrank back and began screaming for help, even though she realized that no one would save her. Suddenly, the elevator rope was firmly grasped by a man's hand, which was a chance to save the crying damsel. The brunette, who had lost all hope, continued to scream, realizing the full extent of the tragedy, but there was nothing she could do. Still, she noticed the elevator hanging in the air and immediately calmed down a bit and then opened her eye. The flustered student began to carefully peer outside the bars to see who had done this. She was incredibly surprised to see that the survivors were thanks to Tsuyoshi not throwing the rope. The serious warrior realized that this wasn't the way to go because he couldn't save the other girls, and something had to be thought of immediately. They decided to use explosive force for both legs to increase the chances of saving the others. The protagonist planned to get to the other ropes with incredible speed and keep the elevators from collapsing. The savior rushed to the rest of the ropes because he realized that no one should die so ridiculously. The stunned referee immediately turned his attention to Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who single-handedly stopped all the platforms from falling. With more effort every second, the brave man continued to hold the ropes tightly, preventing anyone from falling. In his head, he kept repeating relentlessly that no one should die, and with both hands, he pulled on the fasteners of the platforms. The total weight of the elevators was too much, so the tense warrior decided to concentrate his physical strength in his hands. The terrified girls begged him to keep going and not give up, which the sweating savior did. A worried Mina was still on one of the platforms and was shocked that the guy was single-handedly holding everyone up. The spectators were amazed at his crazy strength, because the weight of each pad was about 50 kilograms, and there were more than 10 of them. Trying to hold on with all his might, the protagonist felt a strong weight and clenched his jaw tightly, but the rod controlled him. From the incredible pressure, even the white glove on his hand began to tear rapidly, and his grip loosened. A worried Suzuki was convinced that the young boy was definitely on his way to becoming a legendary hero, and decided that he should take him to the elite team. A very nervous school principal and other helpers came running to the rescue, who couldn't leave the students alone. Each was ordered to take one rope, and Tsukishiro was called a good boy, for he had done heroically. Soon all the helpers who came running grabbed the ropes and began pulling them towards them, holding the platforms with the girls. Still on his feet, the brave man told his vis-a-vis, who was trying to grab the rope, that he would support him. The shocked man asked if he was sure he didn't need a vacation after all that had happened. With two hands firmly grasping the rope, the youngster said the round wasn't over yet, and he promised to take first place. A very surprised Mina couldn't believe that a severely exhausted guy was continuing to fight for other people's lives next. In an instant, her cheeks flushed red, and now she found the actions of Tsuyoshi, whom she used to hate, unbelievable. Muscle overload had reached its limit, and the hero felt he was about to fall off, but he had to hold out, for he had to win. Sweat-soaked Karina believed in her brother with all her heart and begged him to hold on, while the rest of the audience watched with their mouths open. Soon, every person in the stands was shouting that the guy could take first place and asking him to hang in there until the end. Breathing heavily from the intense overload, the warrior continued to do his thing, and in his mind, he didn't even have the thought of giving up. He offered titanic efforts to achieve his goal, for which he was undeniably worthy of great respect. Suddenly, a bell rang, signaling the success of the stubborn kid's actions. One anxious spectator shouted that now the girls were left to unveil the school poster, and victory would be for the brave. An enraged Billy shouted at Mina that if she did that, they would lose first place. Looking at the suffering Tsukishiro, the girl thought deeply as she realized the cost of his victory. Now she was no longer so hateful towards him and contemplated making one last move to help him. The expiring student continued to hold the rope with all his might, relying on his assistant. He really hoped there was something human about her and believed that the banner of the school would still be raised by her. Charming Mina was well aware that she would have to go to the point of betraying her own plans. Suddenly, she reached for the rope to reveal the poster, as there were more good qualities about her. Curly Billy's eyes nearly burst with anger at that moment, and he couldn't believe that his girlfriend had gone stupid. The protagonist in turn smiled and relaxed a bit, realizing that the first place would be for him. Thanks to the cute brunette's assistance, the poster that mentioned Seishin High School had successfully unfolded. The joyous spectators immediately jumped up from their seats, for a worthy student had won first place in the tournament. The referee declared Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro the winner, which Raleigh's bully and his shallow friend couldn't believe. A bewildered Vivian called what was happening unbelievable, as no one believed in the guy, and everyone accused him of cheating. Tears came to Karina's bottomless blue eyes because her favorite brother had achieved what he wanted. The tense observers from the guild and factions immediately started poring over information about the winner because he had to be hired at all costs. A member of the Blue Snake Gang whispered to the boss that this kid was bothering the young master, and the commotion was caused by an object he gave to one of the members. The leader of the group couldn't believe that the kid had foolishly made such a brilliant man his enemy. Rising from the couch, he said that the winner was not their opponent and decided to speak to the young gentleman. Chairman Suzuki, meanwhile, congratulated the headmaster for being able to train such an exceptional hero. The man, however, said the future star's first-place finish in the championship is a historic accomplishment for the school. Suddenly, a staff member came running to them, reporting that a mental interference plate had been found in one of the participants. He added that the scary incident was the fault of that student, and the investigation revealed that the subject was very dangerous. The shocked chairman knew that such a thing was forbidden, and the head of school asked who the horrible thing belonged to. The policeman said they found the plate from Boniface of Kurozu and asked Suzuki if he would continue the investigation on his own. The man asked them to do it instead and promised to contact the school authorities later, and Principal Seishin calmed down a bit. A little while later, Tsukishiro, an energy drinker, approached them and asked the head of the school if he needed anything. With a smile on his face, the superintendent shook his hand, calling him the star of the school, and the chairman said the lad was just in time. The overjoyed principal announced that the school would fully support the hero from now on and cover his and Karina's expenses. Pulling his hand back, the kid smiled and politely said he didn't need special treatment. Suzuki, however, invited him to join the elite team of heroes, promising him a cash prize and an apartment in a mansion located in a great neighborhood. Such a generous and sudden offer greatly surprised the head of the Seishin school and seemed tempting to the young warrior. The tense man now realized that the member was doing his best to hire such a genius and thought him shrewd. Standing on the steps nearby was an unsure Mina, who was very uneasy about something inside. She wanted to walk over and talk to Tsuyoshi, but suddenly someone grabbed her roughly by her shirt and pulled her toward him. The defenseless girl cried out in pain, but curly-haired Billy didn't care about that and continued to lead her. Being as red with anger as ever, with a shout he asked why she had uncovered the poster and how she could have let her opponent win in the first place. Abruptly pinning the maiden against the wall, the kid shouted that she and Boniface were useless, for they had promised to help him but only hindered him. Sincere in her expressions, Mina said the hero saved her and others' lives, and without him, she would be in the hospital right now. The enraged, white-haired idiot kept yelling that it didn't matter and called her a useless cow. After those words, the emotionless brunette looked him in the eye, not going to tolerate such insults. Having decided everything for herself, she sharply pushed the idiot away from her and told him that they were no longer together from that moment on. Her act made the impulsive young man even more angry, and he wanted to attack the sniffling mutt. Unable to contain his anger, the creep swung his open palm at Mina, making him not a man. The brunette screamed and asked him not to dare come near her again if he didn't stop and hit her. At the last moment, the white-haired brat's arm was stopped by a third person, which was most unexpected. It was a slightly smiling Tsukishiro, who now realized that it was Billy who had tried to stop him from taking first place. Blushing from the exertion, the scoundrel did not expect to see the brave man and told him to get the hell out immediately. The actions of the fair fighter caused the lovely girl, whose delicate cheeks had become ruddy, to marvel. Clamping down on his opponent's arm, the guy said he didn't want to get involved, but after learning that he was behind it, he just couldn't do otherwise. Looking fearfully into the scoundrel's eyes, the hero asked if he realized how many people might have been hurt if not for his intervention. The half-witted white-haired kid still appealed that he was the son of the head of the Blue Snake Gang, and if the young man didn't let him go, he would regret it. The fearless Tsuyoshi became convinced that stupidity was incurable, whereupon he elbowed Curly in the face. After a good hook, Billy slid a few meters sideways on his back while still conscious. His ex-girlfriend was very excited about what was going on, but she wasn't going to get involved in the showdown. Holding his head, the white-haired man said that the sneak had knocked his tooth out, but that didn't bother the daredevil at all. Throwing himself away, he yelled that he'd make him pay double for it, and the kid calmly said he'd expect it. An alarmed Vivian suddenly came running in, saying that Billy was frantic and looking for Mina. The red-haired maiden was astonished to see the protagonist and immediately asked what he was doing here. The rugged warrior softly told the brunette that he still hadn't forgiven her for what she had done to his beloved defenseless sister. The girl lowered her sad gaze to the floor, while her friend tried to shake her up and find out what was wrong. Suddenly, a female voice addressed the departing young man, causing him to stop momentarily. Stopping to walk on, he turned his head in completely and coldly asked what else they needed from him. A crying Mina startled Vivian by abruptly falling to her knees and starting to beg the guy's forgiveness for treating Karina like that. Being perfectly sincere, she begged for forgiveness, which was not peculiar to the previously treacherous and malicious mademoiselle. The emotionless young man stared silently into her eyes, listening to the revelation and pleading. The brunette vowed to never hurt anyone again and asked her friend to apologize, who promptly did so. An adamant Tsuyoshi said that a mere apology did not obligate him and Karina to forgive them for their previous bullying. Remaining cool-headed, the guy asked if apologizing would help heal his wounds if he hurt him. In response, the kneeling maidens remained silent, but they understood perfectly well that the guy was right in this situation. Still, the protagonist said he heard their apology and asked to get up off the floor and left the room afterwards. While in the locker room, he decided he needed to change and go get his sister as soon as possible. The kid remembered that tomorrow he would get a cash prize and an apartment in a mansion with an elevator, which Karina would definitely like. Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the iron door of the room, which boded ill for the turn of events. An exasperated Raleigh and his allies entered the locker room, unfriendly by the looks of it. The cold-blooded Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro didn't even blink an eye in fear and asked if they had come to fight. Suddenly, all the guys who had come fell to their knees and began to apologize for the way they had treated him before. Exhaling tiredly, the young man noticed a strange peculiarity that today everyone decided to apologize to him. At the school gates, admiring bullies endlessly expressed their respect for the hero, who was annoyed. It made Karina feel good on her heart, and Haru, who was standing next to her, was glad that the guys' lives had changed for the better. At one moment, an excited Mina came running in and shrieked that Billy was coming here with his gang. A rough male hand suddenly grabbed her by the neck, and Vivian, walking beside her, was very frightened for her friend. It was an enraged curmudgeon who shouted that even without his father, he had plenty of allies and told Tsuyoshi to fight him. The stunned Raleigh said that this person was of a different level altogether and was also the son of a junior boss from the Blue Snake gang. Still, the guy declared that since he respected the brave man, he would have his back, after which he and his buddies prepared to fight. The completely calm young man asked him not to interfere and just keep an eye on his sister. Stretching his neck, he said that after today, there was no point in hiding anymore, and declared for all to see that he was a hero. Using his magical abilities, the cold-blooded warrior threatened that he was about to show how they were on different levels. Clad in black armor, the intimidating fighter began walking towards the underdog, Billy, who was now no longer so confident. The worried white-haired kid asked his buddies not to panic and promised that he would double the fee for the job. After that, it was said that it was time to start the fight, but none of the bullies were eager to do so. The daredevil's sword went straight into the belly of one of Curly's confused fighters, who didn't even have time to realize it. The intimidating warrior acted very quickly and left no margin for error to his opponents. An exasperated Billy asked the standing statues why they were idle and ordered them all to attack together. The enraged bully with the mohawk swung from his back at Tsukishiro, shouting for him not to underestimate them. The guy, who was not afraid of anyone, immediately activated the perfect body and prepared to teach the crazy guy a lesson. The ruthless bandit in turn swung around and delivered a powerful blow, confident that everything had gone according to plan. He immediately shouted proudly that he was able to do it, and he had no idea that things could change in an instant. Punk looked at the iron bar with which he had struck the youngster and was knocked out, for the object was badly bent. Suddenly, a brawny man appeared in front of him with an intimidating appearance and swung his fist, which horrified the bully. No one was going to show mercy this time, and the powerful blow came straight to the scoundrel's forehead. The Mohawk kid immediately flew aside, almost hitting Mina and Vivian, who managed to bounce away. During the short flight, he screamed in pain and fear, while the fearless Tsuyoshi watched emotionlessly. A befuddled Raleigh and his friend called the hero's actions awesome and now considered him their boss. A surprised Karina became more and more convinced that her brother had become a completely different person, and an admiring Haru fell in love with him in the moment. Daredevil, meanwhile, snapped the bullies like seeds and scattered them in different directions, not even letting them get close to him. With sharp movements of his arm, he thrashed his opponents, leaving them no chance and increasingly surprising those around him. A slight turn of the head and the young man realized that there were even more fighters here, but all of them were no longer confident. Raising his hand up, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro declared that he was about to end them all at once, making everyone even more alert. The excited hooligans began to look up at the sky where the lightning was sparking and realized that they were not going to have any luck. Nearby, the incredibly strong fighter was being watched by unknown people who were assessing his abilities. Assassin noted that the guy's skills were on a whole other level, for he was characterized by admirable precision and strength. Old Man Dane said that he should be recruited by the Final Glory Guild, but Sandor of the Wrathful Dragon faction assured him that he could forget about it. He added that this youngster had a data failure during a wake-up test, and the entire neighborhood was left without power and suspected it was a talent. The smiling old man said that with the Supernova tournament coming up, this kid is just what everyone is looking for. It was said that this year's tournament will be hotter than ever because the ranking will directly affect the distribution of resources this year. Dane added that every guild and faction allowed to participate was struggling to find promising newcomers, and they had already singled out Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro for their attention. After saying those words, the guildmaster of the Final Glory Guild took advantage of the movement and swept away from the spot. The president of the Angry Dragon faction called him a cunning old man, but he wasn't going to give up so easily. As he began the process of spreading his wings, he firmly promised himself that he would meet the protagonist in person and talk. The assassin then flew away, fluttering his huge red wings and thinking of the conversation to come. Somewhere nearby, meanwhile, a daredevil was wielding a thunder chain to teach his enemies a lesson. The weakened bullies immediately felt incredible pain and could now barely stand on their knees. Shivering with fear, Billy looked at what was happening and wondered if this was the difference between an ordinary man and a hero. The ruthless warrior paralyzed his minions and made his way towards the white-haired man himself, who was panicked. As he came closer, the young man slapped his opponent and then grasped the iron bar tighter, making him very frightening with his actions. The blue-eyed youngster screamed loudly as the main character hurled an iron object, nearly hitting him in the head. The rebar was stuck into the ground only a few centimeters from Billy's hand, who, looking at it, almost fainted. With a terrifying look in his eyes, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro ordered him to get out and never come here again. The sweat-smeared kid ran away, and the guys immediately asked if the hero was okay. The young man thanked Mina for warning him, and the blushing shy girl replied that it was nothing. Enraptured rally, his allies expressed in more respect for the youngster and offered to create an invincible faction. The cold-blooded fighter didn't answer anything and said it was time for everyone to go home. On the way home, Karina marveled at her brother's strength and said that many people envy him, and he said that strength attracts attention and not always pleasant attention. He also happily announced that since they won, the president of the school's Heroes Association is giving them a bonus, 10 million yen and an apartment. The unexpected news came as a shock to his blue-eyed little sister, who didn't even think life could change so drastically. Smiling, the young man said that if the house had an elevator, she wouldn't have to take the stairs every day anymore. The sweet girl with ruddy cheeks thanked her brother sincerely, for he had always thought of her and cared for her. The kid's heart grew warmer as his sister felt calm and smiled. Touching her nose, he said there was nothing to thank here, for she was his loved one, and it was his duty to take care of her. Suddenly, the main character was addressed by a voice in front, to which the guys immediately took notice and even got a little scared. It was Chairman Suzuki, who said he wanted to meet with him early to discuss the upcoming Supernova tournament. They went to Tsuyoshi's home, where the hospitable host made green tea for the man to make conversation. The red-haired man thanked the young man, but a business conversation was still in progress. He asked if he and his sister really lived in that room, and the young man replied that since the day his parents died, they really did. When he asked if the mansion had an elevator, Suzuki immediately replied that it was a fully equipped apartment and said he had come to find out when they would be moving in. The kids said they would move a little later because they needed to get ready, and the man asked in a whisper what was wrong with Karina's legs. Tsukishiro began to tell her that her front leg had been severely trapped during the dark mold attack, and now her chances of walking again were almost nil. The compassionate chairman apologized and added that the monsters had caused many families to suffer. The man added that the rumored golden resurrection elixir above, which could help the girl, will be auctioned next. His words dumbfounded the kid, and Suzuki himself said that he had heard of such a thing, but to get there, you have to fulfill two conditions. The precious golden resurrection elixir could restore the lost functions of body parts, and it fell out with an extremely low chance. The chairman said that one had to be a rank C or higher hero to participate, and the nervous youngster asked him to rather name the second condition as well. The stern-looking man said that a minimum startup capital of 1 billion yen was also required. From the shock, the young man changed his face and even turned a little blue because he could not even dream of such a sum. A tense association spokesman said that force statuses are required to participate in any auction. Rank C hero status could be obtained by ranking in the top 3 at the Supernova tournament, and if a young man did so, he could apply for a promotion. Suzuki then said that unfortunately he, the president of the school's Hero Association, can't give out such an amount of money because it's a whole other level. Money wasn't omnipotent, but in Tsuyoshi's position, he couldn't do without it. He didn't even have an idea how to raise that much in a month. At one point, he remembered drinking Sakura's nasty potion and said that it should have been mixed with the capsule at the very least. But the damsel didn't understand a thing. There were convenient capsules in this world, but the nasty drugs from the other had much stronger effects. If Tsukishiro could manufacture the medicine from another world here, then perhaps he could make 10 billion yen in just a month. The chairman asked if everything was okay, but the youngster also clarified if it was true that if you get in the top 3 at a tournament, you can apply for a rank promotion. The man replied that if one performed well, it gave more say in the distribution of resources in the dungeons, which was very important. The confident fighter suddenly put a hand on his shoulder, asking to be allowed to participate, and firmly stated that he was leaving right away. A bewildered Suzuki asked if he was sure of his decision. After all, this is not the same as a school competition, and very dangerous. Seeing no obstacles, the brave man rushed forward, saying that no matter how dangerous it was, it wouldn't stop him, and asked where registration was. The dumbfounded man said in a trembling voice that she was passing through the Hero Alliance's supreme headquarters, and asked him to take his time. The surprised Karina turned her head in an instant and only saw the raised dust, but there was no one else in the room. Being perplexed, the art-obsessed girl wondered what had even happened. The astonished Tsuyoshi had meanwhile arrived at the supreme headquarters, where he asked the chairman why he had decided to help him specifically. The man replied that it had been a year since he had been able to find any worthy candidates, and outside both faction and guilds were not slumbering. He added that many young heroes don't want to get involved with an organization, like an association, because of a bunch of rules and choose free guilds. Serious in his intentions, the young man promised to try his best not to disappoint his partner. After a while, the registrar said that Tsukishiro didn't qualify, so he couldn't participate in the Supernova tournament. A flustered Suzuki asked what was missing, since out of the 3 seats at least one should be free, but it was about something else. After correcting her glasses, the lady said the kid didn't qualify because there was no record of his accomplishments. To qualify for the tournament, you had to finish in the top 3 in at least 2 open tests, and the youngster only once finished in the top 10 in a test. Angrily slapping the table, the chairman said that getting to the top in just a few remaining days was impossible. The bewildered kid didn't know what he was talking about at all, and the man apologized, saying he couldn't participate. There were 6 open dungeons of classes C, D, and B, 2 of which had to be in the top 3 to qualify. There are a lot of people who want to participate, so there is very tough competition at all 6 locations, and there is only a week of time, and yet you need to put together a strong team. Confident in his abilities, the hero said that at the beginning of the tournament, we'll have time to rank among the best in at least 2 dungeons. Dumbfounded Suzuki couldn't believe he was being serious. The registrar called the guy stupid because that was impossible. Correcting his tie, the departing fighter asked to keep the last seat for him and said that in time they would see if he was stupid. Then he activated the interworld portal because he needed to get the medicine recipes from another world and rise to level 15. The young man needed to prepare himself properly, so without flicking his face, he popped in a teleporter and moved. The hero was moved to the city of Carnio, where lived a brilliant shaman, Kevin, who was to face. Due to the instability of the system, the guy could not stay in this world for more than 3 days. But it was still possible to pump with such a short period of time. Tensely looking out the window, the daredevil said softly that he would never have an easy life, which he quickly accepted. On a sunny morning, the adorable Sakura woke up, and the first thing she did was greet the Lord. The hero said that they hadn't seen each other in a while, which made the girl puzzled, but afterward he added that they would be busy soon. Reaching up and smiling sweetly, the beauty said she would immediately begin preparations to leave. Walking through the beautiful town of Carnio, the kid marveled at its liveliness. And it was no wonder, for Kevin the genius lived in this place. The companion added that he had recently organized a large potions competition, so young shamans and seekers looking for cures had flocked here. Brave asked what the prizes were, and the charmer replied that since it was a tournament organized by a genius, the winnings were luxurious. Third place was given a prescription for a basic medicine. Second place was given the opportunity to become an apprentice and receive formulas. And first place was given the title of personal apprentice. The girl added that the recipe alone was very valuable, and the information she shared really surprised the companion. He just needed a way to make potions because he could make 10 billion yen in the homeworld with large quantities of them. Sakura said that first place was given a recipe for basic medicine and level-up potions, and asked if the gentleman was interested. The confident warrior said he would participate in the tournament and take first place, and the damsel asked about his meeting with Kevin. Grabbing her hand, the young man began to walk forward, saying that even if they met, he could not brazenly demand the formula, because for the shaman, it is a treasure. The pink-haired beauty realized that her plan would have to be put on hold again since the master had decided to participate in the tournament. At the registration point, Farin the night cat, who was angry at him, got in the hero's way and asked if he was going to compete. The perplexed fighter looked her in the eye and asked who she even was, which caused the standing behind Sakura to laugh. The angry damsel screamed that she sat next to him at the Shaman Academy. The guy said he was joking and asked how he could apply to participate. Turning away, the cat said that even her most talented mentor would be participating in the tournament, so he had better refuse lest he lose in disgrace. Not paying attention to her, Tsuyoshi began to walk away with his companion, and Furin was annoyed at being ignored by him. Stargirl shrieked that she would show him where to go, and the young man asked her not to make so much noise. Along the way, he kept smiling, remembering funny moments, and had no idea what would happen in a few seconds. An angry blue shaman, Vincent, with whom he had a nasty altercation earlier in the inn, suddenly got in his way. A flustered Furin asked the destroyed man if he knew her senpai, and the perplexed warrior asked if she was his apprentice. Holding a grudge, the fox reminded him that he had previously threatened to kick the underdog out of Carnio, and now he had also come himself. Suddenly, he called out in a loud voice to his subordinates, who happily came running to Senpai's aid. Nightcat begged Vincent to stop, saying that this guy, though weak, was not a villain and just wanted to participate in the tournament. The angry shaman shouted, asking if she had not only failed to meet the teacher's expectations at the selection, but also sided with this type. Daredevil had his back to the girls and said that in that case, it would be considered self-defense. He asked the lovely Sakura not to interfere, saying that her hands shouldn't smear themselves on some pathetic scum. Shivering with fear, Furin asked if the guy would fight everyone alone, but she didn't know it was commonplace for him. The orc holding the sharp knife said the kid wasn't that strong and was just trying to show off in front of the girl. From the rear, a stout man with human-colored skin suddenly approached the beastman and asked him to step back. Adjusting the steel helmet on his head, the burly big man Jile said that Vincent's enemy was his enemy, and now he would understand. The thug from the Vepre tribe was holding a spiked baton tightly in his hands, and everyone around him couldn't believe that he would personally take care of this boy. The blue shaman said they'd write this cocky brat off as an amble, and asked him to work with the half-breed if she wanted to. Hearing those words, the beautiful Sakura looked at him angrily, ready to repel her opponent's attacks. The intimidating Gillet said he had no desire to touch a low-grade girl, but the petite Furin seemed interesting to him. The angry beast girl screamed and called him a disgusting type and threatened to tell teacher Kevin everything. But Vincent, the scoundrel hiding behind other people's backs, told the wolf not to worry about that and just do his own thing. With a sly smile, he said that he would take care of the teacher personally, thus revealing his identity completely. Turning blue with anger, Furin said in her mind that Senpai always pisses her off just because he's the mentor's favorite. Drooling, the Ambo rushed to the attack, promising that the girls wouldn't miss him when they dealt with this garbage. The night girl was very worried and hid behind Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro's back, who only said that everything would be fine. Discreetly using his divine eye to analyze the situation, he said that this pathetic boor and his senpai would not leave alive. The brave man then rushed to the attack, keeping his cool and being ready to stand up for himself despite the number of enemies. The baffled Gillet's face changed in an instant, because he didn't expect the kid to attack them. Even more stunning to those around him was the sudden and quite powerful explosion triggered by the boy. The brave man began swinging his sword and pressed his sword against the boar, who tried to hold back the onslaught, amazed at his strength. The fearless warrior looked into his opponent's eyes and said he would finish him off and continued to exert his best efforts. The protagonist then activated the perfect body, thereby strengthening his arms to improve the pressure. The onslaught became several times stronger in the blink of an eye, making the not giving up Gileth very nervous. The beastmen around them did not understand what was happening and did not expect such fighting ability from the youngster. A very worried Nightcat recognized that the guy was too strong, and Sakura said that the Lord's strength was simply limitless. The dumbfounded Vincent didn't understand who this kid was if even Gillet, who was a higher level, could do nothing against him. The maximally stressed boar realized that if he didn't pull himself together and give everything to win, he would embarrass himself in front of everyone. In a moment, his heart and eyes lit up with rage, and the vulture himself screamed at the top of his throat, eager to kill his opponent. The blazing fighting spirit shook the surroundings, and the big man rushed to the counterattack with the fury of a storm. The enthusiastic blue shaman backed up Gillet with words, shouting that he was responsible for his safety and asking him not to be afraid to kill the boy. Continuing to run towards the slightly confused enemy, the amble said that if Vincent said so, it had to be done. The cold-blooded fighter with sword in hand was prepared for any outcome and carefully observed his opponent's actions. Suddenly, he used a dark magic that didn't leave the opponent with even the slightest chance of victory. The worried pig couldn't believe that this was an independent space that could only be created with a high-level skill. Rays of energy swiftly flew in his direction, causing the pot-bellied man to fall into a stupor and not even know where to place himself. A few seconds later, lightning strikes began to rumble, which also agitated those standing around more and more. The mighty Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro caught his opponent by surprise and rushed forward, holding tightly onto the hilt of his sword. Feeling the tip of the blade at the back of his head, the stressed Gillet realized that he would be killed, because he would not have time to defend or counterattack. From nowhere, a swiftly flying blue flame appeared, and it was not at all clear who released it. The unknown energy flew towards the protagonist, who managed to react and put his sword up in time to block it. The stalled young man didn't understand what was even going on, but he kept his composure with all his might. The knocked-out pig was still standing still, and the kid was trying to figure out where the blue flames had come from. Brave felt the terrifying energy and noticed that his technique was destroyed in an instant. A slightly angry male voice put everyone on edge, saying that the tournament was starting and asking them to be quiet. Vincent and Foreign had been ordered not to make a scandal at the entrance, and they turned around, perplexed. It was the same genius, Kevin, the owner of the Earth and Wind Spirit Kit, who said that they put all shamans to shame. The very uncomfortable senpai didn't know how to get out of this situation and didn't expect Sensei to personally come here at all. Keeping a low profile, the genius asked why they were here instead of preparing for the alchemy tournament. The crying student immediately rushed to her favorite teacher and complained that Vincent was hurting her. Serious Sakura didn't expect Kevin to finally show up, since she had been trying to find him for a very long time. A somewhat surprised Tsukishiro wondered at that moment if it was the blue flames that the shaman had summoned. At Senpai's shaking nerves, he said he wanted to replace Sensei and teach that rude monkey in Furin a lesson. The stern genius said that the assistant thought he was someone since he decided to fill in for him in this situation and try to educate others. Sweat-bleeding beastmen instantly began begging for forgiveness, saying that he had no such right. Kevin then turned to the rest of the gagging orcs and ordered them to get out of his sight immediately. An awkward-looking Gillet apologized for all the noise and began to leave with his compatriots. Afterward, the mentor asked the student what she was getting up to again after failing to win the selection. The embarrassed girl said she just wanted to show the dear man who defeated her the way. The genius looked at Tsuyoshi incredulously and asked if it was true that he had decided to participate in the alchemist tournament. The polite warrior said with a smile that he came on Chairman Doug's recommendation and held out the letter, adding that he really wanted to get involved. Slightly surprised, Kevin hadn't expected the boy to come from an elder he held in high regard. Taking the letter from his hands, the genius said that since the guy was recommended by Doug, he couldn't treat him negligently. To Vincent, he ordered him to prepare materials for the tournament and not to dishonor him again, and his best student earnestly said he would take it to heart. At one point, the protagonist noticed Sakura's absence and wondered where she had gone. From the letter, the shaman learned that the young man had been in contact with the Dark Lords and was taking a drug to suppress the symptoms and began to ask him about it. The brave man said he had a strong body and by some miracle had avoided total spoilage, and added that he had traveled alone into the Dark Zone, which he considered reckless. From sheer astonishment, Kevin even staggered a bit, because he couldn't believe that the little guy had actually done this, being one. The young man said he was a warrior, but then he had something to give to Doug, and there was just a screening for a shaman where he decided to try himself. A stunned Kevin asked if he had just tried it, and in doing so had defeated Furin, and who was his alchemy mentor. Shy with a smile, the fighter said he never really learned, and he didn't have a teacher either, and he did everything relying on intuition. The tense shaman wondered in thought if this man was a genius beyond even himself. With a smile on his face, the beastman admitted to being impressed and asked Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro to come with him. He longed to see it all with his own eyes, for he did not recognize that anyone could be more brilliant than he. On the way out, Kevin asked if it was true that Chairman Doug referred the guy to him because he has the law of the land and wind. It was also said that the medicines he was creating contained the power of law and could possibly recognize the dangers from the warrior's body. The shy kid asked him for help, whereupon they stopped at a strange door. Opening a wooden door, the genius shaman said that behind it was his alchemy laboratory. He enjoyed collecting ingredients, but studying them even more, and generally thought he knew more about medicinal materials than anyone else. A delighted Tsuyoshi called the alchemy table amazing and asked if it increased the efficiency of potions. The restrained alchemist brainstormed slightly and replied that it was probably just a little bit. Kevin made sure he was worried for nothing, because the kid was incapable of distinguishing rare ingredients and didn't understand the value of advanced equipment. As far as subtle alchemy was concerned, the genius had never once considered that anyone could be better than him, especially since he had mastered the law of earth and wind. He then held out a small utensil and asked the fighter to drop some blood into it to see what he had inside. The kid didn't get stubborn and left a light cut on the inside of his palm, thus provoking a slight bleeding. The maximally focused alchemist immediately began to analyze the liquid to give an important answer. An interested youngster watching the process assumed the shaman was using the law of earth and wind. Kevin used the blue wind while analyzing, creating a small circle behind his back. In an instant, the drop of blood took the shape of a magic circle, which looked quite mesmerizing. The tense shaman made sure that Tsukishiro's insides did indeed show signs of Dark Lord infiltration. Despite the deep penetration of darkness inside his body, the guy looked calm, but an ordinary seeker in his place would have lost his mind long ago. Waiting for the result, the protagonist asked if he correctly understood that his overall condition was bad. The alchemist said that the damage had become clear, so medicines would no longer help, and the power of the law must be used to banish the darkness. The shaman motioned for the young man to turn his back, and he smiled and apologized. Still a concentrated professional in his business, he used magic to banish the evil forces. Slipping his hand through the healing circle, he began to whisper a spell that always helped. A spread hand was then offered to the back of the daredevil, silently awaiting positive results. Being wary, he felt as if something inside began to burn, and it felt a little painful. The trace of darkness was much more persistent than the genius had expected, so more effort had to be put in. Otherwise, it wouldn't be removed completely. The alchemist said that the inner darkness clung stubbornly and warned that the young man would be hurt, and he responded by expressing his willingness. Afterward, the emotionless genius continued the painstaking process with extreme care and concentration. The fearless warrior spread his legs wide and began to endure quite a bit of pain, reminding himself that there was no other option. Clenching his jaw tightly and expiring sweat, in his mind he said that this was incomparable to even what he had before. Kevin asked the guy to tell him if he couldn't take it anymore, because he had taken special potions before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear such pain. But in response, the fighter activated the perfect body to protect the insides, not even thinking of stopping the process. Already after a few seconds, he felt much better and exhaled, now more at ease with the process. Blue in the face from shock, the alchemist didn't understand how an inner strange force could block the penetration of his law. Being tense, he told himself that this man could be a lot more trouble than he seemed, so he needed to be on guard. Afterward, a secret technique was used to reduce magic power and embed a hostile mark in the body, which could lead to death in the future. Her purification was completed at the same time, whereupon the genius stopped the process and lowered his hand down. He immediately told Tsukishiro that all traces of darkness had been removed and inquired about his well-being. The joyful boy made sure that Kevin was not called a genius among shamans for nothing, because it was easy for him to cope with this contagion. The alchemist possessed the legendary 12th law of destruction, but the young man was very curious about the power of the number 1 law. The hero said he felt better and thanked the savior, and expressed his desire to pay him in gold coins for his help. The genius said that since Doug had recommended him, nothing was needed, and asked if the fighter was still in the mood for the alchemy tournament. The excited youngster asked if he could do it right away, and Kevin said that if he didn't need training, yes. At the same time, Sensei warned that there would be no indulgences for even his student, the blue shaman Vincent. He made no exceptions. The confident hero replied that he hadn't counted on it, and the genius said that coming to his tournament without preparation was worthy of the one who defeated Furin. Putting on his ceremonial red cloak, he asked the warrior to prove his talent once more, and said that the tournament was about to begin. The main arena, meanwhile, was packed with spectators who couldn't wait to get started. The disgruntled nightcat asked Tsuyoshi to obey her, for her teacher had instructed her to watch over him. She said he was officially registered, and wondered where the girl who was with him in the beginning had gone. The young man replied to Furin that Sakura must have her own business, and the angry damsel shrieked that only a teacher could call her by her first name. The unconflicted fighter said with a smile on his face that he understood, but also inadvertently said her name one more time. The damsel said that only confident talents participate in the tournament, and it's not at all some kind of base selection like last time. When asked why she didn't participate, she said that Vincent would be playing, and if all the prizes went to Kevin's students, people would be angry. The protagonist apologized because he won earlier, and because of that, Furin is not involved. But she said that losing is losing and acknowledged that he is unremarkable. The boy smiled in response, for it was quite pleasant to hear the compliment from the Beast Girl's lips. The assistant then led the contestant to the arena where he was to take his seat before the contest began. She led him to the alchemy table from her lab and ordered him not to break it and to be sure to clean everything after the tournament. Furin also warned that this was an elimination tournament and asked the youngster not to embarrass himself by using her equipment, and he promised to do his best. Some surprised spectators couldn't believe that a human shaman was now competing in this prestigious tournament. The nightcat asked Tsuyoshi to ignore it, because for the beastman, the mere presence of a human was something out of the ordinary. In his ear, Furin whispered that the strongest in the tournament were the blue shamans, and even if he was a competitor, he should observe them closely. Appreciating her advice, the hero expressed his gratitude, after which the alchemical tournament was declared begun. The first round was ingredient selection, which was a basic skill for a skilled shaman. Beastman Drax felt that there were hardly those among the participants who could not handle such a simple task. He considered it more than a simple gathering competition, for here they were testing judgment. For a good shaman also needs excellent intuition. His opponents this time around will only be a few blue wizards, chief among them Vincent, whose strong suit is final alchemy. All other opponents to the Redskin were mere unimportant garbage. Suddenly, someone slammed into the back of the brooding big guy, who was very angry about what had happened. Impulsive Drax asked the man if he was even looking where he was going. After all, he had managed to run into such a spacious hall. An uncomfortable Tsuyoshi immediately apologized, making the excuse that he was focused on finding the right place. Amble realized that this was the rumored little man and said that from the looks of it, he was not a shaman at all, but a warrior. Suddenly, Vincent showed up and said that the kid is only participating because he knows Kevin. This disgusted the Redskin, and the genius apprentice added that brute force alchemy wouldn't help because this wasn't a sword fight. Taking a grudge against the fox, the daredevil said he'd punch him if they weren't in a tournament. An angry Drax warned that he could be removed from participation for such language, and Vincent asked him to remember where he was. Before leaving, the hero said that the underdog should be glad there were rules here, and added that they would still see if he howled at the end of the contest. The tournament was run by a charming blue-eyed blonde whose job was to explain the rules first. She said that participants must identify the necessary ingredients of said potion in the allotted time. It was also said that they would be evaluated according to the quality of the materials chosen, which were carried in buckets by the helpers. The surprised spectators couldn't wait for the round to start, and somewhere behind her back, a disgruntled Furin was hiding in the meantime. The girl wasn't sure if the weakling Tsukishiro could handle it. After all, the power of Finnic shamans is real, and it's quite difficult to compete with them. The beastman Kante, sitting on the throne, praised Kevin, for he had allowed the apprentice to participate, and the genius replied that he wanted to give those with potential a chance. The red shaman asked who he was betting on, and assumed it was his best student, the real talent Vincent. Shaking his wine glass, Sensei replied that what mattered was whether the student could unleash his abilities in the tournament, as Drax was also quite promising. Kante said he heard there was a person involved this time, and Kevin realized he was talking about Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, who was recommended by Chairman Doug. The genius said that being human, the kid didn't go the way of the apothecary, but passed the shaman selection, defeating his apprentice and taking first place. Visavi wondered if it was just a mistake on the part of the elder, for there was little belief that without training this was possible. Relaxing his neck, the red shaman said he would like to observe the boy, if that was indeed the case. The tournament participants, meanwhile, stood at their equipment, trying to choose the right materials for potions. The brooding hero thought it unsurprising that the first round would cure half, for many ingredients had been prepared. There were several types of raw materials needed for the potion, but if you started grabbing everything in a row, you could waste time and not collect the right one, and thus drop out. The serious youngster realized that the ability to quickly select the right materials was being tested here, and decided to use divine sight. The delightful host announced a simple cold remedy potion as the first challenge in the ingredient selection round. The nervous participants rushed headlong to the baskets to grab the items they needed for their preparations. A surprised Tsuyoshi was convinced that they were not true shamans for nothing, for such simple recipes were in their heads by heart. But he had precious celestial vision, which helped out always, so there was no reason to worry. From the results of the analysis, it was known that the potion needed 3 ingredients, including firegrass, woodheart, and dry leaf vines. After reading everything carefully, the protagonist rushed forward, clearly memorizing 3 important components. Up ahead, he saw the contestants fighting over raw materials, and he immediately realized that if he was late, he was unlikely to get through. A focused Vincent handled the task with his eyes closed, while a nervous Drax tried to pull himself out of the crowd. In an instant, the daredevil saw an important element in the blue shaman's hands, and once again he was convinced that they were not so famous for nothing. At the same time, the young fighter clearly realized that he could not lose either, so he decided to act without wasting a minute. His gaze became more serious in an instant, and he decided that now was the time to show the warrior's strength. The first important element was not far from the kid, and the target was the greedy witch doctor in the front row. A blue-skinned beastman with a large earring on his face was nervously rummaging through the basket, trying to find all the items he needed. Kevin's tense pupil paid attention to the wave from the skill and immediately realized that the man had decided to rampage because he was losing. Concerned Kante wondered what the kid was up to, while a colleague sitting on a similar throne watched silently. Still, the emotionless genius wondered what Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro was even doing, whose actions were quite strange. The blue-skinned shaman noticed the sudden disappearance of the light in a moment and became very wary, beginning to look around. Behind him, he suddenly had an intimidating protagonist who had come to take away the ingredient he needed. The terrified, defenseless opponent screamed at the top of his voice, asking what the scoundrel was doing. The lightning ambush was canceled in an instant, and the stressed witch doctor asked what that was even about. With this trick, the brave didn't even need to make his way forward, the owner of the blue nose looking at him fearfully. Stubborn still got the highest quality fire herb, which he took from the ladle of the lady hiding her face. The confident warrior thanked the blue-skinned man before leaving, and he was afraid to say even a word to him in return. A puzzled Kevin wondered if the kid could really tell the difference between ingredients or if it was just luck. After a short period of time, the persistent fighter got the tree heart, which he had already taken away from another competitor. After a couple more minutes, he stunned the last shaman by selecting a lian of dry leaves of the highest quality. The blue-eyed gal stated that time was up and asked the evaluators to check the accuracy and quality of the contestants' elements. The team entered the arena, and the announcer once again reminded them that firegrass, tree heart, and liana were required for the anti-cold potion. The first shaman was immediately disqualified for a mistake in the choice of raw materials, which made him very nervous. The same fate awaited many others, one of whom began hammering his fists on the table in anger. The big guy Drax did well, and his potion was rated 84 points out of 100, indicating excellent quality. Satisfied with himself, the red-clothed man smiled, saying softly that everything had happened as expected. Genius Kevin said he was a Kante disciple for a reason, as he is very fast and accurate, and a colleague called the results well worth it. Proud Vincent's potion was rated at 94 points, and he said that in this kind of competition, first place could only be his. A very surprised Red Shaman said that based on the results, it could be confidently stated that he was the one who was also the genius. Satisfied with himself, Sensei confidently said that with this result, the winner of the first round would be his student. Nervous Furin, meanwhile, hoped for the weakling Tsukishiro and mentally asked him to try harder. The evaluator said the young man's choice of ingredients was correct and began tallying the scores of his cold-fighting potion. The beastman recognized the same man and tried to figure out what the quality level of the chosen elements was. He used a magical device to examine it in detail, and in an instant was greatly dumbfounded by the results. A worried Kevin jumped up from his seat, asking the appraiser to stop giggling and quickly call out the result. The concerned man in the robe tried to gather his thoughts to announce the achievement. Raising the instrument overhead, he declared that the quality of Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro's potion was rated at 100 points, which spoke of perfect quality. The result brought down the brilliant shaman and his colleague Kante, who believed only in their students. The disgruntled spectators in the stands couldn't believe that even Vincent and Drax had lost to some human being. Nearly fainting from shock, Furin only mumbled that the weakling had impressed her with his abilities. Thanks to his celestial vision, the imperturbable hero had scanned everything to perfection and now waited impatiently for the next stage. The other shamans were shocked that the boy was able to choose the perfect ingredients in such a difficult situation. The appraiser said there could be no mistake because all results are strictly measured with an analyzer. A bewildered Kante was convinced that the kid was good at picking ingredients, and he was curious to see how he would prove himself next. The emotionless genius Kevin agreed with him, for the other disciplines were also quite interesting. Calmly looking forward, he softly mumbled that he too was very curious to see the further turn of events. The charming hostess held up a sign and said that the contestants must now make a medium-level invisibility potion. Focused on his preparations, Tsukishiro was suddenly approached by Furin, calling him a wimp as usual. Maiden acknowledged that he had done well last time and added that round 2 was a test of spirit, for it, like talent, is important to a shaman. The fighter smiled at the girl and said that they had tested this at the screening too, so he was fully prepared for something like this. In an instant, the surprised green-eyed girl asked where his staff was and asked him to get it immediately, because without it, there was nothing to even talk about. The disheveled kid said he forgot about him and didn't even know how to get out of it now. He said that last time, the staff was lent to him by Chairman Doug, and he didn't have one of his own. Plus, the hero's parameters were now set to warrior, and if it took a lot of mana to brew potions, he wouldn't have enough. An angry Furin asked how he even became a shaman without a staff, and the young man didn't even know what to say. Still, the slightly blushing beast girl was not going to leave him and decided to help him in his time of need. Turning away her displeased face, the beauty called Tsuyoshi's name and held out her staff, saying that he was lucky because she was nearby. The kid took the magic cane from the woman's delicate hands with a light movement, thanking Furin for her help. Proudly squaring her shoulders, the daredevil said that with her staff and alchemy table, she could win the tournament. The cute beast girl with the ears asked him to win and turned around and began to move aside. Participants were asked to start crushing ingredients given just one try and brewing potions, and were told they had half an hour. The situation was a strained one, for a mid-level disguise potion is a difficult task, and even with a blue shaman, it's not always up to the task. A nervous Kante emphasized that the conditions were harsh, while Kevin said that these were the minimum requirements to win the alchemy tournament. He was curious how Tsuyoshi would behave, because it was unclear whether he was lucky or the owner of a truly amazing talent. The peddlers approached each table of contestants, who were already waiting for the difficult challenge to begin. Unlike his rivals, the beastman Drax was completely calm and silently thought about his task. The arrogant wizard Vincent also remained unfazed and didn't even thank the girl for the apondescent ingredients. Unlike the others, the main character expressed his gratitude to the peddler and even reached for his plate so that she wouldn't bother too much. The nice girl was very surprised and said she was just doing her job, so it was fine. The hostess said that the participants could start brewing, and somewhere behind, a witch doctor was sassily yelling at the maiden bringing the raw materials. Kevin believed that it was in such harsh conditions that the ability to stay calm and accurately control the process emerged. The incredibly nervous shaman abruptly spilled mana, causing the ingredient to collapse, which wasn't good at all. Another beastman smashed a plate against the tray bearer, covering his head with his hands, accusing her of bad deeds against him. Ambaldrak said softly that there are fools among witch doctors, and added that alchemy is a sacred work. His completely calm colleague Vincent agreed and emphasized that at the same time, it was incredibly appealing. Afterward, the two began the process of processing the raw materials, while the anxious assistant stood between them and watched interestedly. Crushing ingredients meant grinding them with her own magic, and the stronger and more precise her control, the more perfect the powder. The final and most important step was fusion, and the amount of mana in the body was the key to successfully completing alchemy. Nervous Drax realized that it was quite possible. The opponent had over 1,000 mana, and it felt like he was Kevin's apprentice. Noticing the strong wave of magic, Conte concluded that Vincent was still hiding his power. He added that with what talent and skill, in a couple of years, an apprentice could even grow up to be a red shaman. Smirking, the genius said that his pupil had good natural gifts, though his spirit and character had yet to be tempered. The experienced witch doctors then noticed that Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro had disappeared somewhere, but very soon they saw him just standing there. The perplexed beastman said that if the kid didn't start now, he would eventually fail to finish and lose. The shrewd Kevin assumed that he was just stalling for time, since he couldn't even feel a wave of mana from him. Looking at the powerful rivals, the young man who retained his sanity realized that victory would be decided between them. With the skill, the fighter assumed their further classes and made sure that a mid-level potion was a different matter. Blushing with anger, Furin once again called him a weakling and asked him why he was being dumb if there were 20 minutes left. The cute presenter tried to calm her down, and the shy man asked her not to distract him, saying it was interfering with his concentration. Using the staff, in his thoughts, the hero said that with his warrior parameters, he simply didn't have enough magical energy. Still, the process began to move little by little, though very slowly, but it drew attention in the opponents. Grumla Drax noted that the boy's mana was weak, and he was no different from a normal white shaman. His red-headed colleague said the kid surprised in the first round, but apparently it was just luck. A thoughtful Kante assumed that Tsukishiro didn't have even 200 mana units, and said that the talent of choosing ingredients had been shown in vain. Kevin realized that he had overestimated the boy, but he still had to be commended for daring to enter the tournament. The puzzled Nightcat couldn't understand what was going on with the weakling if he was any different at the screening. The rugged Redskin decided it was time to use the very technique his teacher had taught him specifically for this contest. Tensing his cheeks as much as possible, he suddenly let out a red-hot breath, realizing that he was doing the right thing. The magic energy was increased to 300 points in a moment, but the thug's health was halved. He smiled slyly, for the energy exceeded the strength of Vincent, who clearly thought his maximum was a C-class potion, but it was different. At the same minute, the big guy began the fusion process, where incredible focus was required. Shocked onlookers called the sudden appearance of a Class B invisibility potion supernatural. The high-level potion was already finishing its processing and could be used soon. Proud of himself, Drax said, "The elixir is of near-perfect Class B quality," and added that anyone can come out. A satisfied Conte smiled slyly, realizing that if his student took first place in this round, he would also win on the point total. An emotionless Kevin recognized in his thoughts that the competitor had done well to win the tutor, for higher magic is serious. That said, he smirked slightly, finding it naive to want to defeat with a Class B potion. Glaring angrily at the arena, the genius shaman wondered if the foolish opponent thought he had nothing prepared. Legend had high hopes that Vincent would show his competitors what he could do very soon. Suddenly, the beastman forcefully sensed his mentor's request with his mind and realized that it was time to act. A caustic smile immediately appeared on his face, for he had a stardom ahead of him where he could demonstrate his skills. Relaxedly closing his eyes, the professional of his craft concentrated as much as possible, squeezing his fingers lightly. He then used the law of earth and wind to demonstrate the reception of the flame flow. The stunned gray-haired beastman jumped up abruptly from his throne, wondering what this was even about. The bearded man was extremely nervous, for this was a rare occurrence of the blue flame extracted from the 12th law. Grinning, Kevin said he had once given it to Vincent, and now he was sure he could keep it in honor. He told his disciple to add flames to the fusion stage, and the resulting law force would instantly increase the mana volume. The current amount of mana was 1,500, and the beastman himself continued to display his skills at the highest level. His actions caused a huge shock to the audience, because it was not every day that they could observe a supernatural phenomenon. The fox exclaimed confidently that he had made a Class A invisibility potion, asking if there was anyone here that could do better. The shrewd Tsukishiro realized that both shamans had a trump card to force a level increase, something that was hard to resist. He wanted to use the perfect body to increase magic volume, but the system wrote that he didn't have enough mana. The fierce fighter was not confused and decided to fully utilize the skill to increase his magic power. The protagonist then grasped the hilt of the weapon firmly, and the amount of mana was still increased due to the perfect body. The current number was almost 10,000. As a result, the brave had obtained a Class S potion and was allowed to proceed to the next stage. The shocked spectators could not understand how the youngster used such an attack and won for the third time in a row. The equally stunned Furin tried to figure out just how much power he had in him if the magic waves were so much stronger than before. Vincent, who had not expected such an outcome, thought it was simply impossible because there was no technique that could increase his strength that much. In his opinion, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro's strength provoked the violation of all laws of nature, and he had never seen anything like it in his life. Exuding sweat from excitement, Drax looked at what was happening and tried to figure out what it was, but he had no clue. A powerful dragon suddenly appeared in front of the audience, looking aggressive in appearance. Even Kevin and Kante were amazed, not expecting something like this from an unremarkable-looking kid. It was a true supernatural phenomenon, resonating with heaven and earth and accompanied by powerful divine punishment. All of the cold-blooded warrior's magic power to pulverize materials was adjusted in a moment. A few moments later, the raw material had been crushed into 100%, which was a truly shocking result. The process of fusion began, in which the protagonist was assisted by a faithful huge dragon. The dazed beastmen assumed it was divine lightning and realized that if they did nothing to protect themselves, they would all die. Nervous Kevin said that S-rank potions were so rare because in addition to investing a huge amount of strength, one would have to endure a punishment to make them. The system warned the young man that a violent storm was coming and asked if he wished the hammer to take all the damage. Daredevil had expected that, but didn't know that the king's weapon could absorb damage itself, but that was even better. The hammer was also emitting lightning, so the kid was sure he'd be fine and decided to spring into action. Concentrating as much as possible on what was happening, he stuck his hand out in front of him and trusted the process. The excited observers didn't understand at all where else the strange hammer that looked menacing had come from. The enraged dragon meanwhile roared loudly, further frightening the onlookers and everyone else. The fearless Tsukishiro, meanwhile, held his staff in his hands without showing any emotion as he watched the scene. After absorbing the damage, the first thing to do was to remove the divine hammer and then continue fusing as if nothing had happened. The master of his craft clearly performed the required actions and pointed the staff towards the flask with the elixir. The excellent quality potion successfully continued the fusion process, endowing itself with rich properties. From a bird's eye view, one could see blinding sparks in the center of the arena, which was very alarming. The hero realized that he had succeeded in creating a rank S medium visibility potion and received a confirmation system notification to that effect. Tense Kevin wondered again if there was someone who could surpass him, because even he couldn't do that. An exasperated Kante at one point cried out that this man was lying to them, as he could not believe that such a thing was real. Using the skill to fly, he tore down, saying that he and the genius should see for themselves. In the process, the big guy said that there was no way some youngster could concoct a high-rank potion without consequences. An angry Vincent accused the boy of cheating because he couldn't even create this kind of elixir. The other embittered shaman said that originally giving him the right to participate was a fatal mistake, and everyone wanted him punished. Kat Furin, on the other hand, said that she had seen what Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro was capable of while taking the exam, so she was sure he wasn't a cheater. The embarrassed presenter said it would be more appropriate for Sir Kevin himself to find out if it was true. The warrior said he was doing the same as everyone else, namely using the force, but if they wished to test him, he would not object. As he approached the kid, Kante said that his strength had not exceeded Magic's 600 points before, but then it had increased dramatically. Extending his staff forward, the bearded man also allowed that the rogue might have intentionally downplayed his result. Using a spell capable of measuring the power of magic, the old man told the suspicious participant to prove their honesty to them. The prudent fighter realized that if he failed to keep the reinforcement, he would be considered a liar. But it gave him a chance to not lurk, which brought a smile because now the kid could show off his skills fully. Being the confident daredevil he was, he said he wouldn't get in the way since they were so eager to test him. Grumpy old man Kante threatened that the little ones would regret bitterly if their guesses about the lie proved true. The maximally focused Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro prepared to display his full power without paying attention to him. Eeyore pulled the meter closer to him and nervously asked to see the true power, certain that he was facing a charlatan. The entire body was utilized 100% for the sake of enhancing magic, which gave the young man fearlessness. After a few seconds, the blue light lit up even stronger and became blinding to the eyes, causing those around them to worry. The breathless spectators were greatly surprised at what was happening, but continued to watch with interest. The shaman covering his eyes had not expected all the youngster's magic to spill out so abruptly and wondered just how much power he had in him. Enveloped in bright rays, Tsukishiro said in a calm tone and with a smile on his face that showed everything available. The nearly speechless Starkey turned his attention to his shaking staff, something that had never happened before. The magic cane began to behave very strangely, as if it was malfunctioning, which greatly alarmed the owner. Suddenly, there was a not particularly powerful trigger that emitted even more bright light. The staff shattered into small purple crystals in a moment, shocking the disbelieving beastman. Kante's face changed in surprise as he began to realize that the man wasn't lying and was indeed strong. With his back turned to him, the protagonist scratched his neck and wondered what the skeptic would say this time. With a stern look in his eyes, the kid asked firmly if he had managed to prove his abilities to him. The sweat-soaked old man dared not drop another word, and the genial Kevin called what had happened phenomenal. He apologized to the brave man, saying that they had never before met such a young and powerful talent like him. Placing a hand on the warrior's shoulder, the shaman said that even his powers pale before such abilities, and recognized his genius. Holding the elite potion in his hand, Kevin asked Mr. Kante if there was a need for this tournament now. Legend believed that creating an S-rank potion fully proved who was truly powerful, and his colleague agreed with him. The healer asked the audience if they had anything against his decision and said that if there was such a person, he should come out and challenge Tsuyoshi. A saddened Drax and Vincent didn't argue and just courageously admitted defeat, which was respectable. With that, the genius shaman Kevin declared the young gentleman the winner of the alchemy tournament. The blushing green-eyed Furin couldn't believe that the man she thought was a weakling had succeeded. At one point, the cute beast girl was noticed by Tsukishiro, sincerely grateful for her help. With a smile on his face showing a friendly gesture, he mentally told her thank you, for she had managed to do a lot for him. Charming blushed even more when she saw this, and at that moment, it was as if her heart was filled with love. In an instant, her attitude towards the guy changed, and now she was crazy about him. Mentally, the beautiful Furin said that the guy could address her, and sticking her tongue out cutely, showed a reciprocal gesture. Sage Kevin, on the other hand, thought deeply as he looked at the unrivaled young man who had won the hearts of many. The hero was a young talent among shamans who could impress even him, and there was no denying it. Creating such a powerful potion at such an age was truly impressive, and made the genius realize that he had lost this time. Turning around, the legendary shaman began to walk away, wondering in passing what heights the daredevil would reach in the future. They made the decision to use all their money and power, but also to let this boy leave the city alive.